I got to get this thing up on the old YouTube here. And see if it works. This is how we roll here. Everything is just positioned perfectly. State of the Union tonight. Pretty excited. Now, I'm going to tell you guys.
State of the Union means steak of the Union.
Steak of the Union. Come on out. What was I telling the guys earlier? Hey, I'm just going to tell everybody to keep coming. So,
if you didn't get your tickets, though, you're out of luck.
If you didn't get your tickets, don't worry. Just show up anyways. It's going to be great. Have fun. Why are all these people there? Chad told them to come. What? How do I think it's going to go tonight? Yeah, and they're introducing the President of the United States. You know, crap that they normally do. Or how do I think it's going to happen in real life sooner rather than later? This is how I think it will happen sooner rather than later. Oh, Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of America! Donald Trump!
Sit your monkey ass down. Chill out. I know it's bad right now with all that starving and the dust storms and we running out of French fries and burrito coverings.
Yeah.
But I got a solution.
That's what you said last time, dip. I got a solution. You're a dip.
That's what I thought. Now, I understand everyone's emotional right now, but listen up. I got a 3-point plan to fix everything.
Break it down, Trump.
Number one, we got this guy not sure. Number two, he's got a higher IQ than any man alive. And number three, he's gonna fix everything. I give you my word as president. He'll fix the problems with all the dead crops. He's gonna make them grow again. And that ain't all. I give you my word. He's gonna fix the dust storms too. And I give you my word. He's gonna fix the economy.
Yeah, that's what I kind of think we're at in this position in today's world. Idiocracy, phenomenal movie. Have you seen the movie? I'm sure you have. Have you seen it, Ken?
Yeah, I've seen it.
I have not seen that.
That right there was the President of the United States. His name was Dwayne Elizondo Mountain Dew Herbert Camacho.
Played by Terry Crews.
Played by Terry Crews, who was also the WWE World Champion and adult film star.
What?
Yeah, in the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Not in real life.
not in real life.
I was
So,
getting ready to say, I didn't know that.
I would watch that tonight. That would be great. He takes out a gun in the middle of it, shoots because people are yelling.
Just pulls out a submachine gun.
It's just so crazy. That's kind of where I think we're at in this world right now. So be prepared for tonight. I don't know what to expect. Here's what's going to happen. Trump's going to come out. It's the greatest. Never been greater. Remember when something was great? Way better than great now. Like double great. And then he's going to go, Supreme Court's lame. Biden's lame. Great. Attack Iran. Nuclear war. Blah, 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 blah. And then it's going to be 2 hours long because I think he's going to try to break the record. Of which is...
And then you have the Democratic response, which will be, this guy's a dictator.
Oh,
That's all
God,
he's
yeah.
ever been.
He's
We're going
evil.
down the road to authoritarianism.
White supremacy, Trump's the worst, blah, 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 tax the rich, blah, 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 blah. That's what it's going to be like tonight.
I was going to say, so it's going to sound like a chicken coop.
Abigail Spanberg. They voted her in Virginia. First thing she's like, I'm raising everybody's taxes.
Even though I promised not to.
Yeah. I'm doing all the stuff I said I wasn't going to do. What do you think of those apples?
That was just pillow talk.
That's right. I just wanted to get you into my... You know what they call that? They call that... it's a new term in dating. It's futurescape or something like this where you date somebody and you talk about a future, but in real life, your future's with somebody else, but you don't want to make them feel bad, so you just keep doing it until you find somebody else. That's it. That's what they did. They tell us all the things we want to hear. They get us into bed, and then they're like, sorry, I don't want this. What? I thought you loved me.
Get us into bed.
Oh, my God. That was so funny. That was such a phenomenal. Oh, that if you've not seen that movie, Idiocracy, it is the number one show in that movie is You got kicked in the balls or whatever? Well, this guy just runs up to people on the street, kicks them in the groin.
Goodness.
Yeah. Because why? Because smart people stop reproducing and only stupid reproduce. And so there's this horrible thing that happens. And then Luke Owens, I think it is, and Maya Rudolph wake up
Luke.
Like so far in the future, like 300-400 years in the future, and everybody's stupid. Everybody is stupid. And I'm not talking kind of stupid. They're like the dumbest people ever. Yeah, it's hilarious. And it's also kind of scary.
And it's also kind of real.
Yeah, well, you see it. I didn't think it would be here this soon.
Because there's a lot of stupid people out there.
Oh, my God, there's so many stupid people out there. The stupid is strong in America. That's a shame, because you know what? The stupid's strong everywhere. I watch around the world news all the time, too. People are dumb all over the world. It's not just here. We don't have a monopoly on it. So everybody's the best movie ever. The Garbage Avalanche was phenomenal in that movie. So, and it's so scary because some of it is so close to home. Fuddruckers is not called Fuddruckers. It's called. Oh, I should get a coffee. Go to Starbucks. Where are you going to go to Starbucks? That's where you get a. It's so awful yet funny. If you've never seen that movie, and they use Gatorade. Yeah, that's right, to water the crops. What's that thing called? It wasn't Gatorade. It was Brondo. It makes plants grow or whatever. And they never grow because they need water. So it's just a great movie, but it's also scary. So that's what we're going to get tonight. We're going to get that. And it's great. Oh, my God. It's the greatest thing ever. It's going to be great. You know what? Come hang out with us. We'll have fun. Everybody, just keep coming. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. That's the other thing. Everything is brought to you by Carl's Jr. Even if they're doing just a conversation, and they'll say, and brought to you by Carl's Jr. Because it's like the first, influencer. So I'm surprised tonight's not being brought to you by something, right? Brought to you by Liberty Financial. Wouldn't that be the thing? Because don't they own Liberty?
The government?
No, well, Trump's. The Trumps do.
Oh,
do
you
they?
mean...
Yeah, like if it was brought to you by, like, could you see this, tonight's game, like the Olympics are brought to you by Coca-Cola. It'll be the same thing.
Oh, you mean Bibberty.
Yeah. No, Liberty Financial.
Oh.
Not the other stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, they're meme coin stuff, whatever it is. Oh, yeah. It's going to be nice. So, how long do you think it's going to go?
Who
Well,
knows?
I think the speech has probably been timed out to be about an hour and 15, so I would say 2 hours.
Yeah, because you got to think about it. Trump there's going to be at least, well, first of all, how many ass kisses are we going to stand up and applaud? I mean, do we really need to get up? I think the record was Clinton. I think they stood 80 times. There is nothing somebody's going to say in 2 hours that you should stand up 80 times unless you're in a dictatorship. Nothing.
Or you're a kiss ass like.
Or you're kiss ass like they were back in the day.
Or you need exercise.
That's always good, too. Terry Crews for president. That would be fun. So, but I know I was looking at Kalshi and all the stuff because I laid some stuff out there today just in case. I might as well enjoy it, right? Make some money off this thing. Goodness me. So we got that going for us. And then apparently we're supposed to go to Ward any day now. I was talking to my military guy today. I said, when do you think we're going to go? And he goes, you know what? The bigger the moon, the less there is a chance. We like darkness. I said, really? He said, yeah. I said, that's interesting.
Yeah, they don't need to see.
No,
Everything's programmed.
Yeah. So he goes, I wouldn't be surprised. He goes, with Trump, it could be tonight in the middle of the thing. Oh, by the way, we attacked. Or it could be a couple weeks from now. He might want to give them a chance. So it's going to be interesting. What do you people think is going to happen today? Joshua, I'm not listening. What time is the State of the Union speech? I don't know. What time is it? Kick off.
8.
Is it 8?
Yep.
Or is it 8 and then Trump arrives 40 minutes later? Because he like himself and he likes to come in.
Yeah, he's not very timely, so it's supposed to start at 8. But I think the last time he was, 15 minutes late, 10 minutes late?
Yeah. This is their Oscars. Right? They all get announced. It's their Oscars. It's going to be empty and this is where we are now. Half the people won't show up. because, Trump's evil or bad or, whatever it is. And then I sit there and I think, God, how did we get here? That's why we need Hector Camacho, Alessandro Mountain Dew. What a great name. Oh, my lordy Lord. Has anyone with a 960 SAT score, I think you're talking about Gavin Newsom, said that? The 960 SAT. That's good. What'd you get on your SAT?
Who, Bell?
I took the ACT.
What'd you get?
30. I think it was 32 or 34.
Way to go, brother Bell.
It's like 36 is the highest you can get. So I'm a pretty big deal.
You are a pretty big deal. What'd you get, Ken?
I don't know, like a 23.
Nice.
23 or 24, something like that.
That's cool.
I went to college for all of 3 months.
Hey, listen, those are very important 3 months.
Yeah, they were.
How else are you going to learn how to drink? Mom and Dad aren't teaching you.
Oh, college. Yeah, that was a waste of time for me.
Oh, God. What did you take?
I can't even remember. I know it was a math class where I finally decided, you know what, I think I'm going to stop coming to class. Then I just I spent the rest of the semester there and went home.
Yeah. There you go. What school did you go to?
East Central University in Ada, Oklahoma.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was.
Look at you. Was that a junior college?
No.
College?
No,
Were you living away from home?
That was college. I lived in the dorms.
Wow, for 3 months.
Yeah.
And then you're like, I got to go back to radio.
Yeah,
This is
was
stupid.
like, I better go back home before I go to jail.
Oh, one of those. I had a couple friends like that. Couple friends like that were very upset.
Either jail or dead. It was one or the two. Probably would have been dead first.
You think?
Yeah, I was certifiably insane there for a little while during my teen years and early 20s.
What is it like? What do you mean certifiably insane? Are we talking like jail kind of insane?
No, just stupid decisions.
That's
just
far.
dumb decisions that the good Lord was good enough to protect me from. Which I learned a lot of very important lessons.
That's right.
The hard way.
Lots of lessons.
Well, you know what, though? I like the fact that you had stupid decisions because stupid decisions is one of the names of our Mandels.
That's right. What was it? Stupid decisions and with a side of regret.
Side of regret. Those are the best kind of Mandels out there. So, yeah, are you guys all going to watch it tonight? Yes or no? You know what? We didn't always have to do this. The first time, Washington gave his speech, right? So he gives a speech. And then when Jefferson got in, he looked around and goes, this feels very king-like. I don't want to do this. So he goes, I'm just going to write a letter and we'll print it and put it in the paper. And that's what he did. And then for up until Woodrow Wilson, we never had a State of the Union speech. And then he came along and ruined it. And then we had Calvin Coolidge, the Coolie baby. He went and did radio first, and then FDR did the actual, or no, not FDR, but what's his name? Truman. Truman did TV, and that was the first time we had it on television. This could easily be a truther. This could easily be that. I think the last person to not do one was, I think Carter. I think Carter wrote a massive 33,000 word letter. So this will be interesting tonight. But you know what's going to be more fun? Hanging out with us. Come one, come all.
Eating the fat off of steak.
Oh, we're going to eat the hell out of that thing, kids. Oh, somebody, Ham's got a name for one of our candles. This will be the Ken candle. Not today, Satan. That's a good one.
Probably not tomorrow.
Probably not tomorrow, but one day. You never know. It is Tuesday. We do a little Hot Take Tuesday. Got that coming up. Sports program brought to you by NCA, National Certified Alarms. No long-term contracts. License number 645. Chad Benson Show. All right, guys, are you ready for the best of the best when it comes to steaks? Certified USDA tender steaks from my friends over at Omaha Steaks. It is 50% off site-wide right now, semi-annual sale. On top of that, you're going to get $35 off and use my code Benson when you check out at omahasteaks.com. We're talking about the best steaks, the best in chicken, the best in hamburgers, the incredible Franks they've got, which are delicious, the hot dogs, called Franks, whatever. And they've got everything else. You can think of seafood, you name it. They've got all pork chops. It's incredible. And right now, 100% unconditional money-back guarantee, protein delivered the right way to your house. You don't have to do anything. America's Butcher since 1917. They know exactly what they're doing. Omaha Steaks delivers the best to you. So go to omahasteaks.com. Take advantage of the 50% off semi-annual sale going on right now and use my code Benson, an extra $35 off at checkout. That's omahasteaks.com. Code Benson, omahasteaks.com. Code Benson. See site for details.
All right, drivers, we got a near 90-minute delay westbound 24 in Rutherford County. This is for road work. It is blocking the right 3 lanes between Waldron Road and Old Hickory Boulevard. In Berryhill, we got a car fire on the off-ramp 65 southbound to go eastbound on I-440. Franklin, I-40 eastbound at 65. Bridge work in Madison, left 2 lanes blocked. Briley Parkway westbound at 65. It's also affecting the left lane of eastbound Briley Parkway at that location. Had a small plane land due to an emergency in Williamson County right after takeoff. We'll tell you about that at 12:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Oh, it is Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. On Tuesdays, we do something that is very much in fuego. We do drop it like it's hot. Hot take Tuesday. Yeah. Hot take Tuesday, baby. You know what the hot takes are? They are non-political, right? Pop culture is great, stuff like that. We love that kind of stuff. So bring it to us. Food takes, bad music takes, whatever it is you got, deliver it to us because you know I'm the only one with good music taste. So let's start with what'd you say?
You wish.
Settle down there, kitten. All right, what you got for us, Bill?
Making your bed is stupid.
It's hard to act. That one's pretty
You're just going to
man.
mess it up again in less than 12 hours. So don't bother.
Yeah, that's a.
And if you disagree, you're wrong.
What's his name? Peterson, the Canadian guy. I always forget his name. The right wing Canadian dude.
Oh, Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, Jordan says key to success is making your bed.
Well, he's stupid.
How would you know? Really? Look at you and look at him. Look at me. Look at him. Look at Ken. Look at him. Do any of us make our beds? No. Where is he? He's a bed maker.
He lives in hotels.
Yeah, he does. So no, but he doesn't really. What if he makes? How weird is that? If you come on in, he's already made his bed. You weirdos.
He's trying to get the maids fired.
He is.
No
Absolutely.
work for him.
Ken, what you got for us?
In honor of tonight's Steak of the Union at Legend Steakhouse in Smyrna, a sizzling hot take for anyone with a beard like me. The napkin stays benched until the last bite is gone and the plate is empty.
Ooh.
Some folks call it sloppy. I call it commitment to the craft.
I love that.
Plus, you don't want to wipe out any nice big chunks that are still edible.
You never know.
I mean, I might need that for later.
Yeah, maybe Fritz wants some.
Yeah, little Fritz.
Little Fritz might want a little something, something. You don't know. Okay? You don't know. Because if you've had a beard, you know that every once in a while you're like, hey, is that a donut? I haven't had a donut in 2 weeks. I'm gross.
What is that? Oh, egg yolk.
Oh, goodness me. My hot take today, guys, is, and this is, I want you guys to understand this, all right? This is the insanity of having to spend $50 to buy blades for razors needs to stop now. Okay? It does. I like the Mach 3s. Now they're the Mach 27s, right? Whatever they are. Every time you go, it's $48. What? That's insane.
These are special razors.
Blades are the ink cartridges of the shaving world.
They are. They are. And you know, like the Dollar Shave Club, and I've had all those. Those are all great, except for they don't last. Some about the Mach 3, right? And some about the Mach 5, 6. Those things do last, but it's like a car payment for a blade. For a blade. It's not even like a samurai blade. And I've tried all kinds. I've tried the neat looking ones too, where, you know, the old styly ones with just the one blade, you put it in, you wait. That didn't work either. That was horrible. It's crappy. It just looks cool. Bunch of fools, I say. Fools!
I remember whenever they first came out with the little disposable razors that had the softener on it.
Oh, yes.
Like, you know, I guess like right after you shave, it has like a little lubricant or something to kind of give it that cool sensation.
Those things were, and not only that, but once they were like gone, where they didn't kind of smooth, that means you had time for you to throw it away.
Right.
But Big Razor knew that, so they would make those things go away, and the razor was probably still good.
Yeah.
Because every one of you listening right now has used the razor for way too long.
Big razor.
Big Razor coming in doing Big Razor stuff. I'm telling you what.
That's why I use my electric shaver, man. I've had this thing. I've had this thing since let's see. I got it in 2003.
Really?
And it still works.
What kind is it?
I don't know. I've got to look at that.
See, I've got a couple of those ones
I think it's an Norelco.
for the bald heads, you know, and just like the other razors, you know, after 2 months, they just fall apart. And I don't shave my head every day. And it gets frustrating because I have very sensitive skin.
Yeah, mine stopped working for the head shaving. That part doesn't work anymore. But just the whiskers on my face, man, it works just fine.
Yeah, I like it. Shampoo's a waste, says one person.
Yeah.
Yeah, shampoo and body wash, it's all the same.
It's all the same.
It is. It really is. They're fooling you guys.
Just get you a bar of Irish Spring.
Oh,
call
Irish
it good.
Spring. Remember when you were a kid and that guy would just carve that Irish Spring?
Yes.
Oh, God, that was great.
And then I really liked the blue soap.
Yes.
That was Coast.
Yes, Coast. Whoo!
Man, I thought that was fun.
Yeah, just like Aquafresh, the gum. Remember when you bit into it and it was right in your mouth? You're like, ugh, living the dream.
It would taste good for like
20 seconds.
20 seconds.
That was it. And afterwards, you're like, was that toothpaste? It's gross now. All right, coming up, controversy. Because leave it to white women to make sure that the men who won the gold are jerks.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk a bit about that because we've got some fun ones on that. Plus, guys, got some NES, our good friend, Teresa.
She been fired?
No, but she spoke out yesterday. Hey, guys, she's going to do better. So you're welcome.
The best she can do is quit.
Yeah, well, no. She doesn't want to abandon you in her time of need. Did we into that? What? I know. That sounds weird. Talk about that, among other things. Straight ahead. Chad Benzo, Super Talk 997.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast in 5 minutes. A small plane had to make an emergency landing this morning in Williamson County right after taking off from Murfreesboro. Deputies say it touched down near McKee-Padilla Road, where residents noticed an increased emergency presence. The pilot, the only person on board, landed safely. No injuries reported. Now the NTSB has been contacted to investigate. There's a major development in the Charlie Kirk murder case. Judge Tony Graff in Utah has rejected an effort to remove the entire prosecution team. Defense attorneys claimed a conflict because a prosecutor's daughter was present when Kirk was shot. The judge disagreed, saying the Utah County Attorney's Office can continue handling the case. This allows prosecutors to proceed as they pursue aggravated murder charges against Tyler Robinson. And here in Tennessee, Riverdale High School's new weapons detection system flagged a possible threat this morning, leading to the discovery of a gun on a student. Administrators searched the 17-year-old, confiscated the weapon. The student was detained, transported to the Rutherford County Juvenile Detention Center. District officials say the system is helping prevent dangerous situations there on campus. And a phone threat targeting a Lewis County elementary student prompted a stronger security presence at several campuses today. School leaders say they acted immediately after learning of the threat. Extra security deployed to the elementary, intermediate, and pre-K schools there in Lewis County. Federal investigators traced that call back to California. They're now working to confirm its validity. Still no sign of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today host Savannah Guthrie. Law enforcement in Arizona, as well as the FBI, have been chasing down leads that have ultimately led nowhere. Well, today on social media, Savannah Guthrie says the family's prepared to increase the reward to $1 million for anyone who comes forward with information.
Someone out there knows something that can bring her home. Somebody knows. And we are begging you to please come forward now.
That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Back in the 60s in the afternoon. That warm-up is coming with some rain. We'll see scattered showers late Wednesday night through the day on Thursday. A few thunderstorms possible, too.
All right, guys. Let's talk about the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Go to painisbad.com or call 615-246-5009. 47% off right now, okay, for 2026. 47% off non-surgical decompression. And thanks to Dr. Mitchell, who's an innovator. He sees things that others don't. Right now, you have a chance to get in there and use the machine. The machine, the HydroWave. Incredible. Stimulates your very own stem cells. It is awesome. The only one in Tennessee, first of its kind right here, thanks to Dr. Mitchell. Bring your MRI. They're going to get you hooked up. If you've struggled and you thought, you know what, this is the new norm for me when it comes to pain, don't. Right? No shots, no surgery. Go see Dr. Mitchell. He's going to take care of you. They're my doctor out there, the Wellness Institute. Dr. Mitchell should be yours as well. Take advantage of 47% off non-surgical decompression right now at the Wellness Institute. Go to painisbad.com, painisbad.com, or call 615-246-5009, 246-5009 for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Da, 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 da. State of the Union tonight. Donald Trump will be speaking. Over under is forever. I wonder how many times people are going to get up and down clapping. Can we keep it to a minimum? Can we? They should have one of those applause things like they do on the television shows. Applause, applause, applause.
I'm not convinced they don't.
I don't know. You don't need to stand up 70 times. There's nothing he's going to say tonight that's worth 70 times up and down.
Plus, you got the speech in advance. You've already read it.
Yes. That's it. You know what? I'm going to feed it into one of our sweet AIs and we'll play some of it later.
Have it do it in Trump's voice.
Oh, or just some, maybe like Speedy Gonzalez. That'd be fun. So, but we'll see. We'll see tonight. So we're going to go over some of the over and unders a little bit later. Jack Hughes is speaking out because I don't know if you guys are aware of this. Apparently, we can't be nice to each other for more than 45 minutes.
Oh, that's stretching it.
Yeah. Well, Kash Patel was there. Okay, we get it. It was cringe. We understand that. And then they FaceTime with Trump, and then Trump said, well, I have to invite the women. And then the women are like, ah. Well, not the women, because the women, they were already busy, right? They bowed out and already said that. And let me tell you something, ladies. They did you a favor, right? And I'll tell you why. See if you guys agree with me on this, because you probably will. If the women go to the White House tonight, they're evil and stupid, and they're part of trad world, and they're MAGA women, and they're awful, and they're horrible, and they're all of the things, and they're given into this psychopath and this Epstein, files person, and that's if they do that. If they don't go, right? Trump is evil and bad because of the way he invited you. They did you a favor by you taking this and running with it. Because the same women that are saying it's a shame that they didn't go are the same women being, I can't believe they went. I can't believe it. I can't believe. This is awful. Case in point, got a lot of ladies here who are very upset. Let's listen to the first one.
64% of all Olympic medals were won by women. 8 out of 12 gold medals at the Olympics were won by women. And still, when given the opportunity, the United States men's hockey team would rather conform to the good old boys club and have a laugh with our president about how funny it is that he has to begrudgingly invite the women's U.S. hockey team to the White House, otherwise he'll be impeached. After the women's hockey team came to the game to cheer them on and support them, and after multiple of your star players on the men's hockey team in their interviews shouted out girls on the women's hockey team and how well they played. And yet still, they would rather conform to the good old boys club and have a laugh about how funny it is that our president just has to invite the women to the White House as well. Otherwise, people would impeach him.
You know what? If they're like you, glad they didn't come because you guys are fun ruiners.
Yeah, it's damned if you do and damned if you don't, man.
Fun ruiners.
I have an idea.
What?
Let's do 2 games. One's females in one arena. The other's males in another arena. Sell tickets and tell me which one sells more.
Yeah. Or, how about this? We just play for the ultimate gold. Well, that's not very fair. The women, here's the thing. It's not the women on the national team who we cheered for. We watched the last 30 minutes of that game on our show doing play-by-play for you guys. I was USA. Many of these girls played on you'd be surprised how many of them played, because they play boys a lot of times until they're 13 or 14, until the hitting comes and the boys start to get huge. Then everything changes. But this is insane. But it has nothing to do with the hockey team. It has all to do with whiny fun ruiners. These are the female versions of Kylie. That's what you are. It's all because of this.
Isn't Kylie the female version of Kylie?
No, I mean the athlete version, female athlete version of Kylie. Or maybe, well, you know what? I don't even assume to know what Kylie, because Kylie feels like a they, them to me. She does. She feels like she's a little they-themy.
Definitely.
You know, even though she's not, and she only dates men, but still doesn't matter. And, oh, by the way, all sex is rape. Remember that, Kylie.
It's almost as if every single time we're led to feel a bit patriotic and be like, oh my God, this is so great, USA. You know what I mean? They turn right around and say, actually, it's the exact same country as it was before we went here. And they're absolutely right. They're absolutely right. It is the exact same country that it was before we went to Milan. And it's nice to believe for a moment that maybe none of the bullshit that goes on here matters. And yet somehow it always bleeds through. Misogyny and degradation of women will trickle down until the end of time. Until some of you are willing to stand up and say, hey, that's actually not funny, rather than laughing along with all your little friends.
So I just want to go over this again. We just won the gold, of which we were not expected to win. Let's just put this out. We were the second best team there, but we were not expected to win. On paper, that other team, full of nothing but Hall of Famers, one of the greatest, if not the greatest team assembled. No way were we expected to win. No way. And we did, and we're celebrating. And yay, and then we FaceTime with the president, and somehow in the middle of it, I'm supposed to scold him for a joke that he makes? Because, yeah, I'm paying attention. Good God. Again, fun ruiners. All of them fun ruiners. Now, she's not the only one. There's a lot of them out there. Oh, my Lord. Just ruining fun everywhere.
You took the president's phone call and then laughed about the joke about inviting the women. The women, as in the most dominant program in U.S. hockey history. Yeah, the U.S. women have won 3 gold medals, and so have you. In fact, they've medaled in every single Olympics since women's hockey was introduced in 1998. So yeah, they have as many gold medals as you do, but they've actually done it in a quarter of the time. So historically, they're the most consistent and dominant program of the two. And yet somehow, you get the majority of the headlines. You get the spotlight and the cultural relevance and the lucrative brand deals. Imagine joking about the team that set the standard. Is that insecurity? Or are you just so used to centering yourselves you didn't even clock it?
Did you center yourself? What does that even mean?
No, I did not.
Ken, have you centered yourself?
I don't know what that means.
Can I get a ruling? Can you use that in a sentence where I would understand how I center myself?
You know, all of this, though, if you think about it, Trump saying he has to invite him, you know, he doesn't want to really. You kind of hear it in his voice. That tarnishes their gold medal, and I think it's only a silver now.
Oh, is it?
I think that's how that works.
God. Yeah, well, it should be. Should be. And if we're going to talk about sports, let me tell you how this works, okay? For 40 years, this country, the great America, has put sports in women's hands the way they've done nowhere else on the planet. Title IX, we push sports. We have done things that other countries got very late jump on into the 80s and 90s and even to the 2000s. So when you say, oh, look at us, quality. No. Doesn't work that way. See, the way it worked was you guys are going to dominate because there's 2 countries that play hockey for women, Canada and us. The men, they got to deal with a lot more. And it's a game they picked up later on in life. So settle down. Like I say, there's a reason for that. Oh, my God. They're just the biggest fun ruiners on the planet. This is why we can't have nice things. This is why.
This is why penis repellent is an $18 billion a year business.
We're going to get one of those. Those are going to be part of our mandals we send to women. Penis repellent. Penis repellent. Somebody just texted in and asked us about, what was this? Why are we seasoned reporters? And I said, who's a reporter? Like talking to me. Excuse me, tenured and calloused host? What? I have no idea. I think you're talking to the wrong person. That's it. I think you are. I think you're talking to the wrong cat right there. So, you know, it's just it's very interesting. Again, the whininess of it all, it doesn't need to be there. We can all celebrate. The women are going to do the things. I don't even know how many guys are coming tonight. Because let's not forget, the NHL's been shut down for like 3 weeks. The players for the teams that didn't go, they've been practicing, and they're kind of itching to get back at it so they get the season going on. So Let's not forget that. So I wouldn't be surprised if not all of them are going to make it tonight. A few may, but not all. Just insane. Ladies, you guys, just the worst. Just the worst. Speaking of that, Ken, you and I were talking about how bad our drivers are in Tennessee. Yeah.
Just the women.
Jeez. Look at that. That's Bell. He's not going tonight because he didn't want to get yelled at by the women.
That's not necessarily untrue.
But it's the 18 to 29. It's Gen Z.
It's the Gen Zers who, according to this survey, are the worst drivers in Tennessee. Tennessee ranked in the top 10 of states with the worst drivers. But in Tennessee, according to this survey, it's you Gen Zers out there.
It's the Gen Zers. But here's some that Bell found out. I-24 anywhere in the country is a hot mess.
Anywhere in the country.
Anywhere in the country.
Truckers have more problems on I-24 than any other interstate.
Isn't that weird?
And it doesn't. We're not just talking about the part in Tennessee.
Yeah. Anywhere. It's a hot mess. It is a hot mess anywhere in the country.
Can I give you a little evidence to support my opinion about women drivers?
Yes, please. I would like this. Because
Bruce Jenner lives his whole life.
Yep.
As a man. Don't think he had a single accident. Transitions to a woman. Bang, kills a woman. Kills somebody in the car in front of him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That is, well, I mean, I'm not going to lie. That's pretty much what happened. Is this you, Bruce? No, I don't know who Bruce is. That guy, it was a hit and run? So when that happened, because, the first time he got in trouble, my buddy said to me, he is my old producer, Anthony, who's an old-time gay, like super old, like Stonewall gay, like was there fighting kind of thing. He said, he looks at me and goes, Bruce Jenner's going to become a woman. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, he's shaving his Adam's apple. That's the first sign. And I'm like, what? Because I didn't know. And sure enough, it happened. I was like, damn. And then he got into a car wreck.
And killed someone.
Yeah. He didn't go to jail or anything for that.
No.
It was an accident. He wasn't drunk or texting or anything.
No, I bet he obviously.
He just was a bad driver.
A little bad at braking.
Goodness me. Look at that. Oh, Robert Carradine died.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Saw that.
So
who did he play in Revenge of the Nerds? Which guy was he?
He was the star.
Yeah, he was like the
what
leader.
was the character's name?
Oh, God. What was his name? I forgot.
Look it up.
He was such a dork. And he was also in Lizzie McGuire.
He was?
Yep, for all those years. Played Lizzie McGuire's dad, I believe. So, Robert Carradine. So, is there any Carradines left? I think there's one left.
Was he related to the others? Mm-hmm. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's it.
So he dies, and the other guy is under arrest for potential pedophilia.
Oh, that's right. Not been a good time for the whole, for all of the people in the Revenge of the Nerds.
Really?
Yeah. Well, because what's his name? Just got arrested for pedophilia.
Melissa Gilbert's husband.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because he's in it too. Remember?
I don't remember.
He's got the orange hair.
He's a ginger, and he's got a Coke bottle.
That was
glasses.
him?
Yeah, that's him.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Crazy.
Lewis? Somebody's saying Lewis.
Yeah, he was Lewis.
Yeah, that's
Lewis.
2 Lewises now.
Oh, Booger. Booger was my favorite. Remember
How
Booger?
can it not be?
Remember Booger?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been cruising the high schools all day. I can't believe I can't get the Omega Moose.
Good grief, man. There's too many people from back in the day passing away.
No doubt.
Gotta stop.
Stop it. Stop it. All right, coming up. What do I have here? Oh, yeah, coming up. I got this. Is fun. Ken brought this up to me earlier, but I had been talking about this a couple months ago, and I thought, we need to have a conversation about that. All right, that's coming up in a little bit. What is it? You'll find out. Chad Benson, Super Talk 997. Bulwark Capital right now. You see what's going on globally. We could have some issues, obviously. Will that affect your portfolio, your retirement, your investments? What about the AI bubble? What about crypto? What about all of these things? How could that play a role? Bulwark would like to show you what they do. They'll give you a free risk review. Second set of eyes on your retirement, on your your portfolio, your investments, whatever it is you have. And they would break it down for you top to bottom, talk about what it is they do, risk management, number one thing. And they do everything through value fundamentals, right? So value investing through these fundamentals that they put together, which is incredible. It's absolutely free. It's called a Know Your Risk Portfolio Review. And you can sign up for it today at knowyourriskpodcast.com, knowyourriskpodcast.com. They'll break down everything they do. They'll show you what's going on in your account compared to everybody else's. Are you have fees coming out that you shouldn't be? Are you in positions where if things go sideways, you can be in trouble? Doesn't hurt to get a second set of eyes. Absolutely free, my friends at Bulwark Capital. Sign up today at knowyourriskpodcast.com. Investment advisory service offered through Trek Financial LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Investment involve risk, not a guarantee. Past performance not guarantee future results. Trek 2647.
All right, drivers, we got a 92-minute delay. Westbound 24 in Smyrna. The right 3 lanes are blocked for milling and paving. Looks like Madison still doing some bridge inspection. Left lane is blocked there going eastbound. Then the left 2 lanes blocked going westbound there at 65. Franklin, bridge joint repairs. Right lane blocked, 840 eastbound at 65. And bridge inspection in Madison, already told you about that, 65 northbound and southbound there to Briley Parkway, going to be impacted by that. Had an emergency landing in Williamson County. I'll tell you about that and other top stories at 1 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So, several people have chimed in about the I-24, saying they've been in other states on it, and it sucks.
Interesting.
So, where does it go from?
I want to say it's Ohio, Tennessee, Georgia, but I could.
Somebody said
That's
Georgia.
65, isn't it? Well, no, 24 definitely. I don't know if 24 goes to Ohio,
Maybe it's.
but it goes to Georgia.
What's the station? What's the state next to Ohio on the west side?
That would be. What is that state? Illinois or Indiana?
One of those two.
One of those.
I think it's Indiana.
I think you're right.
Yeah, you might be right. I'm checking it out
The
now.
listenership will let us know here shortly.
Yeah, and they'll tell us how stupid we are.
I think it's definitely Indiana.
So, yeah, okay. So it looks like it goes from, it's Cape Girardeau, right? That's Missouri.
Missouri.
Yeah. Down through Nashville, obviously. And then, does it go into Georgia? It looks like it does. But they say it seems to suck everywhere. That's not good.
And you don't hear that about 65 or 40 or even in Texas, 35 or any of that.
No, you don't.
And
With a 5.
Texas's traffic is just as horrible as ours, if not more so.
Yeah. Well,
Dallas.
Dallas is a bit of a nightmare.
I-24 runs diagonally from southern Illinois to Chattanooga, passing through Kentucky, Tennessee, and a short section of Georgia.
Really?
Yeah.
There you
So
go.
Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Georgia.
And it sucks in all them states. Coming up, hour number 2 of the program, State of the Union tonight. What will happen? What won't happen? What is the big things to bet on? Talk a little bit about that. Also, the BAFTA Award fallouts continue for the guy who has got Tourette's. For God's sakes.
He didn't do it on purpose.
Oh, he did. He meant to. Absolutely. So we'll talk a bit about that. Explanation of what kind of Tourette's he has, too, is very interesting. Among other things. Chad Benson Show, Super Talk 99.7.
One o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Just a reminder, drivers, 24 westbound is a parking lot between Smyrna and Laverne. Full forecast coming up in 5 minutes. Authorities in Williamson County say a single-occupant aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing this morning. The plane went down in the area of McKee-Padilla Road, prompting a noticeable response from emergency crews. Officials report the pilot was unharmed, brought the aircraft down safely. Investigators with the NTSB have been notified. And in Utah, the judge overseeing the Charlie Kirk murder case has denied a motion to disqualify prosecutors. The defense accused the prosecution of a conflict of interest tied to a family member who witnessed the aftermath of the shooting. Today's ruling keeps the Utah County Attorney's Office in place. The case now continues toward additional hearings and a potential death penalty prosecution. A student at Riverdale High School in Murfreesboro found with a gun this morning after the school's weapons detection system flagged the threat. Administrators searched the 17-year-old, found the gun in the student's jacket pocket. The teen was taken into custody, sent to the Rutherford County Juvenile Detention Center. School leaders say that student will be expelled. And a tense situation unfolded Monday on Murfreesboro Pike in Nashville when officers say a man started shooting at passing cars. Police found 56-year-old Terry Williams on the roadside with a gun next to him. 2 witnesses told officers he fired at their cars and others on the busy roadway. Williams was arrested and booked on multiple weapons and assault charges. And as the search for Nancy Guthrie goes on, another tearful video from the Guthrie family has been released, along with a big jump in reward money. Here's ABC's Sherry Preston.
We still believe in a miracle.
Today, host Savannah Guthrie appears in the most recent video alone, acknowledging that her mother may not be alive.
If this is what is to be, then we will accept it.
In the video, she says she, her brother, and sister have agreed to use their own money to up the reward for information about their mother to $1 million.
If you've been waiting and you haven't been sure, let this be your sign. to please come forward, tell what you know, and help us bring our beloved mom home.
Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Wilson County Sheriff Robert Bryan says he's against a massive ICE detention facility being built in Lebanon. ICE is still in the due diligence phase, but the sheriff says the proposal calls for housing up to 16,000 detainees. He says a facility that large would overwhelm local law enforcement, emergency services, and infrastructure. Sheriff Bryan says the site's proximity to schools and churches is also a major concern. That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, this is Pastor Allen. Join us on Super Talk 99.7, Sunday evenings from 7 to 8. We're going to look at the news from a biblical perspective.
Oh, baby, baby, baby. This portion of the program is brought to you by NCA, National Certified Alums. No long-term contracts. License number 645. Trump delivering the State of the Union. The real question is, can we make some money off of it?
When dementia patient was giving his State of the Union,
Hey, he beat Medicare to death.
did the Republicans en masse boycott his State of the Union?
No, I don't think. I mean, some did.
But it wasn't like the party
No.
was, hey, we need to all
no.
skip this.
No, it wasn't like
Because that's what it's looking like with the Democrats.
Great. Here's my question.
Just another tantrum.
How many of the Supreme Court people show up?
I say all of them.
I think all of them will. Because when you get that job, you have to have a thick skin because no matter what you do, somebody's going to criticize you. And it's either going to be the president or it's going to be Congress or just the average Joe citizen.
Yeah.
And I think they show up because that's the respect for the office, not necessarily him.
Yeah. Well, and because he has a lot of respect for all that stuff. So that'll be good. Do you think he mentions them? I got you. Right. Look at you there, Miss wearing the robe. Huh? Amy Coney. What are you doing? You think he'll do? I think he's going to do that. You know, he's going to come after them somewhat. Tariffs. You've ruined the country. The world's coming to an end because you don't like my tariffs. It's like, dude, you could put tariffs on, but the Congress, see these people around here? They're also supposed to help with that. So, what's weird is the fact that they wear their robes. Isn't that odd? That they wear their robes. As if we would know who they are. Like, we got to separate ourselves. We're not part of this group. We'll see how many show up tonight, and we'll see how long it's going to be. The over-under, the last I checked on Kalshi, because that's the stuff that matters. How long is he going to speak? How long? So 53%, 100 minutes or above. There's a lot of markets here. You can throw some money down. I think he's going to go, I don't know if he'll go 100, but I think he's going to get 95, 96. I think that's where he's going tonight, which is, throw some money out there, people. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. You don't know. Will Trump's children attend? That right now, yes. How many children? He's got a ton of kids, right? Because I don't think Ivanka will be there. I don't think Eric will be there. Don Jr. will be there. Barron, I don't know if he's at college. I don't know where he goes. He might not be there. What's the other one's name? The other girl. I always forget her name.
Can't remember.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Sort of.
That was Ivanya's. Wasn't it Ivanya's? No, was it Marla Maples' daughter? And him?
I believe so.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I couldn't show, like, if you showed me a picture of her, I couldn't tell you who she is.
No. So so it's going to be interesting tonight, like how many people are paying attention too, because his big thing tonight, he's got Tiffany. Thank you very much, Tiffany. Forgot about that. Tiffany. I think that was Marla Maples. But he's got to be, people are like, this has got to be it. Well, he's going to say the same things. It's the greatest economy of all time. It's never been better. We beat affordability. Everything's great. He's going to roll out a plan or two that might be new. Talk about Iran. Talk about the border. And, celebrate the U.S. men's team's going to be there. And a couple other things. But I don't think it's going to be anything too, it's going to be what it has to be, which is him going out and he's got to rah-rah everybody up for the economy because that's what matters at this point in time. And I wonder if he addresses Iran. Like, does he actually address the Iran thing outside of saying we can't let them get nuclear weapons?
Well, that's real. In that case, I think the less is more approach is what counts, because he's not going to start getting into anything in terms of strategies or anything like that. It's just going to be, hey, Iran really wants to make a nuclear deal with us because the other option's not in their best interest.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because the other option's not in the best. It's going to be great. It's going to be yippity yappity you. Greatest of the great. Some people do speeches. I do great speeches. This is a speech that'll be very speechy. Does he show up on time?
No.
No,
he rarely shows up on time. That's just one of his traits.
Yeah.
It's like Biden couldn't get his ass anywhere on time either.
No. They had to give him that shot in the ass just to wake him up. That meth. They gave him meth.
And in Trump's case, he's in the Oval Office, and they're going, "Sir, the car's ready. We need to go." And he's talking to somebody that he doesn't want to end the conversation with, and he's got all of his
or the hockey players will be in there with him, and he doesn't want to give up hanging out with the hockey players to go give a speech. But he said yesterday it's going to be long. So if you guys are coming out to the Steak of the Union tonight, right, in Smyrna, Legend Steakhouse.
Sold out, no tickets.
Sold out, no tickets. Show up anyways. I keep telling everybody that, just for the hell of it. You never know. Maybe somebody doesn't show up.
Well, that might happen, actually.
The entire world will be watching. I don't know. I mean, they'll watch it, but, highlights, right?
Iran will watch. The Ayatollah will be watching.
Does he bash your own pal? Oh, absolutely he will. Absolutely he will. Hakeem Jeffries will be there. The big wigs, for the most part, that are old school politicians will show up.
Yeah.
Like Bernie will be there, right? Looking all
Bernie will sit there and look all like a curmudgeon.
Yeah.
And he's sitting there making notes of, okay, I can slam this that he said, and I can slam this, and I can turn that into a campaign ad.
Yeah.
And he'll just sit there for the consumption of his anecdotes.
Yes. Chuck Schumer will be there. You know, the usual suspects that are part of the old establishment. And then the lady that's giving the rebuttals, Abigail Spanberger from Virginia.
All of a sudden, the door flies open and Nancy Pelosi comes stumbling in like Dennis Hopper's character in The Hoosiers.
She falls down, breaks a
kneecap. She's got a little bag, right? A little hooch in it.
Or she's got a nitrous tank.
Do you remember when she tore up the
Yes.
What are you doing? Like that? That's just, what are you doing?
Performative.
Well, it's all performative. Everything's performative. But yeah, that would be great though if she stumbles on in. Do you think people like her, like the people that maybe have had a few pops already because they started, the wine o'clock started earlier than normal today? It's wine 30. Do you think that they put them in there before everybody else starts?
How do you get any earlier than 9 a.m.?
She feels like a day drinker, doesn't she?
Yes.
Yeah. She feels like a day drinker. I bet a lot of them are day drinkers. I feel like there's still some guys out there drink highballs.
4 martini lunch.
Oh, goodness me. Highballs. So, yeah. Yeah, he could bomb Iran. Somebody said they could bomb in the middle of it. Yeah, they could. I mean, you never know. He could do that. I don't know if he's going to. I don't know if he's going to do it right now. Because he wants this. Because you remember, everybody's like, you hate Trump. No, I don't. Tomorrow, it's going to be the greatest speech of all time. Just know this. There's never been a better speech. Karen Levitt's going to come out and say it's the greatest speech ever, that you should write it down. They're going to carve it on a wall, that kind of stuff.
There'll be commemorative copies for sale in the lobby.
Oh, God, yeah. Don't even think. There's guys outside selling stuff. But he doesn't want that. He wants a little bit of that momentum, and hopefully he's going to get a couple point bump in the polls, because the polls right now, and don't look at the left or right, look at independents. And he right now with independents, he is in the dumper. He is in the dumper. And those are the things that matter, because independents put you over the line.
And traditionally, this is one of the most effective ways to get a bump in your polling, if especially when you put together a really strong speech.
Yes. I mean, because you've had, the access of evil speech, right? You've had, what was it? JFK talking about the Cold War and the expense of what the Cold War was going to be.
Yep.
You've had the Reagan talking about the evil empire.
Yeah.
So, I mean, these speeches are huge, and it could, like you said, the big bump here, but he's got to show some empathy, because
absolutely,
if you don't show empathy for people feeling, and not only feeling, but realizing that, yeah, you know what? Inflation slowed down a bit. Great, but it's still damn expensive.
We got more work to do, and I have not abandoned you. We are going to make this happen.
Yes. Show the people you're with them. It's going to be great. Gold-plated speeches. Everybody gets a copy. I'm going to sign it myself.
No, the signatures are only on the solid gold versions.
Yeah. Well, I wonder how many he prints out and signs to give to people.
Well, he has to give one to Johnson on site, and he has to give one to Thune on site. But who else would he be required to give one to?
He probably gives them out to people that are, probably Hakeem Jeffries will get one.
Schumer will get one.
Schumer might get one, but also out to, like, the hockey players, or any of his guests, because I think Eric Kirk's going to be there. So,
that would make sense. It's not like it's some grand difficulty to make extra copies.
No.
Put them in those little leather binders.
Some of those white binders that they use for the Epstein file.
That's right. That's worked out well. By the way, if you guys have not seen anything about the Epstein file, there's new news. First of all, Epstein apparently had storage units all over the country. What? And 53 pages are missing. 53 pages that were scrubbed. When you scrub something, that usually means, like, if you think your wife's cheating on you, or she thinks you're cheating, and you go, I want to see who you're writing. What are you texting? Let me see your phone. And they throw it across the street. There's a good chance that there may be issues.
You might have been on to something.
Yeah. Remember, was it Inflategate with Tom Brady? And he just broke the phone with all the hammers. But the reason was because the NFL wanted it. You're making $15 an hour, and you've got access to the NFL, the Tom Brady's phone.
Hillary Clinton did not bleach that server she had in her house
Because of coupons.
for nothing.
There were some coupons on there, and I didn't want anybody else to get them. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's right. So DOJ may have withheld FBI interviews with Trump accuser, is what some people are saying. Because there was an accuser.
Well,
way back in the day.
As sad as it is to say this and genuinely believe it, they are never going to give us the full truth.
No.
They may give us 98%. They may give us 25%, but they ain't giving us 100%.
That's why I'm not excited about these UFO files.
No. Well, yesterday, they scrubbed, 3.8 million of them have been totally bleached? Well, what are we doing now? Because I'm going to tell you guys, do you think it was because somebody saw something, we figured out it was just a scratch on his glasses? Like, do you think that's what's in there? That they're scrubbing that?
It was a scratch on the lens.
Yeah. No, they're keeping that one. Of course they are. You know what they're not keeping? Giant UFO monster walked in here, abducted 3 of my people.
Had 2 heads. 4 arms.
We've got pictures, and I've been to his planet. That one's not going to be on there.
The food's not that great.
No, it's not. The Ayatollah Khomeini. So, the Khomeini. Yeah, he would like to wait a day or two because you want to let this thing breathe a little bit, especially if it's the greatest of, it's never been greater. This Lincoln character, he thought it was good. He was like 4 scores. Like, no, nobody speaks like that, Abe.
He'll probably say something that might make them think it's coming, but you want to keep them on their toes and keep them guessing.
Yeah.
So you say that thing and then you don't do anything.
No. It'll be, I think they're going to fight around us. I think we'll launch stuff and they don't want to get into it with us. They want to make it more about Israel. And I think they're going to focus on Israel and some of our allies in the region as well.
Well, that's what Saddam did the first time we went into Iraq.
Yeah.
Was he started shelling Israel and sending what were the
Scud missiles?
Yeah, thank you. Scud missiles.
Part of the reason they did that is because Bibi Netanyahu went to Congress. Do you guys remember? They're like, they're part of 9/11. And, by the way, on top of that, they got nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction. And we're like, oh, they do? And then we're like, they were never part of 9/11. Good God. All right, coming up, Hot Take Tuesday, because it's hot, but it's not hot. It's still kind of cool outside. It's going to be warmer later on this week. Chad Benson, Super Talk 99.7. Omaha Steaks is delicious and nutritious because it's protein for you. Omaha Steaks is awesome. Last night, my wife made us some amazing chicken with pasta. Thank you, Omaha Steaks. You will love Omaha Steaks right now. Are you ready for this? Semi-annual sale, 50% off site-wide. 50% off site-wide. The best burgers, the best steaks, the best dogs, pork chops, chicken, you name it, they've got it all. USDA. Absolutely just certified tender love. You're going to love these. Now, on top of all of the amazing sales, right? So you got 50% off site-wide. If you want seafood, they got it. If you want just burgers, they got it. If you want to make your own, they've got it. 50% off. You're going to get extra $35 off when you use my code Benson when you check out. 100% unconditional, bite-for-bite money-back guarantee. They're the best around. Family-owned for more than 100 years. America's Butchers. That is Omaha Steaks. This is what I want you to do. Save 50% off site-wide. It's their semi-annual sale. $35 off when you use promo code Benson at checkout. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use my code Benson to save not only 50%, but an extra $35 off when you check out. omahasteaks.com. Promo code Benson at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details.
86-minute delay, westbound 24 through Smyrna. You've got the right 3 lanes blocked for road work. You got bridge work in Madison. It's impacting both east and westbound Briley Parkway there at 65. Bridge work in Franklin, 840 eastbound at 65. And emergency crews in Williamson County on the scene where a small aircraft had to make an emergency landing today. Details at 1:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is Tuesday. That means we, us three and you, drop it each and every Tuesday like it's hot take, hot take, hot take Tuesday. Oh, yeah. In fuego. We're going to start with young Ken. What you got for us, brother?
In honor of tonight's Steak of the Union at Legends in Smyrna, a sizzling hot take for anyone with a beard like me. The napkin stays benched until the last bite is gone. Some folks call it sloppy. I call it commitment to the craft.
Oh, yeah, it is.
And
guys,
I might need a snack later.
You never know. Like I said last time, you never know what you can find in there. You ever just like lick the side of your mouth and you're like, that's barbecue sauce.
Oh, yeah,
I haven't eaten barbecue in a week.
I forgot. Boy, that egg was great.
And I've showered like 5 times. Man, I'm not doing it right. Oh, my Lord. Over to young Bell with his long hair, dulcet tones, putting in his earbuds.
Making your bed is stupid. It's dumb. Has always been dumb. It's ridiculous. And I'm not going to do it. Ever.
You're just going to mess it up again.
Because I get done, I get up, I get ready in the morning. My cats take over the bed. I'm not making it. It's dumb.
Dude, my cat, who, by the way, will not eat salmon. I got a whole thing of salmon I'll bring to you tomorrow.
Really?
Thank you.
He hates salmon.
Because mine are snacking down on the stuff you
He doesn't like, he's like, I'm not eating that. What do you think I am? I don't eat that stuff. I want chicken and I want real tuna. I want you to catch me. I thought you guys were going to be tuna fishermen.
Yeah.
We are. We're working on it. We got to get a boat first. And my assumption is when we tuna fish like that, we actually got to catch it with a pole, right? We're not net catching.
Yeah, got to catch it with a pole. Ooh,
deep.
that's going to be a fight.
That's what makes it hard to land those, those ones that are worth $5,000-$10,000.
Yeah, it's going to be good, but we're going to be good at it. I can already tell.
And we can save the small ones for the cats.
Yeah. Which one of us gets to be Lieutenant Dan when it goes south? Stand up there and scream at God. My hot take. Those damn razors don't last long enough. In the showers, anywhere. You get them 2 sometimes, and you're like, oh, that's not a big deal. I'll just go get another one. Oh, my God, it's $50 for a set of 9. Especially those mocks, which are amazing. I don't know what they do with them. It's magic, right? Angel tears. I don't know what's on them, but they're incredible. But I don't want to spend $48 at Costco. I don't. And every one of you listening, guys, you know, you have used a razor way longer than you should. How many of you used a razor and you're like, oh, it's got a little rust on it, but I'll be fine. I've had my touch in the shop. Yeah. It's nuts. And the expense of these things is incredible. What do they do? Is there heroin in there? Which would be weird.
No, that's how they get you. They sell you the handle, and then they make sure that their blades are proprietary to fit the handle.
Yeah, they got special aftershave strips.
Here's my big idea. Any one of you steals it out there, we know it's you, and you're going to have to pay us 10%. I've thought we need to patent some sort of razor blade that has different heads that you can snap on, and no matter, because everybody's got 4 or 5 razors laying around. Like, I don't know what the hell this one goes to. Could you imagine how well we would do with our mandals and the magic razor?
Sony's computer department used to intentionally make their stuff proprietary so you weren't able to interchange parts from other companies.
Yeah, see.
And I got fed up with it because I had a Sony computer at one time. And I'm like, I'm done with this company.
Yeah.
Out.
Yeah. But could you imagine if you sold one? Could you see us? First of all, we start out the fairs, right? Right after we get right off the tuna boat.
Yeah.
And we got to shower really quick, and then we head over, and then we're like selling them at the fair, right? Just right next to the ShamWow guy and the guy that's teaching you guys how to cook. And we're going to be like, check out our razors. Doesn't matter what razor you have. We've got proprietary, this stuff is amazing. It's ours. We invented it. It fits any razor. So if you've got one that you don't know where it came from 3 years ago, boom. If you've got one that you bought yesterday but you can't find the handle, boom, it works. Oh, we'd be rich. Rich! Rich, I say rich.
Tuna fish and razors.
Tuna fish and razors and mandals, kids.
61.39 In-N-Out burgers are mediocre. I haven't had one yet, but I'm going to ban them just based on what they saying that.
So switch to Patriot Shave, American made, better quality, and cheaper than others.
Oh, well.
Well, maybe I'll try that. Patriots. Does it help me bleed red, white, and blue?
Well, at least red.
There you go. There you go, kids. All right, coming up. Still some serious issues with the BAFTAs. Nobody really understands, apparently, here in America, exactly how Tourette's works, which is shocking because there's been lots of accusations about this poor guy, Jonathan Davidson.
Did they get any commentary from Michael Jordan or what's the other guy's name, Lindo?
They were shocked. And they were upset, and I'll tell you why. Oh, my God, that's a tease.
Did they understand?
You know what? Maybe they did or didn't, but you'll have to listen to find out. Chat, Bet's Super Talk 997.
That's an hour-long delay now, westbound 24 through Smyrna and Laverne for that road work.
Well, thank God we're not going in that direction.
You got the right 3 lanes, Blog. Yeah, not going in that direction, thank goodness. Well, emergency crews in Williamson County responding this morning after a small aircraft made a safe emergency landing. It had taken off from Murfreesboro, according to reports. The landing happened near McKee-Padilla Road, leading to an increased first responder presence. Sheriff's officials say the lone pilot walked away without injury. Got the NTSB going to investigate. And a judge has refused to remove prosecutors from the case against Tyler Robinson, accused of killing Charlie Kirk. Defense attorneys argued the team was compromised because a prosecutor's daughter was at the event where Kirk was murdered. The defense argued that connection tainted the decision to seek the death penalty. Well, Judge Tony Graff ruled there was no conflict requiring disqualification, and the Utah County Attorney's Office remains in charge as the case moves ahead. Rutherford County schools say a weapon detection system stopped a gun from entering Riverdale High School today. The device alerted administrators who searched a 17-year-old student, found a gun in the student's coat. That student detained, taken to juvenile detention with charges pending. District officials say the system's doing what it's designed to do, keep weapons out of schools. By the way, that student is expelled. Extra security added at Lewis County schools today after a phone threat involving an elementary student. The district says it learned of the threat early this morning and immediately increased security at the elementary, intermediate, and pre-K campuses in Lewis County. Investigators traced that call to a small town near Santa Cruz, California. The FBI now working to determine whether the threat was credible. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Capital Management Weather Center.
Chilly again today, but a warm up is coming. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Melanie Layden. High temperatures in the 40s today with a biting wind chill. Lows will be down to 40s tonight, and we will see a warm up coming as soon as tomorrow. We'll be back in the 60s in the afternoon, but that warm up is coming with some rain. We'll see scattered showers late Wednesday night through the day on Thursday. A few thunderstorms possible too.
Storms. Yeah, that's right. We've had the cold, but the storms may still be out there, and you never know what could be going on when it comes to your pipes. And that's why my friends at Busy Bee are ready to help you. Now, they're your trusted team when it comes to emergencies, peace of mind protection. Right now, 40% off whole home surge protector with any electrical repair. Keep your home safe and sudden outages and voltage just in case there's a spike. You don't want that. So the cold temps, for a lot of you out there, you may not know, you've got a drip here, a drip there, right? A little bit of a pinhole prick. Next thing you know, stuff's leaking, and you're going to need to have Busy Bee check that out. Right now, they've got you covered. $500 off select whole home water repipes, so they'll restore your plumbing for small leaks, because if you don't, guess what ends up happening? It becomes super costly. And if you got a clogged drain, and you think, we'll see what they can do. Don't worry. They got the 93 free still going. It's residential mainline clog special. If they can't clear it, you don't pay. This winter, stay safe, stay warm, and stay prepared with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Visit BusyBeeHVAC.com or call 615-775-7833. Busy Bee will take the sting out of winter problems. This portion of the program is brought to you by Nash Certified Alarms, baby. No long-term contracts, license number 645. Hey, Belle, I got something for you special. I want you to listen to this. See if you know this lady. She's really good at helping people.
We did not meet the expectations of our customers through this storm. I want to ensure that we can mobilize faster and integrate efficiently and get everyone running full speed in the case that we have another disaster of this scale. We are also planning on moving forward with a more aggressive tree trimming approach.
I thought that was a very helpful start from her place.
Yeah, I did too. You suck. Get out of here.
I think they can absolutely improve their responses right after she's fired. Teresa, you got to go. You suck.
Yeah, you know, what was the, remember, was it Cribs? Remember, you don't got to go home. You got to leave now. You got to leave here. That's the kind of thing. You don't have to go home. You just got to get out of mind. She failed. Look at what's going on in the East Coast. I mean, like the Northeast. It has been 18, 24 inches. People can't get out of their house in certain areas. Stuff was shut down like you could not believe. And you know what? Well, they lose 500,000 plus over several states.
And granted, that area tends to get heavier and more snow more often, but that doesn't give her the excuse that, oh, I didn't really know it was coming, so we didn't quite prepare right. Yes, you did know it was coming, and you didn't do what multiple other big cities like Louisville and Charlotte and Atlanta did. So you suck, and your compatriots don't.
Yeah. I'm looking right now and seeing them clear the snow, and I see lights on in people's homes. I see people's houses completely buried. And wow, look at that. They were prepared for it. Nobody was saying, look, if you had had 4,000 linemen and things went south, you know what? You were at least prepared. There's only so much you can do. You were at least prepared. But that wasn't it. No, you failed. Failed!
And failure should have consequences, especially when you're a CEO.
Well, when you're making God knows how much, realistic.
650,000.
I've seen everything from 350 with the bonus to 650,000. I mean, it's all over. And I heard yesterday they snuck on 2 more vice presidents.
They what?
They got 2 more vice presidents in there.
Oh, great. Well, that'll help.
You know, so I mean, it's just this wasn't failure. Failure. Somebody said there's no more trees to trim for about 10 years. Yeah, you're pretty good right now. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Next, she'll come out and say, we have just had this great budget windfall because we don't have to cut the trees.
We don't. We don't have to cut the trees. And, you know, by the way, if you guys think this is how bad it is because people are getting their bills, we got our bills, by the way, for my little studio. It was ridiculous.
How much was it more than normal?
Almost double the price.
Oh, that's inexcusable.
Yeah, almost double the price. And I'm only in there in the mornings. So...
What, did you get your regular apartment bill?
Yeah, I haven't opened that one because I just went, you know, just.
Like, I don't need to see this right now.
Yeah, because I can only think what this is going to cost. But you and I were talking about, like today, you were talking about Los Angeles, Pacific Palisades. Their houses have burned down and they're sending them bills because they haven't removed debris.
They haven't cleared the brush.
The brush and debris. There's nothing
no
left.
Brush.
There's nothing. It's a burnt ground in most areas.
It's city literally trying to just stick you and see if you'll pay.
Yeah. God, that's insane. If you were compensated, says TB, $650,000 to do a job and you don't do it, then you need to give somebody else a chance. Yes, I think we all agree on that. I mean, it's not controversial. It is.
That's standard business practice. If you don't perform up to the expected level, they move on and they find somebody else that they believe can do that.
And apparently we don't do that anymore now. Well, not in city. That's the whole thing about city, right? They make it impossible for you. You get moved, you get a lateral move, and it's, you know, that's it, right? You get a lateral move. You move from, you go, oh, well, you were over here on this board. Well, now you're going to go over to the water board, right? Or Ken's favorite, you're going to go to the education board. Still have education, Ken.
Don't put her on the water board. We'll all end up dying of thirst.
Oh, God. So this weekend, the BAFTAs, mate. That's the British Academy Awards. And we talked about it yesterday with the guy with Tourette syndrome. And if you guys don't remember, Delroy Lindo. I always say his name wrong. He's a great actor, though. And
he's phenomenal.
He is phenomenal. And Michael B. Jordan on stage giving out an award.
I am delighted to be presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making.
And, he says that. He says the N-word. He says the N-word.
He had to be just devastated and humiliated.
He was. Now that we're learning more about what took place that night from people that were there, that even before the show started, crowds make him nervous. And remember, this guy's Jonathan Davis. His movie's called I Swear. It's an autobiography of his life because the Brits didn't recognize any of this stuff through a vast majority of his life. They thought he was just. They didn't recognize any part of Tourette's or any of this stuff.
And stress, not always, but can be a trigger for it.
Yeah. And so what ends up happening is he had been ticking and he'd been shaking his body and doing all kinds of stuff, and he'd been cussing and he'd been saying things. Alan Cummings came out on a few occasions, who hosted the show. Great actor, just brilliant.
Nightcrawler.
Yeah, Nightcrawler, just brilliant. Comes out and says, hey, it's Jonathan Davidson. His movies, I swear, it's about his life. He is here. The crowds and stuff sometimes can make him nervous, so please bear with us kind of thing. Now, I'm not sure who heard, because if you're behind the stage, you may not hear all of this stuff. And the issue was the BBC should have went there immediately, as well as the BAFTAs, and apologized to them and said, look, guys, let me tell you what he's got. He's got Tourette's. And do not take it personal. This has nothing to do with anything. This is a debilitating disease. It's not like he asked for this.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it an apology. I would call it more of an explanation to what happened, because he didn't do anything maliciously.
No, but they should have apologized for not making sure that Delroy and them knew exactly what was going on. Hey, you guys okay?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, two black guys on stage in Britain and somebody's yelling the N-word at them might be a little uncomfortable, especially
if you don't know what's going on and somebody does that, you're like, holy crap, what did I just hear?
Exactly. The guy who played him, Robert Armayo, who won the award, by the way. So the BAFTAs are the British equivalent of the Academy Awards. This guy beat out all of our Academy people. He beat out the likes of DiCaprio and everybody else playing this guy, Jonathan, and he was asked about it. Yeah.
So the BAFTAs aren't just for British movies. They're for movies released in Britain.
No, they're for every movie.
So if you got a release date in Britain, you're okay.
So this movie didn't get a release here. It'll be released here this year, I swear. And somebody just said the show was on a 2-hour delay. That's the other part of it. The BBC had 2 hours to take that out of it, and they didn't. And that was on them. That was on them that they failed. But he was asked about this, the guy who won the award for the night.
And this was obviously very important for Tourette syndrome as well. Tonight, John Davidson was there. And in the broadcast, you could hear him shouting quite a lot, and some words that people will have found offensive. But what would you say about that?
Well, first of all, they're ticks. He's ticking. And we have to understand that, the way we perceive Tourette's is a joint responsibility. It's not shouting obscenities. It's not being abusive. It's Tourette's and they're tics. And so if it can lead to a deeper understanding of Tourette's syndrome and what tics actually are, then I think if our movie is a part of that conversation, then that's a really incredible thing.
The movie, I've seen some of the movie, and there's a great scene where he goes into he's on trial for something. He's a witness of something. And his attorney is black. And
this is in the movie?
This is in the movie. The judge doesn't know what's going on. So he says, raise your hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, so help you God? He goes, I do. No, I won't. I'm a liar. And he says all this stuff. And they're like, what are you doing? And then he says something horrible to his attorney, who's black. And he says, look, Your Honor, he's got Tourette syndrome. It causes him to say horrific, horrible things. And they look at him like, no, that's not real. That's not a real thing. It is a real thing.
What year was this scene supposed to take place?
Thinking like in the 80s. Because this wasn't a big deal. Like, some countries are behind and stuff like this. And some people think it's not real. It is. This is a girl who's going to explain the kind of tics and things that come out there, including the vocal one.
We are getting this out of the way right now. Bitch. Tics are not picked up from words you have in your vocabulary or even words that are just in your head that you're thinking about. Hello, my name is Rachel Orkeet and I have Tourette syndrome and I have coprolalia and echolalia, and I'm going to teach you about what those two things are today. I understand, bitch, that not everyone knows what that is, but I ask that you keep an open mind and that you leave room for nuance in this discussion because it is so incredibly important.
Now, coprolalia is, so there's two types. There's some people who just have tics, okay? And then there are other people who have all of it. And coprolalia is the vocal one, where you scream and curse and you say things. And one of the things they say is the brain has this need to say something that is emotionally driven, that is horrible, that is whatever it is. It's got no filter. But when they do it, it's a release. And that's what they say this happens in this situation.
Billie Eilish has Tourette's, but it only, most of the 99% of the time, it only manifests in body tics.
Yeah, and same thing with that guy. Who's that Scottish singer with the red hair? He's a good, he's kind of chunky. He's hilarious, but he's just got the tics.
You talking about Ed Sheeran?
No, not Ed Sheeran. The chunkier Ed Sheeran. That's not, God, now I need to know his name. Some of you guys,
Is he in the new Taylor Swift video?
No, I don't think so. Oh, okay. I just put Scottish singer and said with Tourette's. Louis Capaldi.
That's who I was thinking.
Who was hilarious, by the way.
He is in the Taylor Swift video.
When they said he sold out his concert, and he goes, it's for sex appeal. But he's got the tics too. And watching him, you can see how it manifests, especially when he gets excited or nervous.
My opinion, in short, about what just happened at BAFTAs, all parties involved deserve sympathy. I feel incredibly bad for Michael Jordan and Delroy Lindo for being subjected to that word, and I also feel incredibly bad for John Davidson for taking the word, as I know how mentally debilitating it is to have coprolalia. BAFTA should be held accountable for not editing the tic out.
Yeah, they should have. And somebody said, why is it was only they were on stage? They say something. He didn't. Alan Cummings, during the commercial breaks and stuff, he came out on several occasions because, think about this, your life's on stage, right? Somebody's up for awards, which it won a couple big awards. You've got hundreds of people around you. They're taking pictures, cameras, all of the nerves were tremendous. He only stayed in there for like 30 or 40 minutes, and he screamed all kinds of horrific things.
Yeah, and a lot of people don't necessarily know who he was or why he was there.
Yeah.
They just assume he's another member of the industry, and he starts spouting off like that, and they think, oh, well, here we go. We got a troublemaker at this year's BAFTA Awards, when it was just his nervousness causing his tics.
Yeah.
His stress.
That's it. I mean, and it does. And, ask anybody who's lived around or been around people with it for a long time. You learn to just deal with it. But, it's think about being that person, how exhausting it must be. This poor girl here, who, by the way, looks like a supermodel, and she can't stop dropping F-bombs and flipping off the camera while she's telling everybody what's going on. That's got to be exhausting.
I had a friend in high school who had Tourette's, not to the extent that it seems like this guy has it, but I always wanted us to get to the age of 21 together so we could go into a bar and I could just watch what she would say.
That's what I love about you, my man. Always making sure that everybody's uncomfortable.
Well, she used to, every now and then, she'd pop off with a F you or something like that, and I would just sit there real calmly and go, back at you, man.
Yeah. But, again, I mean, think about people you have to learn to ignore it. But if you don't know what's going on, or you're like, Delroy Lindo and Michael B. Jordan, and you're standing on stage and you have no real understanding of Tourette's,
your assumption is somebody in the audience is being incredibly disrespectful and probably should be thrown out.
Yeah.
But that's not what was happening. He wasn't being disrespectful.
No, he wasn't. And he recognized that. So it's sad that it had to come to this point now where everybody's like, they're threatening him, and people are like, it's only because they're black. And it's like, there were women up there and he yelled the C word. I mean, come on. It's not fun. It's not. It looks exhausting. All right, coming up. We got other stuff. And by the way, State of the Union I hear that's tonight. Is that tonight?
I don't know.
We should probably have a State of the Union.
Don't we do that? Did we? Oh, that would have been a great idea.
Steak of the Union?
Yeah.
It would have been. Hamburger of the Union.
I get your fat.
You do not. You get Ken's fat because he's willing to give it up. Mm-hmm. Chad Benson, Super Talk 99.7. Could the future of AI impact your retirement? Yeah. How about crypto? Have you had some? There's a lot of things out there that could be bubble-ish. Are you protected to the downside just in case? Why don't you talk to my friends at Bulwark Capital? They're going to give you a free Know Your Risk portfolio review. My buddy Zach Abraham, great dude, right? And they're going to show you what they're all about. First of all, risk management. How do they protect you to the downside, still give you the most upside potential? And that's because of the way they do things. It's all about fundamentals. They look for value in fundamentals. They look globally, not just at a few things here in the stock market in America. And that's what I love about them. They're up over 50-some% from last January through till now, and they're continuing to rock and roll. So why don't you do this? Sign up, get a free Know Your Risk portfolio review. It doesn't cost you anything. A second set of eyes on there. You can also get free market updates every day with Zach and his team. Go to knowyourriskpodcast.com, KNOWriskpodcast.com to get your free Know Your Risk portfolio review from Bulwark Capital Management. Investment advisory service offered through Trek Financial LLC and SEC registered investment advisor. Investment involved risk, not a guarantee. Past performance not guarantee future results. Trek 2647. Rocking and rolling. This portion of the show is brought to you by National Certified Alarms. No long-term contracts. License number 645. Interesting text that came in. Somebody says, I find you, Chad Benson, to be a major hypocrite. You constantly make fun of our president and then try to show some type of respect and empathy for a stage comedian.
A stage comedian deserves more respect than any politician.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Yeah, absolutely. In many cases. But our president, any president. You know why? Because comedians now have become the last bastion of people that are trying to hold any people in power accountable. And if you don't believe that, go look at what's happening in Russia. The only people that are even daring to challenge the pooter is comedians. Comedians. Think about that. Think about going and doing a show right at the Ha Ha Hut in Moscow. Right? No zanies there. And, you're out there just, you think you're crushing it. And you are. But you may be crushed. They're like, you must go upstairs now. They want to talk to you about new big tour.
We take you for a conversation.
Yeah. Different kind of tour. Different kind of tour they want to take you on.
It'll be of all the gulags in Siberia.
Have you been to Ukraine? They look for funny haha like your face. So that's And so for me, I look at it and I think, and first of all, there was no comedian up there. Delroy Lindo is not a comedian, neither is Michael B. Jordan. And the guy that said what he said is a human being who's got Tourette syndrome. And trust me, do you think that Trump would trade positions with him? No, Trump's doing just fine. He is. And you take that position and you're going to be criticized. As you should be. You guys criticize me all the time. And by the way, I never hear anybody, when I make fun of the white women that are loony, not one of you go, that's not very nice. Never get that, do we? Never. Ever. Because they're nuts. What'd you say?
There was that time that you slammed Chuck Schumer and everybody was like, oh, you should. No, I'm sorry. My mistake. That didn't happen.
No, that didn't happen. That didn't happen at all. All right, coming up, hour number 3, the big State of the Union. Some crazy new things trying to be passed here in Tennessee. We'll talk about it. Talk about crazy. Still, the potholes exist. That's all we got to say, people. Still, the potholes exist. Chad Ben Show, Super Talk 99.7. Happy State of the Union, not State of the Union. What am I more excited about tonight? The steak. You'd be more excited about the steak, too.
I would, for sure.
Absolutely.
I'd prefer a ribeye, though.
You know what? We're going to get what we get.
Maybe a triple size filet.
Oh, a triple size.
Yeah.
Triple the size.
Bacon wrapped.
Delicious. Oma steaks, baby. That's what I'm talking about. This portion of the program is brought to you by National Certified Alarms, no long-term contracts, license number 645. Bell, I just got called sickening. Your whole radio show is a stain on 99.7. Frankly, all your insults are sickening. What insults?
If you're not, how shall I say this, pleasing Mr. Trump, then that automatically makes you an enemy.
Here's my thing. If you're going to insult me or you're going to say something, be concise. That's it. That's all I ask. Be concise. Hey, Chad, I don't like your show because of what? Not you're a jerk. Okay. All right, that's a very broad statement. And I'll take that, by the way. I'm fine with that. If you want to call me that, I got no problem with that. But if it's for a specific reason, because you think this station should only cater to Donald Trump and all of his whims and anything he asks, you're wrong. Shouldn't be that way for anybody. By the way, once we do that, and Thomas Massey said this a long time ago, and I've said it a long time ago too, but I got yelled at for it, which is Trump deranged syndrome goes in two ways. People who are deranged against him and people who are deranged for him. And we should be able to criticize our president. Absolutely, we should. Because, and criticism isn't insulting. You should be able to look at him and go, hey, you know what? I didn't think this was a good move. I thought tariffs were stupid. They're never going to work. Well, yeah, they are, because they're going to bring back manufacturing. No, they're not. They're not going to bring back manufacturing. They're temporary at best. Why would I build a $200 million factory to manufacture T-shirts here when you're going to take tariffs off potentially? And then I got a giant factory with nothing. Some stuff will come back because we need to, especially with pharmaceuticals. But even if they do bring it back, what's going to happen? It's going to be robots. Let's go into the robots. Let's go into the robots.
Well, that's pretty much the people that look at Trump and have no criticism or critique of anything he does. They're robots.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that, and that's it. Robots. What kind of taxes? Because they're already talking about taxes in Europe on robots. I wonder what kind of taxes they're going to hit every robot for. You can't allow. If you think about, everybody's talking about, first of all, what's going to destroy us as a nation is if we do go to a basic income. Because that is, people need the opportunity to actually do something, feel like they're achieving something, and have value and bring value. If you don't have that, you watch what happens. But they're going to have to tax all these robots. What are they going to tax them at? How does that work? What do you get to write off? Another good question right there. So, but State of the Union, I wonder if tonight they're going to talk about, he's got to talk about AI at some point, you would assume? I would assume.
I would think so, but my question is, how in-depth does he get?
No, I don't think he gets too in-depth. Although the AI stuff, you know what? You know what we're seeing with Wilson County or wherever they're trying to put, is this the latest thing where they're trying to put ICE? I'm trying to figure out, because it seems to have been in several different places the last week. But what's happening with these detention centers is happening with the AI centers too. People are showing up in mass saying, we don't want this in our backyard. It destroys the water. It eats it all up. They get preferential treatment while everybody else has, power outages. And we're already seeing what potentially TVA and everybody may be up to. Because these things, Elon seems to think space is where this energy and everything's eventually going to come from. Well, you better hurry it up. But Sam Altman, did you see what he said that was terrifying? Oh, yeah, AI and robots are way better. You want to know why? Because they're easy to train and you don't have to feed them. That's scary.
Yet.
Well, they're going to feed off our souls eventually. They're going to eat us. They're going to live off our plasma. We must have their plasma.
That's what those pods in the Matrix were. They were just draining out the plasma from the bodies.
Draining them out. The U.S. men's team will be there, some of them tonight. I'm not sure how many of them are going to go. Obviously, they've got other jobs. Jack Hughes addressing the issue that has become an issue that shouldn't have been an issue about the women's team and the way that Trump, right, said, well, I guess we'll have to invite them, otherwise I'm going to get impeached.
And he flew them in on one of the planes used as Air Force Two.
Yeah. Yeah. So who, the hockey team?
Yeah.
Which one?
The men are the ones I saw. I don't know if the
Yeah, no,
females
the
were on
women, I don't know about the women either. But, that was the big thing because Trump said, oh, if I invite you guys, I have to invite the women.
I know that there's been so much headlines and, about us and the women's hockey team and, the video, but we hung out we're in the cafeteria at 3:30 in the morning.
So they were watching the games. They've been up hanging out with him. They cheered him on. The fact that we have this position now where apparently you got to worry about, you're bringing the men now. They're evil and bad because Trump said something silly. Those guys were celebrating. And I said it earlier. I'll say it again. Lucky. Ladies, you got lucky. You want to know why? It's simple. Because crazy people like this.
You took the president's phone call and then laughed about the joke about inviting the women. The women, as in the most dominant program in U.S. hockey history. Yeah, the U.S. women have won 3 gold medals, and so have you. In fact, they've medaled in every single Olympics since women's hockey was introduced in 1998. So yeah, they have as many gold medals as you do, but they've actually done it in a quarter of the time. So historically, they're the most consistent and dominant program of the two. And yet somehow, you get the majority of the headlines. You get the spotlight and the cultural relevance and the lucrative brand deals. Imagine joking about the team that set the standard. Is that insecurity? Or are you just so used to centering yourselves you didn't even clock it?
We still don't know what centering means.
Did they win any gold medals for cooking?
Let me check. Oh, goodness me. You know what you're never going to hear a man do, or a real man, say centering yourself. So I wanted to look. It's the practice of regaining mental, emotional, and physical balance, shifting from a stressed or chaotic state of calm, focusing and being in the present state, which they weren't. Let's be real. They're inside partying hard, drinking beer. They won a game that they shouldn't have won. They won a game that they were outplayed. Their goalie saved the day. Jack Hughes gets the winning goal. It's awesome. We win again. It's phenomenal. Great. They're partying, and Trump's on the phone. I mean, Hellebuck, the goalie, screams, hey, the president's on the phone. He wants to talk to you. He goes, what's up, Don? Why? Because he's drinking beer. Right? So the fact that these women are complaining, and it's not the women, by the way, the hockey team, they had scheduling conflicts. Some of them are still in college. Right? So this was not just them not wanting to come. But how they got lucky is, if they would have went, the same woman that says stuff like this.
Now I'm speaking directly to Jack and Quinn Hughes. Your mother is Ellen Weinberg Hughes. As you know, she's a silver medalist and also a former U.S. women's national team hockey player. Presumably, she's a woman who's been fighting gender inequity her entire life. She's also a woman who coached the very U.S. women's national hockey program that you laughed at. Your own mother. How many of you have mothers, daughters? Do you know that there are little girls in the stands at every game wearing your name on their jerseys? Because that's who you're laughing at. We don't call it men's hockey. We just call it hockey. And that's because women had to fight to even be allowed in the room that you inherited. Y'all had a moment to elevate the culture, to show the next generation, including my son, that hockey can be better than the stereotype. Instead, you co-signed that punchline. Do better.
They were drunk laughing after a win.
And the way she posits the whole thing, I'm just like, after you've run off at the mouth, I don't want to do anything to help you.
Yeah. Yeah. And here's the thing. That same woman there, if the women would have went tonight, you know what she would have said? I can't believe they went. He's a 55,000 convicted felon, child, blah, 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 whatever, sexual predator. They would have said all kinds of crazy crap about them going. So win or lose, going or not going, it wouldn't matter. What were you going to say, Bell?
Yeah, and don't forget that his crimes extend off planet, too. He has nuked other civilizations in the galaxy. So why he's not in jail, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, that's why we don't even get to find out what the real aliens are like. Because he nuked them. It's just, stop it. Stop it. We can celebrate. We can celebrate the women. We cheered them on, by the way. We did. We were on here last week. We were going crazy the last half an hour celebrating the women winning the game. We celebrated the hell out of that young girl, Alyssa Liu, winning. And as Bell yesterday's like, man, I watched her. She was amazing. We celebrated. Great. Let's not,
it was an exciting game that they won in because it was a 3-on-3. They won in overtime in sudden death, and it easily could have gone the other direction. It didn't. They pulled it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody just typed in, 23 said, we all know men, women need gold medals and talking BS and drinking beer. Yes. Somebody else says that blank has a kid. I'm just going to tell you, she's smoking hot. Like, not just smoking hot, the kind of hot where you're like, oh, you're a little Margot Robbie-ish. So,
With the craziness.
Yeah. So I centered myself a lot. I've been doing that. I've been centering myself. So we know what that is now, guys, if you want to know what centering yourself is. So who would be that woman? See, here's the thing. It's all crazy lefties here. All crazy lefties. And what are we doing? We're making fun of them, and they deserve it because they're insane. Tonight is the State of the Union. I'm going to tell you guys how this goes, just in case you guys want to know. It's going to be great. It's the greatest. Never been better. The greatest, better, bestest, best, greatest ever. Bestest, biggest, bestest. Never been greater. Greater, bestest, biggest. Supreme Court sucks. Does that feel like something we can see tonight?
Maybe.
Yeah. So the over-under on the what will Trump say during the State of the Union? Fake news, high inflation. It's all Biden's fault. Fake news. Everything's fake. Right now, fake news, 51%. High inflation, 50%. That's pretty interesting. Who's going to attend the State of the Union? Let's see here. My buddy, Barron Trump, 63% say Barron Trump. Neil Gorsuch, 66. David Ellison, 43. He have CBS fame, and he's, what's his name? Ellison's son, the guy who runs Paramount.
Amy Coney Barrett will be there. Gorsuch will be there. And who was the other? Roberts.
Yeah, Roberts will be there.
They'll go because they're not going to sit out and have Trump go, they were embarrassed to show up in front of me.
Yeah, no.
After their horrible decision.
Yeah, that ruined the country. The country will never come back from this. Do you think he says tonight, if it wasn't for me, we'd have no country anymore?
I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah. So I'm here to tell you guys that's a lie.
I mean, he loves being hyperbolic.
Oh, yeah. He loves being hyperbolic. And it's politicians. They like to be hyperbolic. Sometimes, though, it's like he goes fishing and he catches a bluegill and says, it was a great white shark. It was the biggest shark ever. It was 29 feet long. It was a megalodon. Oh, somebody's going to be like, you can't believe you made fun. Now, the big question is, how long will it go? Will it go 95 plus minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so, too. I don't know if Barron's going to be there because I thought Barron's at NYU. So would he come up for this? Because they're in school right now. So I don't know if he would come up for this.
That's not a bad turnaround, especially in a private plane.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's not like he's going to fly. First of all, he can't even fly coach because he's 12 feet tall. I wonder what is he, 6'9"?
No, I thought he was like 6'7" or something.
He's huge. He's big enormous. He's big enormous is what I'm saying.
He literally cannot fit in a
coach
seat.
Yeah, there's no coach seat.
And he's probably still going to be cramped in first class or business.
Yeah. Yeah. He might have one seat inside of the plane so he can put his legs out.
Plus they got to have places for Secret Service.
Yeah, that's true, because he ain't walking around alone. I'll tell you that right now. All right, coming up, it's Hot Take Tuesday. We'll do a little bit of That's Right, Chad Benson, Super Talk 997. Relief Factor is awesome. Somebody just chimed in and said, hey, do you think my daughter has Ehlers-Danlos, which is a disease and inflammation? It's just nasty. My wife has it. It's been incredible. So if you've got issues with, things like just everyday aches and pains, Relief Factor is going to help you. If you got issues with maybe you're working out a little bit more and your just legs are sore, your arms are sore, your back is sore, maybe even from your job, sometimes just from taking a nap because you get a little bit older, Relief Factor is going to help you. Formulated naturally. It's got omega-3s. It's got resveratrol, all this amazing stuff. But I can sit here and talk about like all the ingredients and whatnot. Here's what I know. It works. It works. So many of my listeners have chimed in and said it works. I'm training harder than I have because and I'll let you guys know what's going on later on this week. Something I'm going to try because I think it's going to be fun. But I'm training extra hard. And guess what? I have no pain. None. Zero, zilch, nada. Why is that? Because I take Relief Factor every day. It helps me when it comes to aches and pains, especially my joints, but really my muscles. So if that's something you want to get over, you're like, man, I'm sick of having sore muscles and just being, try this. Don't let pain be your normal life. Okay? Go to relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com, or call 800-4RELIEF. 800, the number 4RELIEF for Relief Factor. State of the Union tonight. We're going to be out at Legends in Smyrna. Coming out and join us before 6. There's no tickets available, but I keep telling everybody, come on down. Sold out, though. We're going to have a good time tonight. Come say hi, even if you disagree with me. You know what? Come say hi. I bet you find out we've got a lot more in common than you realize. And that levity is okay. And keeping people honest by poking fun and pointing out the absurdities is not the worst thing ever. And the reality is that, you know, if you go online right now and you find out who are the people that are trying to keep and have always tried to keep the powers that be in check, a lot of times the writers and the journalists, they're gone. They've shown all their colors, right? On what side of the aisle they're living on. The comics, they're not afraid to say, yeah, you know what? I voted for him. I didn't vote for him. I'm happy with this. I'm not happy with this. And call out the baloney. And I like that. I like that. It's that portion of the program because it is Tuesday where we have a little bit of fun called Hot Take Tuesday. Hot Take, Hot Take, Hot Take Tuesday. So it's Hot Take Tuesday. Belle is in there showing RJ to get ready for tonight. What you got for us in your hot take?
I am tired of people telling me to make my bed. I'm not going to do it. Shut up.
Ladies and gentlemen, Belle K, everybody. Shut the blank up. Do I make my bed? Maybe. I don't know. You know what? I don't. I don't make my bed. That's a lie because I get up so early. I was telling Belle last night, I get up like 2:15. And just to show you, because I was telling her, like, it's 2:15, I get up because I do my national show. So I get up and I told, as I came into work today, I'm like, I got to wake my wife up. She says, why? I said, well, let me tell you what happens, Belle. I said, I get up at 2:15 and I hear my wife and my daughter talking. My daughter's 7. Come around the corner. I'm like, Charlie. She's like, Dad, Mom's telling me about David and the Lion. I said, why aren't you asleep? She goes, you know I don't sleep. I said, I know. I get it. So, but no, I don't make my bed because I'm up too early. For me, and several of you have chimed in, you like the idea, but you're afraid to jump in my hot take, which is razors. The razors are cheap. They suck. They're too damn expensive. Big Razor is screwing us over, right? And every one of you listening, because I've heard it from you, you've used a razor, which you've thought, it's gone on way too long, whatever. But it's got a little bit of rust on there. But then what happens? You look over and you've got 4 or 5 razor heads, but they don't fit on any one of the things that you have. And that's why I said it's Big Razor. They're screwing us, and we need to come up with the ultimate, like, Swiss Army razor head that can fit any of those razors. But those razors are too damn expensive. Right? And I don't care that you tell me, they're manufactured in Germany and it was this. You know what? $50 for a set of razors or something like that is insane. Insane. So that's my hot take. Let me know what you guys think. Love hearing from all of you. Make sure you check out all of our social media. We got the old Twitch, right? We got the Twitter going on. We got the Facebook. We've got, I don't know if we have, I think we have Insta, but I don't know if we're live on the Insta. We're live on Rumble and, of course, on YouTube. So make sure you like and subscribe. Tonight, we're going to be out there having fun. It is going to be, so Matt's joining us here in a little bit, and it's going to be live with Matt from 3 till 7. And we'll start joining him around 6 o'clock tonight. And then, of course, once everything, we're going to go all the way till they start, which should be 8 o'clock-ish. Tonight is what we're thinking for this for the State of the Union. And then, of course, tomorrow we'll have reactions here all day long, but probably not us because we have One Hit Wonder Wednesday, White Woman Wednesday. But you guys get where I'm going with that. All right, coming up, a little crazy in Tennessee. We'll talk a bit about that, among other things, straight ahead. Chad Bench, Super Talk 997.
Management Weather Center.
Chilly again today, but a warm up is coming. I'm WSMV4 First Alert Meteorologist Melanie Layden. High temperatures in the 40s today with a biting wind chill. Lows will be down to 40s tonight, and we will see a warm up coming as soon as tomorrow. We'll be back in the 60s in the afternoon, but that warm up is coming with some rain. We'll see scattered showers late Wednesday night through the day on Thursday. A few thunderstorms possible too.
All right, Beacon Capital Management has you covered when it comes to all things in your retirement. From the dollars and cents, your investments, your retirement, your 401k, whatever you have. You don't want to outlive your retirement, to things that are important that we don't think about, not just estate planning, right, but healthcare. But then there's also long-term care, which is extremely important at a time when we're living longer, but at times it's not always great. So you don't want to be a burden to your family. And then let's not forget about taxes. And they can help you with that. And there's plenty of opportunities in One Big Beautiful Bill when it comes to taxes. Take advantage of many of the things that are out there. But the best way for you to decide what you need is by talking to Beacon. And it's simple. They're going to give you a free personalized financial consultation. It doesn't cost you anything to sit down with them, talk to them. They're amazing people. Call Beacon today, 615-488-9303, 615-488-9303. Whether it's taxes, long-term care, health care, or, yes, the dollars and cents of your retirement, they can handle everything for you. 615-488-9303, online at beaconcm.com. For Beacon Capital Management, this is a paid placement. I didn't even know how to start this, but State of the Union's tonight, so be prepared for that. We're going to do the State of the Union. And this is available to all of you right now. And I thought, this has to be a joke. Absolutely has to be. This cannot be real. Who wants to watch?
Hello, everyone. It's President Donald J. Trump, and it's Trump time. Check out this red beauty. It's one of my new watches. Wear it proudly on your wrist, and everyone will know exactly what it's for, who it represents. It's really going to be something special. It's for your favorite president. Get your watch today at GetTrumpWatches.com. Please make a great gift. It's Trump time.
What? Does nobody find that absurd? Nobody does? I mean, my God, Jimmy Carter sold a stupid peanut farm because he didn't want to, appear that there was a conflict of interest, for God's sakes. And you're selling watches. And by the way, if you want to know what the watches, they range from $499 to $100,000. That is kind of absurd, right? Like I thought there's no way this could be real. There's just no way this could be real. But no, he's selling these watches. So if you're looking for him, and he's now got an ad for him, they weren't selling as hot as he thought. So they've been advertising him. They've now brought those things up now more and more. And by the way, I'm a watch guy. Not these watches. Not these watches. Like if you want to go, hey, would you like a Patek or what you got there? Right? But $100,000. It's the tone deafness. And they've been out there for a while. They came out last year, but now they're starting to push them. And it's just, why would you? It's just, that's not what the president does. That's not what he does. That's not who you are. It's not what you're about. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I just think this thing is, being a president, you should be as transparent as possible. And selling watches, is just an odd thing. Maybe we'll give them away here tonight. Come on out, see us if you have a chance. I think you can come out till 6 o'clock and visit if you want to come out and see Matt and Chris and everybody. Will all be out there in Smyrna at Legend Steakhouse. So if you have a chance, come on out up until 6 o'clock. Meanwhile, we're moving stuff around nuclear-wise. Thursday, Geneva. We're supposed to hold more talks in Geneva. I don't know what that looks like. I think at some point in time, something is going to go down. When will it go down? We were talking about earlier. It's not going to happen tomorrow. I would be surprised. And partially because Trump's expecting a bump of some sort in the next 48 hours. You tend to get a bump. Tends to be your best bump when it comes to a one-off kind of thing, comes with the State of the Union. So will he get the best bump? That I don't know. But there's no doubt that they're looking at, they have moved a ton of stuff. So we've got the F-22 stealth fighter jets that have gone to Israel as part of the Middle East. It's good to know they're in Israel. And as I said earlier, and I was talking to the guy that comes on my show early in the morning for my military analysis, Mike Lyons, and we were chatting. He's a retired major, NATO guy, like served in, several theaters. And as we were talking about this, one of the things, I told him, I said, are we going to see them fighting around rather than fight at us? So if something was to go down, are we going to hit them and they're going to fight around us? Meaning they're going to hit, Qatar, they're going to hit Oman, they're going to hit other things, Israel, rather than come at us because they don't want that kind of heat. I would assume that's probably going to happen. Then you've got Raising Cain, right? So who is one of the Joint Chiefs, and the general who came out and he's been telling people, and then Trump's like, that's fake news. It's not fake news. This is a potential to be a bog down, a major bog down that I don't think anybody wants. I don't think anybody wants any part of what this potentially could be. I mean, you'd like to think it's one and done, but as we've seen from last year, it's never one and done. And then it's never one and done with Israel. So this will be a very interesting time to see, but I do not think it's going to happen tonight because he wants that chance to get the bump. The bump is big. And you want that in this scenario. You want to make sure that you capitalize on what goodwill you're going to have tomorrow. You're hoping. But as I've said over and over again, do not pay attention to the polls, right or left. Look at independents. Independents are the only thing that matter in this scenario. The independents matter more than anything else. Speaking of that, a couple bills out there. They're rather interesting. One of them has to do with Israel and what we call the West Bank.
Standardizes terminology in Tennessee state government materials by requiring the use of historically accurate terms Judea and Samaria instead of a political term West Bank.
President of the National Association of Christian Lawmakers, our body actually adopted the Judea-Samaria Act as a national model, and there are 15 states across the United States right now that are taking up this legislation. Judea-Samaria is where, by the way, 80% of the Bible stories that we read occurred in Judea-Samaria. Can you imagine somebody wanting to not call Tennessee Tennessee? Who would be opposed to this? Typically what we've seen is folks that support Hamas generally do oppose calling Judea Samaria.
What are we doing? So wait, we're doing what again? We're focusing on this? Judea, Samaria? That's kind of what we're focusing on here? We have potholes. You guys know about that? How about do this? Let's fix the potholes, and then we can work on some of the other stuff. How about that? Just let's fix the potholes. Well, we don't want you to call it the West Bank because that's a political term, and we don't want this, and we don't want that. No, let's fix the potholes. For us, all politics is local, and potholes are super damn local.
Folks, I'm not going to tolerate outbursts in here.
There's been a bill filed in the United States Congress to actually do exactly what this bill is recommending that you do here today.
So this is really about naming rights for something that's in another country. So, well, I'm not trying to be funny. Who benefits from a piece of legislation like this?
In the entire world, 0.2% of the world population are Jewish, and we have seen in the last year and a half, even in the United States of America, tremendous and awful anti-Semitism that's flared up. We believe that it's important for legislators to do our best to oppose anti-Semitism and those that would try to rename and get people to forget.
We're just recognizing in our documents, and I don't know of any references today necessarily, but in the future, I want to make sure that we don't use terms that are politically motivated instead of historically accurate, and that's really all this is about.
You have 6 ayes, 1 no, and 1 present not voting.
Thank you. You're moving out of full committee.
There's nothing else we should focus on? Not a thing. Moving out of full committee for this. Well, the stuff in the Bible, okay, I get that, but we're in Tennessee, and that's kind of what matters. Let's focus on that. Let's focus on fixing the issues here. Potholes. Let's fix the damn. If you can't fix the potholes, then maybe we should think about other things than, Judea, Samaria, and anything else. I mean, how far are we going to go back? The amount of stuff that the state legislature wastes time on trying to push through is crazy. And I didn't get to the abortion thing. We'll get to it tomorrow. But it is frustrating that we're sitting here going, okay, there's nothing. Not one time. I just want potholes. That's all I want. I mean, I twist my ankle. My car drives through pot. Every one of you have talked to me about the potholes. And every one of you, for the most part, Afton's pot for potholes was not a bad idea. We got to do something. But some of this stuff is just so insane. Trump's hours away from his big prime time. You guys are texting in. Ken's already made his way there. Bell's in there getting everything ready for the big party that is. Somebody just wrote in, I like this, 2985, screw the potholes. Nothing will get better until we stop supporting the Zionist. So, well, yeah, I know they're fixing potholes on I-24 for days, but it's a little late. Just across the board. The streets, right? The highways, the byways, they're everywhere. I'm amazed when I go down my little street here, they're building a brand new building and it looks amazing. And they laugh every day about how many potholes are out there. It seems like there's a new one every day. I'm like, I know, I get it. So I do drive, by the way, Chad, you don't even drive. And by the way, I twist my ankle at a pothole. That ain't cool either. Tennessee legislature is a joke. Much like all the idiots in Washington. They're worried about crap they don't need to be worrying about. 3476. I agree. We need to focus on things that matter. right? We can't, like here locally, right? Nashville. We have some issues maybe with, I don't know, taxes. People being put out of business because of taxes. We've got issues here with infrastructure. We've got issues here on a lot of different ways. And they're still walking around with it. How do we get affordable housing? You want to know how to get affordable housing? I'm going to tell you. Build. That's how you get it. You build. That's always been the answer. It's never not been the answer. It's never been, well, hope, pray, wish, want. No, you build. Why is that a hard thing? Why is that a hard thing? You build. If you build it, they will move in. It'll become more affordable. If you don't build it, but much like everything else, and it doesn't matter where you go in the country, NIMBY is a real thing. Not in my backyard. Not in my backyard. NIMBY is a very real thing. And that's why people are moving further and further out. It's more affordable. But then you got to start asking yourself, as we have before on the show, what is your breaking point when it comes to driving to work every day inside of the city? Right? What is your breaking point? Is it 30 minutes? Is it 45 minutes? Is it an hour? Hour and a half? But if you want to fix affordability, it's build. You want to fix potholes? Fill the potholes. The other crap is not necessary. And you're doing it because you think you're going to bring about end days and you want to make sure on the... It's just insane. It really is. Just insane. All right, coming up, we're going to wrap it up. Matt is already out there feasting, no doubt. I think Jackson's out there as well. Is Jackson out there? The look by Bell's like, yes.
He's out there not working.
Yeah, that's what he does. It's kind of his jam. You know what? You find something you're good at, you stick to it. Okay, Bell? We're going to wrap it up straight ahead. Chad Bench, Super Talk 99.7. It is the State of the Union. All right. Are we out there? How are we looking, Matt?
I'm looking pretty good. How you looking there, Chad?
Good. What'd you wear today? Because there was a big conversation today about whether or not Dan was going to wear some sort of special hat.
One of those driving caps that he likes to wear nowadays. Yes. I'm adorned in blue jeans and boots and a button-down black shirt and a pullover Patagonia like little sweater.
Nice. Look at you. Very sharp dressed man.
Got a big coat for later on because it's going to get cold. Ken, what are you wearing?
I'm wearing a flannel shirt and pants.
Hold on. No, I should have said it. Chad, I'm sorry. I should have said it differently. I'm going to try it again. Ken, who are you wearing? That's what they do on the red carpet, remember?
Yeah. Walmart and Target.
Well, you know what? That's the get ready with me, right? And you got to do a fit check.
Who are you wearing, Chad? Who are you wearing tonight?
You know what? I haven't decided. I was going to wear shorts. That was one of my original things. But I'm like, no. So I'm going to wear these cool red and black punk rock pants, probably some boots, maybe a very cool TJ Maxx vest, and maybe a skull cap. That's kind of how I roll.
Yeah, I like it.
Is it going to be cold out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's getting down to the 4. I don't think it's getting much colder tonight than it is right now. Ken Weaver would know, being the weather wizard.
Well, let me check the 7-day forecast here from the U.S. National Weather Service. 46 degrees right now in Music City. We're looking for a low tonight of 44 with cloud cover, and then a high of 60 tomorrow, but there's going to be rain. Wow. Hopefully they treat the roads.
Oh, I hope so. Hey, so
they got to do the potholes first.
How was your drive out there, Ken? Are we good?
Oh, it's fine, dude. I mean, it was like 25 minutes.
Okay.
So going eastbound 24, no problem. Going westbound 24, that's another story right now.
Okay.
And also, I don't know if Ken's mentioned this, but I was coming up 65 northbound, and they're not really telling anyone this. And, perhaps they've done the project and it's over now. But as I was coming up about an hour ago, 65 northbound, if you're getting on 840 toward Murfreesboro, they won't let you on that exit ramp. They make you loop around and go the opposite direction from which you would like to go. So you would think that they would have some sort of warning, but they don't. So a lot of people were going, and they have to loop around, and then they have to cut back across traffic to get going the right direction. So there you go.
So
that's a mess down there.
You looking at it right now?
Yeah.
No good.
Wow, no good at all.
And you know what they're doing? But you know what they're doing? I drove right by that. You know what they're doing?
What are they doing?
They're fixing the potholes.
Yeah, fixing potholes.
That's exactly what they're doing.
Now they only have 7 million more to do.
You know why? I have an answer. I don't know if you want it or not, Chad, but I have an answer. Because I did some research. And, they use different types of concrete and different types of asphalt for different climates.
Yes.
And asphalt reacts differently based on the climate. And so the asphalt that you would use up north where it doesn't get up to 100 degrees regularly is not the same as what you would use in Florida or, South Alabama where it gets to 100 degrees regularly, but it doesn't get to, 15 degrees with much regularity. The problem in Middle Tennessee is that it does both. And so it is next to impossible to find an asphalt that would survive all of those conditions. And so it invariably cracks. And once cracks happen, potholes happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, we all reckon, the stuff that we would use out in Arizona, you're not going to use out here because it's just all heat there. You've got different things. But you would think you would be a little bit more like when everybody's complaining, maybe you would go, hey, this is one thing we can all agree on, that maybe we should figure out a way to make these things, I don't know, better and try to get in front of them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, but it happens every year. So they get it as soon as they get in front of it. Trust me, I'm not defending the Tennessee Department of Transportation.
Is what it is.
It might be. Well, it is big asphalt.
Yes.
It's somebody's big asphalt.
Speaking of big asphalt, I think that should be Jackson Williams' road nickname.
Big asphalt?
Big asphalt.
By the way, somebody just texted in and says, if you're not using concrete, it's your own asphalt.
That's true.
That's true.
That's true.
That's true. But, yeah, I could see how – did you – he came in today, and he was super excited to go out there, old Jackson. He had his hair nice feathered like it was the 70s.
He looks good.
He does.
All three members of the afternoon brigade, Ken Weaver, Matt Murphy, and Jackson Williams, have recently shorn our heads.
Oh.
Yeah, I shored my head Sunday.
I'm going to tell everybody what I hesitate to do this because I don't want a mad rush to Mount Pleasant, but I'm going to tell you folks what small town living will bring you when it comes to haircut costs.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I can't wait.
Already told Weaver.
Floyd the barber.
Oh, basically. My Floyd's named Lightning.
I'd hang out at that place all day.
Every day, brother. Every day.
I love that. Well, Matt's straight ahead, and then I'll be out there in a couple hours. We'll see you guys at the Stake of the Union.
See you, brother. I turned it off. I turned it off.
3 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. And it is not a good start to rush hour. It is a 96-minute delay if you are westbound 24 between Waldron Road and Old Hickory Boulevard. The right 3 lanes are blocked for some road work. Bridge repairs has the right lane blocked. 840 eastbound there at 65. Brother Murphy just telling you about that. Talbot's Corner, we got a crash right now. Left shoulder block, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. We've got the full forecast and another traffic update coming up in 5 minutes. Right now in Tennessee, a small plane made an emergency landing this morning in Williamson County after taking off from Murfreesboro. Deputies say it touched down near McKee-Padilla Road, where residents noticed an increased emergency presence this morning. The pilot, the only person on board, landed safely, walked away without a scratch. No injuries were reported, and the NTSB has been contacted for investigation. A judge in Utah has denied the defense request to remove prosecutors from the Charlie Kirk murder case. Judge Tony Graff ruled today that the Utah County Attorney's Office can stay on the case despite claims of a conflict involving a prosecutor's daughter who was at the event where Kirk was murdered. The defense argued that connection tainted the decision to seek the death penalty. But the judge rejected that argument, allowing the prosecution team to continue as the case moves forward. Back here in Tennessee, a student at Riverdale High School in Murfreesboro found with a gun this morning after the school's weapons detection system hit on it. Administrators searched the 17-year-old, said they found the gun in the student's jacket. The teen was taken into custody, sent to the Rutherford County Juvenile Detention Center, and expelled. School leaders say he will not be back. Extra security added at Lewis County schools today after a phone threat involving an elementary student. The district says it learned of the threat early this morning and immediately increased security at the elementary, intermediate, and pre-K campuses there in Lewis County. Investigators tracing the call to a small town near Santa Cruz, California. The FBI is now working to determine whether the threat was credible. Metro Police say a 56-year-old man is in custody after shots were fired at cars on Murfreesboro Pike. Officers found Terry Williams lying on the shoulder of the road with a handgun beside him. Investigators recovered what they said were 9 shell casings at the scene. Williams is charged with felony weapon possession, reckless endangerment, and 2 counts of aggravated assault. And the family of Nancy Guthrie now offering its own reward for information that leads them to Guthrie's recovery. On Instagram, Savannah Guthrie with a new plea for information on the whereabouts of her mother. The Guthrie family now offering its own $1 million reward on top of money that was already being offered by others. Family sources telling ABC News the Guthries wanted to offer the reward sooner, but it was advised against it. Law enforcement still has no suspects and does not know Nancy Guthrie's whereabouts. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
eastbound at I-65. Talbot's Corner got a crash blocking the left shoulder 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. And then look for a crash right now over by the airport. It's going to be on Donaldson Pike, but it's right there at I-40. Crash at 65 northbound and I-440. Cool Springs got a stalled vehicle on the left shoulder 65 southbound at Moores Lane. I'm Ken Weaver.
I'm not. Hello, friends. Welcome on in. It's the Matt Murphy Radio Show underway for another day. Happy to have you with us this Tuesday, February the 24th, 2026. We like to be live and we like to be on location. We're normally live, and today we are on location at Legend Steakhouse in Smyrna. We've been talking about it quite a bit. We are now sold out official. However, if you just want to stop by and say hello to us, you are allowed to do so prior to 6 o'clock this evening. Once again, Legend Steakhouse in Smyrna, where we are gathering for our Steak of the Union. You see what we did there? I don't think we get enough credit for the pun. It's the Steak of the Union event.
That's real good, Brother Murphy.
Look, the guy at the bar liked it. He laughed. He gave a laugh right before he took a bite of food. He enjoyed that. The
4 out of 10.
Steak of the Union happening this evening as we build up in advance of Donald Trump's big speech tonight, starting at about 8 o'clock Central Time. That's Middle Tennessee time. It's episode 984 of our gatherings. We are appreciative of almost every single one of them. It is also day 401 of the aforementioned President Trump's second term in office. That's out of 1,460.5. And we say that last number just to drive the liberals crazy because we got a long way to go before this thing is done for y'all. We're on Spotify, we're on TuneIn, we're on iHeart, we're on app. Let me get the pleasantries out of the way. Jackson is already chomping, or as our good friend and colleague Brian Wilson would say, champing. He's already chomping at the bit to get on the mic. Spotify, TuneIn, iHeart, and app. Our own app is at Supertalk 99.7 WTN. And then, of course, even though we're on location, we're on Talk TV, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and Rumble, the only place that you can see my brand new haircut. Jackson.
Yo.
What do you think of this haircut?
6 out of 10. Pretty good for you.
6 out of 10? Oh, my goodness gracious. The
funny part is it's pretty much the same haircut I got.
It is. You know, it's actually very, very similar.
Yeah.
You know, part right there on the side, swoop that one back, swoop that one over, and then you're done.
Short on the sides, leave a little bit to...
Yeah, leave a
little on top.
A little on top to play with. That's what I said. That's what she said.
Did you get a hot towel?
No, I don't do the hot towel thing. I just want my hair... I just want my haircut and get out of there.
You know who doesn't offer the hot towel?
Who's that?
Lightning. So I have to tell the story. Listen, we are going to get into the State of the Union address. Obviously, it's big fun out here at Legend Steakhouse. Ken Weaver's on location doing the news, boys.
Yes, sir.
And I love it. Absolutely love it. We've got. I know it's a big event when the CE comes out. You know who the CE is?
Who's the CE?
Chief Engineer.
Oh, yes, sir.
Buckner.
Yes,
is
sir.
on the scene, making it happen. And juggling about 14 different balls at once. And it's fascinating to me how they make all these things work. And by the way, big shout out to Buckner. I would be very, very grumpy for the entirety of this show if it were not for Mike Buckner.
Yes, sir. He gets us out of a lot of jams.
Yes, he does.
Mm-hmm. So just a little peeky peek behind the curtain. I forgot my headphones.
Even who told you yesterday to bring them just in case?
So I don't remember this. Jackson swears that he said, you might want to bring them just in case. I don't remember him saying that. Because I said, oh, no, we'll have the headsets, so I should be fine. And he says that he said way back in the background, but I'll give you that. That's fine. I won't argue the point.
I can tell you where we were.
I screwed up.
We were right outside the studio. I was taking a sip of water.
Uh-huh.
And I told you just in case.
Well, one way or the other, I did not. And so I got here, and I saw the mic, and they said, "Oh, we're on the wireless mics."
On the wireless mics, boys.
Which I love. It gives us the ability to roam the audience.
Right.
Later on tonight, which is awesome.
If I could memorize my scripts, I could walk around and do the news.
I'm walking around and doing the news, boys.
Brother Weaver, I have to. I don't know if you heard this. What was Murphy's first reaction when he realized he forgot his headphones?
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I did.
Was to send me.
I said
to
this was
brave
at
I-24 at 2:30.
So it was at 2:15. Let's not exaggerate. It was at 2:15.
Like that matters.
And it doesn't matter. But my first reaction, and I didn't even think before I said it, I opened my mouth and I said, well, Jackson needs to go back to the radio station and get my headphones. And Jackson looked at me like I just ate a cockroach.
Yes.
Like, what?
Because I saw the stopped traffic on the other side of I-24 on my way in. And Ken, you weren't kidding.
So
It's
maybe
awful.
it wasn't. So maybe it wasn't my best idea, but I was very grumpy because I did not have my headphones and I was frustrated. And then Chief Engineer Buckner says out of the corner, I mean, it was like an angel from heaven. He said, "I've got some 7506s, and if you're in the business." The Sony Professional 7506s, they're just my go-to. It's what I use. And I was like, what? Can I use them, please? Just made my afternoon. So thanks to Mike for that. Ken, I'm excited that you are getting out and about with us on these adventures. This is a lot of fun.
I'm very excited to get out of Nuke's Closet B because, as you know, there is no window. And
that's why we call it a closet.
And I've got to keep the door closed because a bunch of ne'er-do-wells always come around in the newsroom laughing and telling loud, nasty jokes.
Playing Freebird.
While I'm trying to do the news.
Just bust on in there right past the on-air light. Hey, Ken, you hear the one about the horse and the dude with the he's doing something. I think he's on the radio.
What's Weaver talking about?
Oh, man, something must be going on in the news. So anyway, we're here, and you can come and see us, even if you are not a ticketed a ticket holder for the event tonight, which officially starts at 6 p.m., you can stop by and say hello to us prior to 6 p.m. So you just pop in the door, say hello.
They got a big
yada,
old
yada,
bar.
yada. Oh, they got a big old bar. Oh, I almost guarantee it, Ken, that you could buy yourself a libation or a drink of your choosing, alcoholic or otherwise, prior to 6 o'clock, and you can sit right there and watch us do a little bit of the show. But at 6 o'clock, if you ain't got a ticket, you got to get.
Yeah.
You know, that's just the way that goes. We told y'all, I love you, every single one of you, and maybe we can get a bigger event for you a year from now. But we told you that it would sell out, and it did sell out, and I'll give Mandis credit. I think he sold the last ticket.
That's way to go, Brother Dan Mandis.
So who gets to sign his head?
Well, I don't know. That ticket holder has to come forward. I have the Sharpie. Dan has privately, graciously, he told me, he said, Murphy, he said, I'm gonna push back on you on air, but obviously, for the betterment of the radio station and for the good of the country, I'm going to let him sign my head. You know that I'm going to do that. He told me that privately.
I'm willing to give Dan an option. Either a 45-second hug or he gets his head signed.
Okay. He's going to go with the head signing, I guarantee it.
I think he would probably go with the head signing. He did say that he would let someone do chalk on his head if they wanted to for charity.
Really?
I don't know why he said chalk. I think that I'm here. I heard this correctly this morning, that he would allow for a chalk design to be drawn on his head for a certain amount of money to charity.
What about paint?
I guess if he could wipe it off. If it was removable, I don't think we wanted anything permanent up there, like a tattoo. Although Mandis would look pretty good with a tattoo, now that I think about it. Anyway, Dan will be along a little bit later on. Chris Hand, of course. Chad Benson as well. The entire crew will be here. Ken Weaver all evening long as well. Plus Jackson Williams is on site, making sure that, generally speaking, everything that comes out of our speakers sounds as good as humanly possible. We'd love to hear from you on the telephones. I'm going to open up the phones here in a little bit.
Yes, sir.
And ask you a couple of questions about what your anticipation would be for the State of the Union tonight. And then I want you to offer me grades. I want this to be a report card day on Donald Trump. And I want you to be as raw and as hard a grader as you can possibly be against the president's first year in his second term in office. And I've got some categories, some basic categories on which we're going to grade him. Categories like immigration, both border security and deportations, foreign policy, economy, tariffs, Epstein files. And and there are other categories that you can potentially offer to grade him on as well. It's my understanding that Donald Trump is going to talk a good bit tonight about the economy, and he's going to make the case for the American economy and bringing the economy roaring back from what he considers to be the dumps during the Biden administration. So we're going to do all of that today. But before we get into any of that, so I got to tell you, I have been anticipating my visit to Lightnin's Barbershop for some time, since I moved to Mount Pleasant, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
And I said to myself, well, actually, I said it to my wife. Wife, we were sitting in Mount Pleasant Grill in downtown Mount Pleasant and having a lunch. And I looked across the street and I saw Lightnin's Barbershop. And it looks like a barbershop from the Andy Griffith Show.
Awesome.
It is just it's right there in the small downtown area.
Right.
It's got the little twirly, it's got the whole bit. It's got Lightning's on it. It's a chair shop, but I don't think they use the second chair, Ken.
Does it got a barber pole?
They got a well, they don't. Yeah, they got a barber pole sitting up, right in the window. So they got the whole bit. And I said, let me tell you something. Lightning is going to have to lose my business. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That he's
going to have to kick you out.
He's going to have to kick me out because he's my guy unless something goes horribly wrong. And it didn't, and he is. He's my, and I hesitate to tell you how much this haircut costs.
Really?
I hesitate. Jackson, have you heard how much this haircut cost?
No, but I have guesses.
Okay. So I think Ken knows.
Yeah, I do
Ken
know.
guessed.
I just didn't. I wanted to let on like I didn't.
Ken knows. Jackson does not know.
I think I heard you tell Ken,
how much
but I
does
wasn't
it,
listening.
So we have established that young Jackson goes to the salon.
I do, and I'm proud of it.
The beauty parlor. Jackson, how much does it set you back to get your ears lowered at the beauty parlor?
$20.
$20.
Yep.
Is that a family discount price?
I have no idea.
They give you a hot towel?
It's offered, but I don't take it.
Nope.
I'm there to get my hair cut.
That's it.
What about the you do the razor shave on the neck there, Jackson? That's always good.
Yes.
That's a no-brainer. So imagine what y'all are paying for your haircut. How much did this haircut cost me, Jackson?
I'm going to guess $15 because I bet because it looks the same as mine. Mine costs $20.
Mm-hmm.
Mount Pleasant discount because you have to fly all the way to Venezuela to get to it.
That's fair. That's fair. BFE.
So what's that stand for?
Bum fudge Egypt.
Bum fiddlesticks Egypt.
Mm-hmm. This haircut, once again, Lightning told me, he said, I haven't raised my prices in 18 years.
Excellent.
It cost me $8.
Ooh.
$8. And here's what I did. I pulled a 20 out of my pocket, and on the they have two chairs. Lightning's cutting hair in one chair, and the other chair doesn't look like it's been used. And behind that chair, there's a rack with homemade beef jerky on it that he's selling for $8 a package. And I said, I tell you what, Lightning, I'll give you $8 for the haircut. I'll get one of these beef jerky packages. I'll give you 20. We'll call it even. And he said, well, if that's fair to you, that's fair to me. And I said, well, that's fair to me. So
awesome.
$20. I got a haircut and beef jerky, and it's delicious homemade beef jerky.
You got a TV in there. You can watch sports.
Got a little
stuff like
got
that.
a little television, but there's a lot of talking in the barbershop.
Well, you're talking about the day's events.
Well, I asked Lightning. He said he's been there 27 years now. So since the 1990s, that's the olden times. He's been there longer than you've been alive cutting hair there, Jackson. And I said, so tell me about, I said, I've only been here a month. Tell me about Mount Pleasant.
Yeah.
And I didn't talk for the next 30 minutes. He told me all about Mount Pleasant.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't talk for 30 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
I need to meet this fella. Need to meet him today.
I did respond. I did ask questions. I will say that about the growth of the town or the non-growth of the town. I mean, it's a town of 5,000 people. I love it. I love everything about it. Lightning told me where the bodies are buried, though. He told me.
Gave you all the secrets.
All the deep, dark Mount Pleasant secrets. I'm aware of them now. But no, thank you for the haircut, Lightning, and y'all go tell him I said hello and thank him for it. All right, we thank all of y'all for stopping by, whatever time you do. The big show starts at 6 o'clock. Like we say, Dan Mandis will be along. Chad Benson will be along. Chris Hand will be along. Jackson's already here for better or worse. Ken Weaver's doing the news from out here. And we're going to, we've got Congressman Tim Burchett coming up at 3:35. Had scheduled Scott Desjardins. He, unfortunately, will not be able to be here. He's got a couple of scheduling delays that make it impossible for him to be here. But We will speak to you about your anticipation of the State of the Union. That's not all we're talking about today, however. There are some other matters of a state variety that we will discuss. Plus, I got to tell you, folks, I am a sucker for true crime. I admit that I'm a little bit of a sucker for true crime. I'm not as into it as some, but I'll sit through a Dateline with Keith Morrison with the best of them. I mean, who doesn't like a good Keith Morrison Dateline?
Oh, he's the one who does that.
Oh, yeah. Was it murder? It does that guy. Oh, see, you're doing your Keith Morrison is just the guy on Saturday Night Live doing Keith Morrison.
Well,
yeah, Bill Hader.
Yeah, Bill Hader would do it.
Bill Hader, one of my favorite cast members of all time, so that tracks.
And I think Keith Morrison has a connection with someone in. Oh no, we had a connection with the actor from Friends that passed away, Matthew Perry.
Yeah,
he is Matthew Perry's stepfather.
Yes,
I think that's I think that's right. I think that's right. So I'm a sucker for Dateline, and this I'm not taking away from the seriousness of the fact that a woman has been abducted, an 84-year-old woman has been abducted. But this latest thing on the Nancy Guthrie deal, and the fact that they have basically no leads, it is fascinating to me. And that house was apparently, they now say, scouted out. Prior to, they have multiple evenings where that individual was seen on camera casing the house. So the developments on that, we'll cover that. We'll take your telephone calls all afternoon long, 615-737-9986. It's the Murphy Show on location from Legends in Smyrna. Come and see us. Super Talk 99.7, WTN. When was the last time? Oh, I apologize for interrupting that fellow. When was the last time your insurance company actually shopped around for you? At King & Associates Insurance, that's exactly what they do every single day. Friends, it's Matt Murphy, and instead of sticking you with one company's prices, King & Associates Insurance, they actually work for you, and they shop dozens of top-rated carriers to find the best home and auto rates at the best possible coverage at the best possible rate for you. Because no two families are the same and no two situations are the same, and your insurance shouldn't be either. I spoke with Emory today about my homeowner's insurance at my new home in Mount Pleasant, and I encourage you to give them a call today as well. Maybe your premiums have crept up. Maybe you're adding a teen driver. Maybe it's time to stop overpaying. King & Associates compares options side by side, and they do not break your budgets. Call them today at 615-321-8121, 321-8121, or visit tkinginsurance.com. That's tkinginsurance.com. King & Associates Insurance, where smart money shops.
Major development in the Charlie Kirk murder case and another gun at a Middle Tennessee school. We'll tell you about these stories and more coming up at 3:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Mr. Weaver. Ken Weaver on location, Matt Murphy on location, Legends Steakhouse. Come out and see us at the Steak of the Union event. Now, if you do not have tickets, you can come out before 6 o'clock. At 6 o'clock, it becomes a ticketed event. We've been telling you all about it, and you, if you have no ticket, have no one to blame but yourself. So, we'll have big goings on. We'll have steak. We'll have food. We'll have enjoyment. We'll have fellowship. We'll have conversation about the State of the Union. And then we will watch as the 47th President of the United States steps to the podium in the Speaker's well, and he addresses the United States of America about the State of the Union. We will get your report card prior to that coming up a little bit later on. Also, it is my understanding that Congressman Burchett is in the midst of votes right now. So RJ back at home base, he may not be calling you right at 3:35. It might be we might have to float that. So we'll just navigate that as the circumstance warrants. So I don't know exactly when he's going to call, but there's that. Also, just to clean something up, Matthew Murphy says 3618 is not wrong, but he's not accurate. Now, see, that is basically, you could put that on my. You could put that. I mean, that's
we could put that in the show open.
That's basically the slogan for the show. Murphy's not wrong. He's not accurate, but he's not wrong. Either we have been. What are you saying to me? All right, thank you. We have been either we have been using for the past several years what is called OGFC, and that's why our roads fall apart in the wintertime. They will not move away from OGFC. It's a great aggregate mix for the summertime. But in wintertime, you get what we have now every single year. So, yeah, it's a blend that we choose to use. So, yeah, I would agree with you, 3618. I was not wrong, but perhaps not as specific as I could be. You obviously know more about it than I do. And then 3618 follows up with, I'm a fat bleep, and I could have walked from Murfreesboro to Nashville by now. T-Dot turning over operations to private contractors was a very bad idea. Well, I suppose I didn't realize that we had turned it over to private contractors. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Well, I mean, that's news to me. Say more, 3618. Please say more.
I just don't know why the work can't be done overnight.
You know, they did it. I mean, I remember a couple of years ago, Briley Parkway, they were doing it on. I mean, they did that overnight.
Right.
They do some of those areas overnight. Why can't they do 24 overnight?
Well, and I remember whenever I was doing the morning show, there were sometimes they were doing road work on 24 overnight. But I would think for something like this, well, I'm correcting myself here because it gets below freezing at night.
Oh, yeah. So they can't do that now.
Weaver.
When it's the weather that it. Well, I mean, I suppose that makes sense. OGFC stands for Open Grade Friction Course. Well, that solves that. That settles that. There you go.
That's a heck of an acronym.
I love it. All right, thank you, 7381. And it's 3:30, Super Talk 99.7 WT, and it's time for the news on Super Talk.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Right now in Williamson County, investigation underway after a single occupant airplane was forced to make an emergency landing this morning. Went down in the area of McKee-Padilla Road, prompting a noticeable response from emergency crews. Officials report the pilot was unharmed, brought the aircraft down safely, walked away without a scratch. Investigators with the NTSB have been contacted by the way that plane took off from Murfreesboro. There's a major development in the Charlie Kirk murder case today. Judge Tony Graff has rejected an effort to remove the entire prosecution team. Defense attorneys claimed a conflict because a prosecutor's daughter was present when Kirk was shot. The judge disagreed, saying the Utah County Attorney's Office can continue handling the case. This allows prosecutors to proceed as they pursue aggravated murder charges against Tyler Robinson, and they intend to seek the death penalty. Rutherford County schools say a weapons detection system stopped a gun from entering Riverdale High School today. The device alerted administrators who searched a 17-year-old student, say they found the gun in the student's coat. The student was detained and taken to juvenile detention with charges still pending. District officials say the system is doing what it's designed to do, and that is keep weapons out of school. Well, President Trump preparing to go to Capitol Hill tonight to deliver the State of the Union address. He has said it could be a long speech because, quote, we have so much to talk about. The theme of President Trump's speech will be America at 250. He says that it will be a reference to the upcoming 250th anniversary of the founding of the nation. The president expected to unveil several new measures to address affordability, including one negotiated with top tech companies. It will require them to pay more in electricity costs in communities where they are building new AI data centers. Electricity prices are up 6.3% in the past year, according to the latest government data. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, we've got that road work. It is an 85-minute delay, westbound 24 between Laverne and Smyrna. It's between Waldron Road and Old Hickory Boulevard South. Stop and go starts from Almaville Road, exit 70. We've got road work blocking the right lane 24 eastbound at Springfield, Ashland City. In Franklin, bridge repairs, right lane blocked, 840 eastbound at 65. And then in Cool Springs, looks like they're about to wrap this one up. A stalled vehicle was blocking the left shoulder, 65 southbound at Moores Lane. Berry Hill got a crash, 65 northbound at 440. Bellevue, 40 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard West. I'm Ken Weaver.
Commitment at the beginning of the year to try to lose a few lbs, and you've not lost as much as you thought you wanted to by this time this year. What are you going to do about it? Well, you can eat right, you can exercise, but the reality is when you get to a certain age, it is difficult to get the weight off in certain places. My friends at Contours in Cool Springs are here to help. both you fellas and the ladies out there, of course. You can lose body fat and so much more. Their Ultra Slim Body Contouring guarantees you'll lose 2 inches or that first treatment is free. Now, that's 2 inches on the midsection. I went in, I've done this. And I'll admit to you, much like you listening to me in your cars, listening to me at your places of business, you're thinking, Murphy, that sounds hard to believe. Well, I couldn't believe it either. Well, guess what? 2.67 inches around my midsection. First treatment. You'll lose over 2 inches or your first treatment's free. And plus, your first Belly Buster treatment is only $99. They want to introduce you to the program and show you exactly how it does and how it goes. It is non-invasive. It does not hurt, and it works. 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960 or online at ContoursLLC.com. Super Talk 99.7 WTN anticipating the State of the Union address tonight. Matt Murphy, Jackson Williams in the house, Ken Weaver delivering the news, delivering the traffic, delivering, generally speaking, on location at Legend Steakhouse. Ken Weaver, traffic is just... I won't say it's FUBAR on 24 right now, but it's close.
Yeah, it's fiddlesticksed up. Is what it is.
Yeah, it's no good.
Right now, I'm looking at. We had a listener ask about 840 going eastbound toward Lebanon. I'm looking at it right now, and it's a parking lot right before you get to Sulphur Springs Road. So I'm not sure what's going on there. It's probably pothole repair.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing some of that, and I saw some of it on 840. So y'all just, it'll be there when you get there. Y'all pack, as they say, Kent, I love this phrase. This is my favorite. Absolutely love it. Pack your patience.
Yeah.
Pack your patience, y'all. Pack your patience on 24. Pack your patience and maybe a six-pack. Don't
never
drink and drive.
Yeah.
Don't drink and drive.
Of Diet Cokes.
Let's talk with, speaking of the State of the Union, Congressman Tim Burchett, one of our faves, is on the line with us. He's got a couple of free minutes in Washington, D.C. as they build up anticipation for the State of the Union tonight. Congressman Tim Burchett, what's going on, brother?
Hey, just getting geared up. They're getting ready to do the big Capitol Hill security sweep coming up, and then everybody will start lining up to get their spot. So we'll see what happens.
Who do you think will be first in place? I think Maxine decided she's skipping this one. Cynthia McKinney used to be always on the row. I know that it's a big to do who gets on the row on the aisle. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's true, but it's a little different. Things going on, doesn't really matter. I mean, you're not going to miss it if you're inside. There's not a bad seat in there.
No, I was surprised. I got an opportunity, Tim, to watch, and I know you're on the floor when you're watching, so it's probably easier for you. But I got an opportunity several years ago to go to the State of the Union. It was Obama's final year, so the only negative thing for me was who was giving the address. But it was 2016, and I was surprised how little you can hear in the gallery because they don't amplify the sound in the room, so you just kind of are listening to the ambient sound of the room. Is it easy for you to hear the address when you're in the room?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It was because, it was made for people to use. Yeah, I don't think I can hear when they built it, so it's a little different. And then they've moved it around, but yeah, the acoustics aren't that great up there, but it's pretty loud. They've got the air conditionings going in there like crazy because when all the cameras are set, it gets hot in there and all those bodies pretty quick, and so and President Trump is wound up, I can assure you. Had a nice conversation with him this morning, and about 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and he's geared up. I think he's going to hit on some good points.
What is our over under on timing tonight? You think over an hour and a half?
I'd say that'd be a safe. I would hope less, but that's would be a safe bet. And out because you have to. They hold everybody in until he clears the building, and then you got then you got a million guests coming in at VIPs, dignitaries, and the press is packed in there, and then it's just a complete massive confusion.
No, yeah, they get everybody in place, and you have to stay in place for the length of time until the president gets there, and then they stage them in there. And we get it. I mean, what's the big thing? What do you think the biggest accomplishment in the first year? I ask you to not pick border security because I think that is huge. I don't think he gets nearly the credit that he should on it. But other than securing the nation's border as he has and begin the process of deportation, what would you suggest is the biggest accomplishment in the first year?
I think the economy. Mortgage rates are lowest they've been in years. Inflation's down to some dramatic lows from the Biden highs. GDP growth is strong despite the Democrat shutdown. Our country's safe. Murder rates are down. Stock market, everybody says, don't 50,000 liberal trash, and the Republicans are saying that. But what were they talking about when Biden was in? Every time it upticked 2 points, it was, stop the press. Democrats have turned the economy around. The government workforce has shrunk. Red tape has been slashed at rates we've never seen before. Peace deals that Trump's put together, he won't get any credit for it, but it's pretty incredible, really. We haven't gotten in anything. Americans have not gotten banged up in other countries. We got that little issue with Mexico right now, and then that just shows you what a lawless community is, and people that are gutless and don't stand up to the cartels. We're the leader in oil and gas production in the world, as we should be. So, and of course, our tax rates. There's a lot of things going on that you're not going to hear about from the mainstream media. But tax rates, and he was in his 45th term, and then he locked it down during the 47th term. So there's a lot there to pick from.
Well, and it's why I don't begrudge him speaking as long as he wants to tonight, because the mainstream media will not play fair. I don't ask them to lean one way or the other. Just play it fair and tell the whole truth. They won't do so. So he knows he's got a captive audience, and he's going to seize on the moment.
No, and they're going to the Democrats going to rail on this Epstein stuff. But where were they for 4 years under Biden administration? Where were they when Marsha Blackburn valiantly in committee asked for the flight logs, and Dick Durbin mansplained to her that he didn't know what she was talking about, and now he's championing that cause. It's a complete ability to not tell the truth and to flip things around, and it's unfortunate, but I don't want that bunch for us anyway.
Well, it's my understanding that you'll have you have a better pick of seats tonight because a bunch of these Democrats are refusing to even attend the State of the Union. I mean, it shows how childish they are. I mean, what would it take? I mean, Burchett, what would it take for you if there were a Democrat president to not attend the State of the Union? Don't you feel like that is a congressional obligation?
It'd be a stomach virus. That's
Yeah.
about the only thing. I say for Biden's deal, and you know how much disdain I had for them. But, you know, for his administration. I had my aisle seat. I spoke to him every time.
Yeah.
He spoke to me. And so, yeah, I think it's it's, you know, I think are we going to become the English Parliament? I mean, is that what we're going to do? I mean, we're going to become a bunch of people that just scream and yell and wave our cane in the air and, you know, as some act of defiance. Yeah, you got a First Amendment right, but we're on the world stage. Act like it. Act like you know, it's like Walter Payton. They always say when he'd score a touchdown, you know, he would look for the ref to throw the ball to. And you know why? You act like you've been there before.
Act like you've been there before.
And we act like a bunch of clowns.
Well, listen, I appreciate you spending a little bit of time with us. I know it's a crazy and busy day up there in anticipation of the State of the Union. I think we got you cutting in and out just a little bit, but Congressman, you know how much we love you in Middle Tennessee, and we'll talk again very soon, and we'll get your reaction maybe early next week as to what the president has to say tonight.
I would love it, brother. Just holler at me. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. There's Congressman Tim Burchett joining us for a few moments. I apologize. The Capitol complex and the Capitol complex is a huge place, and sometimes you're above ground, sometimes you're underground, sometimes you don't really have good cell service, and so that was not your radios, and that was not us on location. That was Congressman Burchett's cell.
He didn't say "dadgummit" one time.
Well, he probably said it about 14 times. We just didn't hear.
We just didn't hear it because of the bad cell service.
Yeah, but I didn't hear a single dadgummit.
I didn't hear one dadgummit, and we're at a bar.
I know, and we were going to serve drinks every dadgummit. That was the plan, but you know. There you go.
Well, at least we'll be obeying the FCC rules.
I'll tell you what. I'll buy a beverage to anybody that wants one every time Ken Weaver says I'm Ken Weaver. No, wait. I don't have that much
I'm Ken
money.
Weaver. I'm Ken Weaver. I'm Ken Weaver.
They don't pay me that much. All right. So now that we've got Tim and you know what, Burchett is correct, and I made the point. The president's going to talk for a long time, but there's a lot to talk about. I mean, there's a tremendous amount going on. I mean, think about, and just strip away the partisanship for a moment. Strip away, you know, conservative versus liberal, Democrat versus Republican, and think about Joe Biden's average day. And I understand he's a one-off and he's a special case because Joe Biden we clearly understand now, did not have, regardless of his politics, the mental ability to be president of the United States of America. He had passed the winter season of his public service, if you will. That's a nice way to say he was too damn old. And his day would start at 9:30 or 10:30 in the morning and end at 1:30 in the afternoon, and that was it. How many times did they say, oh, well, we're putting a lid on it today, and that means that there's no more public appearances. He's done for the day. It's over, and it's like, it's 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And if you did see him at 6 o'clock at night, you didn't see him in the morning because they had to prep him. And I said during the entirety of the Biden administration, the fascinating part about it is that as bad as it was on camera, that's the best he was going to be. Like his handlers, if you're the president of the United States of America, if you are the governor of a state, if you are a muckety-muck in the United States Senate, your people know exactly where you're going to be at every point of the day. They know exactly when you're going to be on camera, when you're not going to be on camera, when you're going to have downtime, when you're going to have meetings, when you're going to do this. Your day is scheduled virtually to the minute. And Joe Biden's handlers knew exactly when he was going to be on television and for how long. And yet he still couldn't get, quote unquote, up for the moment. Think back as to what was going on back then. I mean, and frankly, from the White House, there wasn't a lot going on, but there was a lot of stuff going on in the world, and the world was burning while Joe Biden was hiding in the White House. Now, the president of the United States, this dude starts at 5 o'clock in the morning, and he doesn't stop until midnight.
He may get 3 hours of sleep a day.
It's fascinating.
Maybe.
And I don't get it because, I mean, he does. Now, see, I've heard conflicting report. I've heard that his Diet Cokes were caffeine free, and I have a difficult time believing that. I mean, he does caffeine, doesn't he? He's got to do caffeine. I mean, I know he doesn't drink. He's never drank. He's never smoked. He's never done drugs. I mean, he's over 80 years old, Ken. He's got more energy than me, you, and Jackson combined.
Well, he wears out the press corps, too.
Yes.
Because there was some sort of report out where the press corps actually kind of bemoaned the fact that he is, like, they love how available he is, but they don't like how available he is whenever they're trying to get some shut-eye.
Right.
Because, I mean, something will just come across, on Air Force One headed somewhere. Something will hit him, and he'll say, I need to go talk to the press.
And he goes back there.
And he'll take questions. He'll take question after question. So tonight's speech, I don't even know if you can guess what the time limit's going to be on it.
2 hours.
It'll approach 2 hours. I think we're certainly, and I say this every year, and it does not matter the president. It does not matter the political party. I just wish that we would do less of the applauding. Can we listen to the speech? I mean, I understand that the Republicans in this case and the Democrats, when Obama was the president or Joe Biden was the president, they want to show off that they are supportive and they love it and blah, blah, blah. But can we do a little less of the standing and applauding? And frankly, and this might piss some people off, but I don't care. When should I start caring? I need to do a few. Ronald Reagan started the tradition of having people in the gallery and calling out people in the gallery.
Oh, yeah?
And it was, Skutnik, is that right? Larry Skutnik? Why does that name, y'all fact check me on the super
That's
text
the guy
line.
that saved the Potomac River.
In the Potomac River.
Yeah.
Was that Skutnik?
I believe so.
I think it's
Yeah.
close.
I'll look it up.
I think he was the first guy because that happened like a month before Ronald Reagan's State of the Union, and Ronald Reagan called him and said, you need to come to the State of the Union. And he had him in the gallery, and that was the first time that anyone had been in the gallery and had been called out. Basically Ronald Reagan saying, this is a great American. Look what he did for people. He's a hero, and we need more Americans like this in our society. Now, flash forward some 46 years later. Now we have. I would put the over-under on 6 call-outs. 6 call-outs tonight. All right, we'll talk about that in a moment. We'll take your telephone calls as well. In the 4 o'clock hour, I ask you the question. We want to grade the President of the United States in several different categories. If you have your own category, call us up. 615-737-9986, live from Legends Steakhouse in Smyrna. It's the Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy, and let's talk for a moment about your health coverage. You know, I talk about Shane Ring all the time with Cover Nash, and Shane is so good at what he does. Here's the deal. First and foremost, Shane does not work for an insurance company, does not work for the health insurance industry, works for you, and works to your advantage. Secondarily, he does, while he does not work for the insurance companies, he does have access to all aspects of their programs available to you in Middle Tennessee. Throughout the state of Tennessee. As a matter of fact, he has over 75 different plans that he can search to find the right one for you and your family. That's what it's all about. Saving you money, getting you maximum coverage, do not overpay, make sure that your deductibles are low and your coverage is high. That's what it's all about. And friends, do not buy into this narrative that you can't do anything right now because it's not quote-unquote open enrollment season. Not true. If you're self-employed, uninsured, or just tired of paying too much, call 615-465-0023, 465-0023, or online at CoverNash.com. Cover Nash, real health coverage on your terms, not the government's.
4 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Right now, an investigation underway in Williamson County as to what caused a pilot to make an emergency landing this morning. Sheriff's office says the aircraft went down to close to McKee Padilla Road. The pilot, who was flying alone, was not injured, walked away without a scratch. Authorities say no damage or injuries were reported except to the plane, and federal officials are being updated. A 17-year-old student at Riverdale High School in Murfreesboro is facing expulsion after authorities say they found a gun on campus this morning. Weapons detection system alerted school staff, who quickly searched the student. The gun found in his jacket pocket. The student's now in the Rutherford County Juvenile Detention Center. Charges expected. School district officials say he has been expelled, will not be returning to Rutherford County schools. Lewis County schools stepped up security today after a reported threat made toward an elementary school student. Officials say a call came in from a small town outside Santa Cruz, California this morning. Law enforcement went to the school. They upped the security there. Nothing happened to the student or to the school. The investigation's underway, FBI leading. Metro Police arrested a man accused of firing several rounds toward cars in South Nashville yesterday. Officers say they located Terry Williams lying near the roadway, recovered 9 shell casings. Witnesses reported he aimed at their cars as well as others passing by. He's being held on charges including aggravated assault and reckless endangerment. No word on why he was shooting at everyone. And the reward for information about Nancy Guthrie is increased. The money is coming from the Guthrie family itself. In the latest video from Savannah Guthrie, the Today host admits her mother may no longer be alive. However, the family still needs closure, so she, her brother, and sister are offering a family reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads them to her recovery. The family also donating $500,000 to the Center for Missing and Exploited Children for families going through similar situations. State officials warning Tennesseans about an unlicensed company selling health coverage in the state. They say LifeX Research Corporation's been offering plans by claiming people can get insurance by becoming LifeX employees. But regulators say LifeX is not licensed to sell major medical insurance in Tennessee, and no legitimate insurer offers plans through them. Consumers urge not to share personal information and to report any suspected fraud to the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance. Well, the overarching theme of President Trump's 2026 State of the Union address will likely be economic revival and affordability, supported by strong emphasis on immigration and enforcement, tariffs and trade, and national security concerns, particularly Iran. The speech will also weave in messaging designed to set the tone for the 2026 midterm elections, alongside a symbolic celebration of America's 250th anniversary. The president set to start speaking at 8 o'clock Middle Tennessee time. Woo! That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Let me tell you something. Brother Jay Harper was right. There are crashes everywhere, and if it's not a crash, it's road work. Let's get to that road work just right down the road from us right now. 24 westbound is still a 48-minute delay. You've still got the right 3 lanes blocked for some milling and some paving between Waldron Road and Old Hickory Boulevard. Murfreesboro got a crash 840 eastbound past Sulphur Springs Road. That's what's tying up 840 eastbound. Also, 840 eastbound in Franklin, you've got some bridge repair blocking the right lane there at 65. Cool Springs, a crash, 65 northbound before Moore's Lane. Pleasant View, road work blocking the right lane, 24 eastbound at Springfield Ashland City Highway. Over in the Belmont area, a crash on the right shoulder, 440 eastbound before Hillsborough Pike. And in Bellevue, a crash, 40 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard West. I'm Ken Weaver.
All right, friends, here we are. Here we go. Hour number 2 of the Matt Murphy Radio Show. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Can I get some excitement from the crowd? Oh, yeah, I did. Look at there. I got some excitement from the crowd.
What do you know about that?
I didn't know they'd actually do it. I didn't know that they could hear me. Yeah, we've got a few folks that have come out a little bit early to Legend Steakhouse in Smyrna. You're welcome, even if you don't have a ticket for the events tonight for dinner and the State of the Union address. You can still come out before 6 o'clock if you can get here. And according to Jay Harper and Ken Weaver, that's going to be a little difficult.
Well, if you're coming up 24, the good news is the backup is not impacting getting off at Almaville Road to get here to Legends. So now it's kind of backed up to there, but you're not going to get in the slowdown. And then right now, eastbound 24, that's not bad at all.
Here's the deal. If you're on 24 westbound and you're stopped at right before Almaville Road, is it Almaville? Are we going to Almaville? Almaville Road. If you're stopped right before, might as well get off on Almaville Road. Come on over to Legend.
Come on over here.
Say hello to us. We'd love to see you. We're going to get some telephone calls in just a couple of minutes regarding the State of the Union address tonight. Donald Trump says, it will be my longest address in the history of addresses. You know, they say, Ken Weaver, that Cicero, you know Cicero, back in the days, the Latin days, the Roman times, Cicero, he spoke for a long time. I'm going to speak longer. I do a horrible Trump, but one way or the other, you get the idea. He's going to talk for a long time. The address begins roughly at 8. We will allow, I think the idea is to allow ABC News to take over roughly at 8 o'clock tonight. Allow them to lead us up to Donald Trump. Here's the thing. It takes him. This is what makes the thing a 2-hour spectacle. Not only is Trump planning on speaking for an hour and a half, that's one thing, and that's all well and good. I understand that there's a lot to discuss. We've got immigration to talk about, border security, deportations, immigration customs enforcement, some states that are resisting, some states that are complying. That's just one topic on a laundry list of conversational points. If you bring up Epstein, you got Epstein. You bring up tariffs, you got tariffs. You bring up the Supreme Court decision, you got the Supreme Court decision. I mean, you bring up foreign policy initiatives. You bring up the war in Ukraine and Russia. You bring up Israel. You bring up Iran. I mean, all of these things on the table, and I haven't even mentioned the economy yet. And the economy is expected to be a major piece of this speech. So all of that adds up to a lengthy conversation with the American people, not only about what has been accomplished, that's one part of it, but what we expect to accomplish over the course of the next year if we can get Congress off their butts and actually doing something. Well, you add to that the sit down, stand up, fight, 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 all of the sitting down and the standing up and the applauding and the booing and all of that sort of thing. I mean, for me, it just gets performative and laborious, and I am... At 52 years of age, I got to tell you, I've seen enough of these things. I'm a little bit tired of the spectacle. I just want to hear the address. I just want to hear the speech, and let's move on with it. But nowhere is the spectacle more annoying than the president getting to the podium and from the podium. Folks, I've had the opportunity, and many of you probably have had the opportunity of being in the gallery. If you go to the United States Capitol, you need to make it a point to contact your congressperson and have them get you into the gallery area. Oftentimes, you can do this when Congress is in session, and there are opportunities for you to do it, for you to view the gallery area when Congress is not in session. When Congress is not actually in session, if you have a relationship with your congressperson, you can actually, they can get you on the floor and you can walk the floor. You can't take your cell phone or anything. And oh, by the way, as an aside, these congresspeople are not supposed to have their cell phone on the floor of the House of Representatives. Watch tonight. Just watch them. Just you watch them. Because all of them have them. And they're not supposed to. Anyway, it is not that big of a room if you've never been in it. I mean, it's a big room. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's as rooms go, it's pretty large. But the way that it presents on television, it presents twice as big as it actually is. It is not that long of a journey between. I bet you that the width of Legend Steakhouse is longer than the length of the aisle that Donald Trump has to walk down to get to the podium. It will take him 15 minutes. Maybe not.
17 minutes.
You think so? Between the time that they say, Mr. Speaker, the President of the United, you know how he does, the Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States, and everybody gets up and applauds. And then from the time that happens, we need to time it tonight. From the time that he says that to the time that the president actually says his first words, I bet it's 15 minutes minimum. Because everybody wants to shake his hand, and everybody wants to say hello, and everybody's got a few things to say to the president of the United States. And it doesn't matter if it's Donald Trump or, sleepy Joe shouldn't never have been there Biden or Barack Obama or whomever. It is getting progressively worse. And I don't know what we do about it. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything to do about it. For those that don't know, the history of the State of the Union is actually quite interesting. There has been an annual message to the American people from the President of the United States of America since the beginning of our country. And we prescribe that from time to time, the President of the United States of America, I think that's the language used, from time to time, the President will offer the State of the Union to the House of Representatives. Nothing in the writing of the Constitution of the United States of America says that address has to be in person. Nothing obviously says that it has to be via television or radio to the American people. I mean, it is specifically designed to be an address to the Congress so that executive branch and legislative branch relationship. I'm going to try to photobomb this thing. Hold on. Yeah, I distracted myself. I was going to try to photobomb that thing.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
You see it over there. You got to get in here, Ken. And a little photobomb. They're taking a picture over there. We get us in there? Okay, good.
We really messed that picture up.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. That camera is what they say is broke. So the address was never called the State of the Union until the 1940s. It was called the Annual Message from 1790 to 1946. It began to be informally called the State of the Union Message or Address from 1942 to 1946. And since 1947, it has officially been known as the State of the Union Address. I want to say, now, the address originates in the Constitution, Article 2, Section 3, Clause 1, which requires that the president, I got this right, shall from time to time give to the Congress information of the state of the union and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. In other words, here's where we are. Here's where I think we should go. Let's make it happen. I want to say it was Woodrow Wilson, and I'm certain that a quick-fingered listener will correct me if I'm wrong on the super text line. I want to say that it was Woodrow Wilson that first gave it live in person to the Congress. Prior to that, it was in writing. I believe that is correct. And then, and now, obviously, it's televised to the United States of America. And as time goes on, it becomes more and more of a spectacle of sorts for the nation. And sadly, the Congress wants to get in on it. And so now you've got how many interruptions do you think we'll have tonight? I mean, 3, 4, not from the gallery. And there probably will be 1 or 2 from the gallery, from the actual members of Congress that choose to attend. Remember, it was Congressman Al Green from Texas,
yes,
who did the whole cane bit last year.
Yeah,
he was holding up his cane and shaking his cane at the President of the United States. You can expect some of that this time around. I gave the over/under on the number of people in the gallery that the President of the United States will recognize as at 6. I think that's a fair over/under. Maybe 5. No, I think if you include the members of the United States men's hockey team, I think 6 is a fair number. You'll have Gold Star mothers there. You'll have others, perhaps someone from the Middle East there. You'll have, some other dignitaries or unknown individuals. I mean, and this has become a part of the annual tradition of recognizing these individuals. And once again, I do not say that it is a waste of time, but I do say that there's a lot of pomp and circumstance that's going on. And I don't need a lot of it. But
you are going to have that gold medal winning men's hockey team.
Oh, yeah. Do you think the entire team will come?
I don't know.
Who knows? The women said no, thank you.
Well, earlier today, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson was asked about it, and he said, we don't have a lot of room, and the president kind of laid this on him at the, since they just won on Sunday. But he said, we're going to make the room.
Well, here's the deal: 30. I think we're up to 30. Congressional Democrats are saying that they're not going to show up, so we'll just give them their seats.
Give them their seats. There you go.
Why not? Did you find anything on Woodrow?
Yeah. Where was
curious
that?
On this.
It says Woodrow Wilson revived the in-person delivery of the State of the Union in 1913 after more than a century of presidents just sending it in written messages.
Yeah, I see. I could go for going back to that. We'll just write it in letter form.
Yeah. It's a lot of reading. Because you got to think, if he's going to talk for 90 minutes, that's a lot of reading.
That is a lot of reading, Jackson. Thank you for showing back up to the show. How you been?
Hey, buddy.
You doing all right over there?
Yeah, I like your new goatee.
Oh, thanks, Jackson, for noticing. Isn't that nice of you? My platonic radio husband did not notice that I shaved my chin whiskers.
I don't like you calling me your husband, any sense of the word.
That's what the executive producer-host relationship ultimately is, Jackson.
Also, if I'm... Never mind.
Are you about to tell a joke about 2 guys in prison?
No, I was about to call you my wife, but I didn't like it.
Stand down, Jackson. Stand down.
Okay, wifey, back to the politics.
Yeah, let's go back to the phones, as a matter of fact. At 9, actually, I tell you what. Quick timeout first. Katie and Mike, hang in there, and here's the deal. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to give a grade for the President of the United States in his first year in office, in his second term as president. I want you to give me an overall grade, but here's what I want you to do secondarily, and this is the more difficult task. Do you fail the president on any subject in his first year in office? Does the president get a failing grade from you on any matter that you wanted him to address or he has addressed in his first year in office? Or perhaps it's something that you very much wanted him to do. I think there's a pretty easy answer for our listening audience on this, and I'm fine with that. But I'll leave it up to you to decide if, and you don't have to give him any failing grade. 615-737-9986. Overall grade, and does he fail in any of his subjects on his presidential report card? 615-737-9986. It's 420. Smoke them if you got them. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, had a major development in the Charlie Kirk murder case today. Also, another gun at school in Middle Tennessee. We'll tell you how that went down coming up at 4:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thank you, Ken Weaver, Matt Murphy, and the Matt Murphy Show. We are a limited version of the Matt Murphy Show tonight because at 6 o'clock we welcome the entire gang here and we preview the State of the Union at the Steak of the Union. That's where we are, Legend Steakhouse. Hello, everybody. Y'all come on in and say hello to us. Even if you do not have tickets, you can get in before 6 o'clock, sit down, have a libation of your choosing, lemonade.
Yes, sir.
Lemonade, a John Daly, an Arnold Palmer, whatever you want.
I'm pretty sure I saw an IPA.
Did you know?
Yes, sir.
I want one of those. Later on, a lovely lady at the bar was saying that she had a cold snap, and I've never had one of those.
Yeah.
But it looks delicious.
It looked real good. Had a real good color to it.
And when you said, ooh, is that an IPA? She made a funny face, so I know I'll probably like it.
Yeah.
Ken Weaver and I get along on a lot of things, and we don't agree on beer, but that's okay. We don't make a matter of taste a matter of fact.
That's right.
Ken, they make IPAs for Ken. They make all the rest of the beer for me.
Yes, sir.
And that's how that goes. All right, your telephone calls, 615-737-9986. It's report card day for Donald Trump. Where do you rate Donald Trump in your report card overall, his performance? Then we can break it down on immigration, the economy, tariffs, ending the United States' involvement in foreign conflicts. We could even break it down further when it comes to border security versus deportations. Do you give him a failing grade? The big question is, do you give him a failing grade or a less than positive? Let's say less than C minus, so less than C. That's average. C minus, D, F on any subject that he has tackled over the first year or one that you wanted him to tackle and he did not get to. First up, this segment is Katie on line one. Katie, welcome into the Matt Murphy Show. Thank you for calling.
Hey, thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
To me, it's super important. First of all, let me just say the major reason I called is I never hear anybody praise Trump about this one thing that he did that in my mind is huge.
Mm-hmm.
When Biden was in office, he signed over our First Amendment rights to the World Health Organization in that if there was another pandemic, then we would have to do what the World Health Organization ordered everybody to do. In other words, we gave up our First Amendment right, okay? And nothing big deal was made about it, but when he got in office, the only way you could get out of that was if the president withdrew us from the World Health Organization. Because the way Biden had it written up, it wouldn't even go before Congress. It was just a done deal. And so I want to thank President Trump for giving us back our First Amendment right to do what we need to do for our own personal bodies.
It's a good point that you make, Katie. You know when that became official?
When?
January 22nd of this year. So what happened was and I just looked it up, Executive Order 14155. I don't know that one off the top of my head, but I did look it up. 14155, Executive Order initiating the United States of America's withdrawal from the World Health Organization. We were required to offer 1 year notice to the WHO, which we did, and after 1 year notice, we have now formally exited the World Health Organization as of January 22nd of this year. And as far as I know, Americans are not dropping like flies a month in. So that's a good thing.
Well, I'm just so thankful. To me, that was the biggest deal. You know what I mean? Our First Amendment right is super important, at least to me, and should be to most everybody.
Well, and sadly, the political left, generally speaking, Katie, but specifically Joe Biden, Barack Obama, they seem to not only willing but wanting to hand over broad authority and aspects of our daily lives to these federal organizations, these federal courts, these federal systems like the World Health Organization, which do not have Americans' interest first and foremost in their minds. And for the life of me, I believed more and more as time went on in this whole New World Order strategy, as the more I heard the political left speak over the last 15 or 20 years.
Well, I'm totally opposed to the one world order. And if we don't have our First Amendment rights, we're really no better off than animals. You know, if they want to give us a poison shot, then we take it.
Well,
and that's not okay.
Well,
you know?
freedom over our own autonomy, freedom over our own bodies. Katie, thank you so much for the telephone call. I do appreciate you. And we'll get more. Thank you so much. We'll get more of those calls on the way.
You could share that, because I don't think most people even
Yeah.
know that happened.
Absolutely.
And it's huge.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, and
All
God
right.
bless you all. You're wonderful. Thank you.
Well, you're kind. Take care. There's Katie on the line, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. If you're the shy type, you're always invited to be in on the super text line, same telephone number, and you can opine on any subject matter of your choosing. A lot of folks calling in and a lot of folks writing in with their grades for Trump for the first year. We'll do that for the next few minutes. Plus, Mike and Old Hickory right after the news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Had a plane take off from Murfreesboro this morning, then have to make an emergency landing in Williamson County, and it was a safe landing. Happened near McKee-Padilla Road, leading to an increased first responder presence there. Sheriff's officials say the lone pilot walked away without injury. And News 2 reported that the NTSB was contacted as officials were gathering more details. In Utah, a judge has denied the defense request to remove prosecutors from the Charlie Kirk murder case. Judge Tony Graff ruled today that the Utah County Attorney's Office can stay on the case despite claims of a conflict involving a prosecutor's daughter who was at the event where Kirk was murdered. The defense tried to argue that connection tainted the decision to seek the death penalty, but the judge rejected the argument, allowing the prosecution team to continue as the case moves forward against Tyler Robinson. And a student at Riverdale High School in Murfreesboro was found with a gun this morning. The school's weapons detection system hit on it. Administrators say they searched the 17-year-old, found the gun in the jacket pocket of the student. The teen was taken into custody and sent to the Rutherford County Juvenile Detention Center. School leaders say that student will be expelled. And President Trump preparing to go to Capitol Hill tonight to deliver the State of the Union address. He has said it could be a long speech because, quote, we have so much to talk about. The theme of President Trump's speech will be America at 250, strong, prosperous, and respected, a reference to the upcoming 250th anniversary of the founding of the nation. The president expected to unveil several new measures to address affordability, including one negotiated with top tech companies. It will require them to pay more in electricity costs in communities where they are building new AI data centers. Electricity prices are up 6.3% in the past year, according to the latest government data. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, lots of crashes, lots of road work in the way. Let's start over on the East Bank going eastbound there at Shelby Avenue. That's a crash. In Franklin, we've got bridge repairs blocking the right lane. 840 eastbound there at 65. Murfreesboro, a wreck, 840 eastbound at Sulphur Springs Road. And in Laverne, we've got the right three lanes blocked going westbound on 24. That's where they're doing that milling and paving. It is a 61-minute delay. Stop-and-go traffic starts at Almaville Road. I'm Ken Weaver.
It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Matt Murphy, and this is the Matt Murphy Radio Show. Let me see. You know, it's Fox News. It's the Fox News website that does it. You know, when I had the presence of mind, I did not bring my headphones, as has been well established by young Jackson Williams, a.k.a. J. Willie, a.k.a. Y2J, a.k.a. Action Jackson, a.k.a. Reaction Jackson, a.k.a. Truffle Butter. Oh, you got a little whistle on the Truffle Butter one. That's nice. As has been noted by him, I forgot my headphones.
Told you to bring them.
But one thing I did not forget is my charger. But, man, the Fox News website, it drains a battery, man.
Yeah, well, it's very busy.
You know,
that's a very busy website.
That's the reason. It'll drain a battery on you because I'm down to 31% already. Anyway, we're live at Legend Steakhouse. Would love to see you. The whole gang's going to be here. Now, Ken Weaver's already here. Jackson's here. Matt Murphy's here. Mr. Bill from Hendersonville has stopped by. Brought us something hot. And I am a little disappointed, Jackson, that you have not already figured out what that is. He said it was an appetizer.
I will shortly.
Okay. Just curious. Curious if it's something that we want to take away from this room so that others cannot get their grubby paws on it, or something that we would want to share with the entire class.
Aren't my paws grubby?
Yes. Your paws are the grubbiest of the grubby.
King Grubby.
Careful, you get another nickname. So thank you to Mr. Bill from Hendersonville, who's so kind. Mr. Bill, for those that were not listening, remember he brought us fair food, Ken.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
And he brought us turkey hats. That was Mr. Bill from Hendersonville.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You know,
Thanks, Mr. Bill.
You know the first present Mr. Bill ever brought me?
What's that?
It was I want to say this is right. I think it was at the park in Mount Juliet. He brought me fireball shots. That's a true story. He brought me fireball.
All right.
At the park in Mount Juliet. And you know what I said?
Thank you.
I said, I like you. I said, I like you, buddy. And I do. I still like him. Y'all come and see us. Until 6 o'clock, no tickets required. And then at 6 o'clock, we become the ticketed event. And we are sold out. So if you waited until the last minute, I'm sad to report that we have no more tickets available. We will have a packed house, and we will have a grand old time starting at 6. Dan Mandis will be here in his, I forget what they call it. It's not a skull cap.
A beret?
No, it's like what is it called? A scally cap or something like that. You know, he's wearing those now. He looks good in them.
Like the old-time golfers?
Correct. Yes.
I don't know what you call those.
We always called them driving caps. I don't know why, but that's what I called them when I was a kid. But anyway, Mandis promises that he's going to have a new one tonight.
All right. Brother Dan Mandis.
I was listening this morning, and he said in the midst of agreeing that someone would be able to sign his head tonight with a Sharpie, which I heard this morning. Unless I misheard him. I think I heard that this morning. But in the midst of doing that, he mentioned that he had ordered 2 separate driving caps for tonight's show.
Just in case he needs one or the other.
Well, he said he's not really decided yet on which way he wants to go from an outfit perspective. Actually admitted live on a 100,000-watt radio station that he had picked out 2 outfits for tonight.
That sounds like Brother Dan.
And I'm listening. It's like 8:45 this morning. He and Chris are talking, and he's like, no, I have 2 outfits picked out, and so depending on which outfit I go with is which cap I'll go with.
Yeah.
And
he's coordinating with Chris?
He was conversing with during
that sounds like coordinating outfits to me.
Maybe. I mean, you know, off air, who knows what they're talking about.
Here's the thing. What if they come as Dr. Evil and Mini-Me?
Wait a minute. Well, Dr. Evil doesn't have a hand. Well, okay. All right.
Hand wears a bald cap.
Yeah. And Dan?
No assembly required.
You know, he will be here later on, and you can speak directly to him. Let's talk to Mike at Old Hickory. I love talking to Mike at Old... Oh, Mike at Old Hickory hung up. Isn't that nice? Or we hung up on Mike.
He did that on purpose.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he got tired of waiting. So a lot of you, Brother Dan and Mandy is from California. You got to remember that.
Oh, Brother Dan Mandy. Is that what they're saying?
I think they meant Brother Dan Mandis, but it came out
I see.
Brother Dan and Mandy, which sounds like a great folk duo from the 1970s. Ladies and gentlemen, Brother Dan and Mandy. 1843 says Dan should have been a girl. Y'all stop being mean. Dan, look, we can say nasty things about Mandis, but I don't think y'all can. He's going with the outfit that Amy tells him to wear. That is 100% accurate. That is 100% correct. He is waiting for his better half, Amy, to tell him exactly what he should be wearing. And TB says he looks like Ben Hogan in that hat. Yeah, I can see that. Now, several of you are offering your thoughts on Donald Trump and whether or not he gets a good grade. Sandra, for example, says, I think DJT gets a better grade than Chad would give him. Well, maybe. I mean, Chad's a little harder on Donald Trump than some. Let's see. Oh, so many of your comments. Trump gets a D- on the VA. Does he? I have, I admit to you that I do not have the intimate relationship with the Veterans Administration that would give me an ability to speak on that. But I would love to hear from some of our veterans as to whether or not you feel like the VA has improved. Now, understand something. The government never does anything as well as the private sector. Anything. I mean, maybe you could argue that they kill people and break things better than the private sector ever could through our United States military. Our military is pretty good. But our military is pretty good with unlimited funding. I would suggest to you if the private sector had unlimited funding and had the directive to go break things and kill people, that they could probably do it better than the United States military, too. That said, the United States government doesn't do anything as efficiently as the private sector. Anything. So to judge how the government is going to run a healthcare apparatus against the way the private sector runs healthcare apparatuses is a bit unfair, because the government is never going to be as efficient. The government's never going to do it as well. There will always be, sadly, horrific red tape that our veterans have to go through in order to accomplish what is so much simpler in the private sector. But, but I understand why you would expect more, and we certainly do expect more and expect better than the VA is currently offering. And I don't know if it has gotten better since Donald Trump has taken back over the White House. Trump gets an A+ on the things, except he fails on prosecuting traitors to our country. Clinton, Obama, everyone involved in Russian collusion. All of the names falsely saying that Hunter laptop Russian collusion BS. Take your pick. Well, I would actually I would agree with the analysis. I don't think I agree with the grade, and I don't think I agree that some of the names that you named automatically would be in handcuffs on a perp walk. But I would say this, that if there is a failure within the first year of the Trump administration, I do think that it is in the Department of Justice and how slow that part of government seems to be in terms of prosecuting individuals that have violated the law, in terms of investigating individuals, whether they went after Donald Trump during his time out of office while Joe Biden was president of the United States or what. Friends, it has been a slow, laborious process, and I've not even brought up Jeffrey Epstein and the Epstein files. The biggest disappointment for me, and I understand, I put it in its proper context. I understand why many of you have put it at the top of the list, because you're very angry, you're very upset. Children were abused. Children were used, abused, sexually and otherwise. And it is infuriating that because of power and money, people are not being held to account based on the levels of abuse that we know happened. And we know we're being lied to. I mean, the nature of what Jeffrey Epstein did indicates that he filmed it, he recorded it. He had to do so to have leverage over these powerful individuals that he had so much leverage over. So you can't tell me that the evidence is not there to go through to find those individuals that were complicit in the crime and then prosecute those people. But it's not even that. It's not even that. I understand that takes a hell of a long time. I understand that you have to dot your I's and cross your T's. You can't just start, when people say, oh, we ought to arrest Barack Obama. Well, what are you arresting him on? Well, you've got to prove those types of things. You have to have an evidence change. And we can believe till the cows come home that Barack Obama was guilty of crimes. We can believe till the cows come home that Bill Clinton was guilty of crimes. But unless you have evidence to prove those things, you're going nowhere. And it ultimately becomes a political prosecution. I know you don't want to hear that, but it's true. That said, the manner in which they handled themselves at the beginning of the year last year with Pam Bondi. I think Pam Bondi was a mistake as Attorney General of the United States of America. I think that's his weakest cabinet pick. It's not even close. Sadly, Pam Bondi paraded these influencers to the White House, and they gave them these y'all remember the folders that said Epstein Files phase? I mean, it's just awful. The optics were designed to try to to button it up, but the optics were all wrong. These influencers came out of the White House with the binders that said Epstein Files Phase 1. It was all old information. We ultimately found out that nothing new was given to these people. But they're coming out of the White House smiling and laughing and having a good time. And they've got swag in their hands. They were given hats. They were given other swag. It was just all wrong. And I remember saying at the time, and I'll say it again today, we're talking about pedophilia. We're talking about child abuse. We're talking about sexual abuse of children, and you're smiling and laughing and having a good time after coming out of the White House? That's all wrong. It's all wrong. And from then until today, they've never gotten on good footing with regard to Epstein. Now, I'm not one of those that believes that all of it's in there and all of it's as easy as going and knocking on doors and arresting people. But I would say that we need more openness. We need individuals within the Department of Justice that are more forthright in terms of where we are and why it's taking so long and how many files are there and when we're going to see the last of it and are we going to abide by the Constitution of the United States of America and by the laws duly passed by Congress and signed by the president. The president signed a law saying you have to release everything, and they still haven't released everything. So if there's a failing grade to be handed out, that's where I would hand it. Number two, I would give a Midland grade to deportations. I do believe that it seems to be taking longer than it should be taken because we are kowtowing to the demands of the mainstream media and the demands of the political left, who, last I checked, lost the election in November of 2024. And we don't have much more time to get done what we need to get done before the midterm election cycle takes over. And when the midterm election cycle takes over, friends, most of this is done for the next year and a half. Sadly, but true. All right, I see Mike has decided to call back in Old Hickory. Jay is out there as well, plus line 3. We'll get to your calls momentarily. It is 10 minutes until 5 o'clock. This is the Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. What is up, friends? Matt Murphy wants to talk to you about Grace Point Healthcare, and I'm Matt Murphy, so let's do it, right? So Grace Point Healthcare is a direct pay environment. What does that mean to you? It means that insurance companies do not get in the way between you and Grace Point. It is affordable, convenient, and comprehensive medicine in a direct pay format. All treatment decisions are made between you and the medical staff, not your insurance company. Whether you're paying by the visit or enrolling in the Smart Care plan, you're always going to get exceptional care at an affordable price. Now, believe it or not, as cold as it is today, things will be warming up over the weekend. Spring is right around the corner, and it may be time for you to get a little personal spring tune-up, if you know what I'm talking about. With spring, I laughed at people for a long time that had allergies. I was like, whatever, allergies, suck it up, buttercup. Now, I've got major seasonal allergies, and I will be heading to Grace Point Healthcare to handle those. Do not suffer year after year in misery. You can get complete testing and treatment so that you can enjoy all the season has to offer without having to worry about the allergies that come with it. Friends, new patients, mention B12 shots, and you get a free B12 injection with their first new patient visit now through the end of March. You heard me correctly. So you call them up, you mention that you heard about them on the Matt Murphy Show, mention B12, and you get a free B12 injection, which is a wonderful thing to give you a little boost this time of year. Go by and see them in Franklin, 599-6868, 599-6868. It's Grace Point Healthcare. Hello, friends. Matt Murphy for Efficient Heating and Cooling. I was just telling Ken Weaver this story, and I'll tell all of you the story. So Jeff Eddy and his team came out to my home. We noticed an issue with the heating unit about a week after we moved in, and it was something that was not noticed on the inspection, and that's all well and good, and that's fine. But they made it right. They got us through the winter storm. They did the best they could, but Jeff and his team, Roger specifically, said, Murphy, there's something going on here. We want to diagnose it a little bit further because we think that there's something a little deeper that we need to deal with. Well, they worked and they tried their best, and they will do all of this for you. They tried their darndest to make it right without having to replace the unit. Well, I got the news today that I have a cracked heater body, which is for a gas furnace is not good. That means that we have to replace. But they're going to get me the cost effectiveness that I need. They're going to do it quickly. They're going to get out within the next few days and make that replacement happen. But here's what I love. I trust that they're telling me that. I mean, Roger went over the whole thing. He told me everything that he did. He told me what was happening that created the necessity for a new unit. Now, the unit I knew was about 10 years old when I bought the home. So I understood that it was on toward the end of its life cycle. But the wonderful thing is this. They're going to do everything in their power to make it right before they recommend that you get a new unit, because they know we're ballers on a budget, right? And you need to save those pennies and save those dimes and save those dollars. So Jeff Eddy and Efficient Heating and Cooling, I would tell you they are the ones that I recommend for all of your heating and AC needs. Call 615-784-4424, 784-4424, or online at efficienthvac.net.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Right now in Nashville, Metro Police looking for several suspects after a crash and grab burglary at the Outpost Armory early this morning. Investigators say a stolen Kia Soul was used to ram the front of the gun store on Old Harding Pike around 3 o'clock. At least 2 people were caught on camera stealing 6 AR-15s. The suspects ditched the Kia and escaped in a separate getaway vehicle. It's hard to see anything on the suspects. Dressed in all black, and it looks like their faces are covered, too. Meanwhile, in Seattle, Washington, actually just outside of Seattle, Washington, a very bloody scene. 4 victims are dead, plus a suspect after a mass stabbing. When calls began coming into the Pierce County Sheriff's Office southwest of Seattle, callers said an adult man had come to a home in violation of a no-contact order. But deputies say the order had not yet been served, and when they arrived, they found the man stabbing multiple victims outside the home in what appears to have been a domestic violence incident. A deputy arrived, fires shots. The stabbing suspect was shot and killed, but 4 adult victims also died. Here in Nashville, or actually Middle Tennessee, I should say, a small plane made an emergency landing this morning in Williamson County after taking off from Murfreesboro. Deputies say it touched down near McKee-Padilla Road, where residents noticed an increased emergency presence. The pilot was the only person on board, landed safely, walked away unscathed. No injuries were reported, and the NTSB has been contacted. In Utah, a judge has denied the defense request to remove prosecutors from the Charlie Kirk murder case. Judge Tony Graff ruled today that the Utah County Attorney's Office can stay on the case despite claims of a conflict involving a prosecutor's daughter who was at the event where Kirk was murdered. The defense argued that connection tainted the decision to seek the death penalty, but the judge rejected that argument, allowing the prosecution team to continue as the case moves forward. A student here in Middle Tennessee, Riverdale High School in Murfreesboro, found with a gun this morning. This after the school's weapons detection system flagged the threat. Administrators searched the 17-year-old. They say they found the gun in the student's jacket pocket. The teen was taken into custody, sent to the Rutherford County Juvenile Detention Center. School leaders say the student will be expelled. Extra security added at Lewis County schools today after a phone threat involving an elementary student. The district says it learned of the threat early this morning and immediately increased security at the elementary, intermediate, and pre-K campuses there in Lewis County. Investigators traced the call to a small town near Santa Cruz, California. The FBI now working to determine whether that threat was actually credible. Back here in Middle Tennessee, Metro Nashville police say a 56-year-old man is in custody after shots were fired at cars on Murfreesboro Pike. Officers say they found Terry Williams lying on the shoulder of the road with a handgun beside him. Investigators recovered 9 shell casings there at the scene. Williams is charged with felony weapon possession, reckless endangerment, 2 counts of aggravated assault. Right now in Arizona, the family of Nancy Guthrie is offering its own reward for information that leads them to Guthrie's recovery. On Instagram, Savannah Guthrie with a new plea for information on the whereabouts of her mother. The Guthrie family now offering its own $1 million reward on top of money that was already being offered by others. Family sources telling ABC News the Guthries wanted to offer the reward sooner but was advised against it. Law enforcement still has no suspects and does not know Nancy Guthrie's whereabouts. Back here in Tennessee, state officials warning Tennesseans about an unlicensed company selling health coverage in the state. They say LifeX Research Corporation has been offering plans by claiming people can get insurance by becoming LifeX employees. But regulators say LifeX is not licensed to sell major medical insurance in Tennessee, and no legitimate insurer offers plans through them. Consumers urged not to share personal information and to report any suspected fraud to the Tennessee Department of Commerce and Insurance. President Trump preparing to go to Capitol Hill tonight to deliver the State of the Union address. He has said it could be a long speech because, quote, we have so much to talk about. The theme of President Trump's speech will be America at 250, strong, prosperous, and respected. That's a reference to the upcoming 250th anniversary of the founding of the nation. The president expected to unveil several new measures to address affordability, including one negotiated with top tech companies. This will require them to pay more in electricity costs in communities where they are building new AI data centers. Electricity prices are up 6.3% in the past year, according to the latest government data. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, over on the East Bank going eastbound, got a crash right there at Shelby Avenue. Murfreesboro got a wreck. 840 eastbound past Sulphur Springs Road. They've been working that one for over an hour. We got a crash Bell Road at Collins Park, Charlotte Avenue, 42nd Avenue North. And then in Glencliff, got a wreck 24 westbound right there at Briley Parkway South. I'm Ken Weaver.
Thomas, go. Wow. All right, welcome back. Matt Murphy and the Matt Murphy Radio Show continues live from Legend Steakhouse. We're gathering a crowd. I think y'all can hear them if I ask them. Hey, everybody say hi to the folks on the radio. Go! No, nothing. They can't hear me. They can't hear me. They used to be able to hear. They used to follow directions. Now, Lindsay, give us a shout. There we go. There's a nice shout. So we are live at Legend Steakhouse. Believe it or not, there's a lot of folks around, and they're coming out. They're eating early, and you can come until 6 o'clock, even if you don't have a ticket. If you have a ticket, obviously get out and see us. That is just a recipe. What you just did, Jackson, is an absolute recipe for disaster. You know that, right? That is an absolute recipe for spillage all over this table, wrecking laptop. I mean, to put a large glass of water next to electronic equipment is a bold move, Cotton.
Well, Ken
move.
Weaver asked for a glass of ice water, and now he's disappeared.
Well, he had to slide out of there. He had, sometimes you have to use the facilities, and that was the first time out. I had to do the same thing. And I just met Mr. Greg, and I want to I don't know. Can I have this microphone? I want to talk to Mr. Greg. Mr. Greg, will you talk to me on the radio? Will you talk to me on the radio? I guess you have to now. Hey, Greg, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Pull that real close to your mouth. You just showed me, and this is fascinating to me. Was this him? Oh, wow. There he is. So we just finished up with the Winter Olympics for 2026. And Mr. Greg stopped by and said hello to us. And he shows me, oh, wow, that's a great photo. Tell everybody what you just placed in my hand.
The pictures and medal when my dad was in the second Winter Olympics in St. Moritz, Switzerland in 1928. It was 98 years ago.
Wow. And he won silver medal along with so it was a 5-man bobsled. And it was the only time they did that, you say?
Yes, it was then 4-man from then on.
That is fascinating. And where was it again?
St. Moritz, Switzerland.
And he won silver in 1928. Is that right? Yeah, 1928. That is fascinating. Tell us a little about your dad, Mr. Gray.
Well, it wasn't like the Olympics today. They did not field a team from the United States and send them over there. The captain of the other American team, which placed gold, so we finished first and second in 1928. The captain of the other team was Billy Fisk, William G. Fisk, and he put an advertisement in a Paris newspaper and asked for Americans who were in Europe and wanted to compete in the Olympics. And my dad was in boarding schools in Germany and France and Switzerland because his mother went over and traveled in Europe and put him in boarding schools. And so at the age of 15, he was a brakeman on the 5-man bobsled competition and ended up with a silver medal. And then the other American team had the gold medal.
Wow. That is an insane story. And where was your dad? Where was your family from at the time that he was overseas?
Dad's mother was from Tacoma, Washington. I'm not sure where he was born.
Okay.
And then his dad, that would be my grandfather, was from Western North Carolina.
Uh-huh. And when did you lose your dad? Have you lost your father? Is he
Yes. 1967.
Oh wow.
Wrong. 1969. Doesn't make a difference.
But you were able to. I mean, he was able to relate all of these wonderful stories
yes
to
and
you.
no. He grew up in an era where you did not boast or brag about the things that you did. And instead of sitting his three sons down and saying, one day you're going to want to know this history.
Right.
You know, when the Olympics were on, we'd watch it on TV, and he would show us his medal and tell us a little bit about it. But
wow, that's such a fabulous story, Greg. I'm so glad that you stopped by and related the story, was willing to relate the story to us. That's insane. That's crazy. So silver medal from 1928.
Yes, sir. And there's more stories, but I don't want to dominate your program. If you need to cut me off, just give me the cutoff sign.
No. Talk to me. Tell me what else we need to know about.
In 1928, they didn't have bobsleds like we do today. They laid down on like our American Flyers sleds, and that would be called a herringbone arrangement. And
look at that. I'm currently showing Ken Weaver a little bit of that.
It was sort of not the safest arrangement.
It doesn't look it.
4 years later in New York, when they had the Olympics, they almost canceled the bobsled competition because so many people got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But at this Olympics in 1928, the Germans, who were trying to rebound from the First World War and were not looked upon as they were like 10 years later, the Germans actually came out of the bobsled run and wrecked, ran into some trees and banged up the members of the team, and the Americans helped repair the German bobsled that night so that they could compete the next day.
Wow. So they that spirit of camaraderie and just a fellowship, the spirit of sports.
Yes, it was.
Well, Greg, where do you live now?
I'm here in Smyrna. I'm about 12 miles down the road from
How long have you been here?
I've been in Tennessee 47 years, I think.
Wow.
I was born in Dearborn, Michigan, and lived in Western North Carolina, or all over North Carolina, for 25 years.
Well, I'm certain that you cherish that silver medal as you should. As you should. Do you watch do you make it a point to watch the Winter Olympics based on that?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I you've probably heard me say this, that I love the United States of America more than I dislike the Winter Olympics, and so I'm always rooting for the American team, no matter what. But I'm glad you stopped by, and I'm glad you shared that story with us.
Yes, sir, and thank you.
Thank you, Greg. That's wonderful. Thank you, Greg. That's Greg who shared. And if you're here, I mean, he's got. I don't want to speak for Mr. Greg, but I'm sure he'll let you see this. And what's pretty cool is this thing. I'm going to show off on the Super Talk television side of things. That would be your silver medal from the 1928 Olympic Games. And it looks like some Latin there. And it says that's the second Olympiad, maybe. And I think it says the city there, 1928 at the end. That's incredible. That's wonderful. All right, I don't want to go to Mike and Old Hickory now because I don't want to spoil the mood. So I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to take a short time out. Dan Mandis has shown up. Dan's in the house.
That's Brother Dan Mandis.
Looking fetching in that scally cap that I was talking about earlier. I saw Chad Benson somewhere. Chris Hand will be along before you know it. Chris Hand's coming from Murfreesboro, so Chris Hand might not be here until about 9:30 tonight.
No, he'll be here. It's fine.
Next year's State of the Union.
Yeah, maybe. the way the traffic's going. So I'll tell you what, RJ, if you got your ears on, we'll take a timeout early, and we'll get back to phone calls and get back into the issue of the State of the Union, and we'll get some of these other fellows in here as they're filtering in, meandering the room. Dan Mandis works a room like no man I've ever seen. He does. He works a room like nobody's I've ever seen. He skulks around. He tries to remain contactless as he's walking through the room. You know what I mean? He tries to stay as far away from people while working the room. It's something to see, and if you're at Legends, just watch. You'll see a spectacle there. It's 16 after the hour. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello, friends. Matt Murphy, and I want to talk to you for a moment about Defense Systems. Obviously, we're not here to scare you. We're not here to freak you out, but the bottom line is this. We live in a pretty dangerous world, and that world seems to be getting more dangerous every day. Brink Fiddler can help you. If you're a decision maker at a business or a school or a church, any place that people gather, you need to make sure that the folks that come in on a day-to-day basis understand what to do in the event, on the unlikely event that something bad would happen. Like an active shooter situation, how do you respond? Workplace violence situation, how do you respond? Security improvement consultation, emergency and intruder action plans, rapid response medical, all specifically designed for your facility, customized for your facility. I want you to reach out today to Defense Systems. They deal in active shooter and physical security expertise every single day, and they can help people like you in a decision-making capacity, help your staff understand what to do in the unlikely event that something like this happens to you. 615-236-6484 is the number, 615-236-6484, or online at defensesystems.com.
Smash and grab burglary in Nashville, and some AR-15s are missing, and a bloody scene outside of Seattle, Washington. Some guy with a knife went amok. We'll tell you about it at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 21 after 5 o'clock right now. Thank you, Ken Weaver. Ken Weaver sits right to my left. I like this. Ken doing the news right to my left. I'm right here. That would be, and if you're watching on home video, it looks like he's to my right, but he's really to my left because they flipped the screen.
Yeah, they flip it.
But we got an assembled crowd, folks getting out and about. Folks are telling me that they're on the way. They're hitting me up on the super text line saying, we're on the way, but traffic's a little, what's going on with traffic coming from Murfreesboro? I don't know what to tell you.
Let's see. Looks like they have stopped the road construction on
nice.
westbound 24, so that should be getting back up to speed shortly. So westbound 24 should be getting back up to speed. Right now, you've just got all the usual slowdowns this time of day, mainly outbound from downtown.
Yes, and that is going to be, the typical delays and the typical issues. But we invite you to come on out and see us. We're here until just past the State of the Union tonight. We'll be broadcasting on location until the State of the Union begins. So we've got an extended hour. At 6 o'clock, we will suspend the Matt Murphy Show, and we will begin the official round table with Chris Hand, Chad Benson, Dan Mandis, and yours truly, Matt Murphy. Ken Weaver will be alongside as well. Jackson Williams will be here all evening. It's good to see you back, Jackson. Where'd you go?
Restroom.
Okay, that took a minute.
Yeah.
I suppose that as it might.
There was traffic.
What's on your mind, Jackson? You raised your paws.
We're doing nincompoops, right?
We are.
We should have brought the trophy.
We should have.
Oh.
Well, hell, I didn't remember my headphones, Ken. How am I going to remember the trophy and the crown? I should have brought it, though. That's
Next
true.
time we're going to bring the trophy.
I'm the current champion.
Not for long.
I'm the current weekly champion. And I think Weaver won yesterday.
No.
I do. Jackson won.
Jackson won.
Woo!
Son of a biscuit.
Do you remember your story yesterday? Mine was the deer story with the fella, and he had a date with a deer, and the deer passed away, but he decided to finish the date anyway.
Oh yeah, the old boy in Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
Mine was the New Zealand lady that was naked hitting her boyfriend's brother with a frying pan.
Mine was the Ohio Mare Dingus.
What was he doing, Ken?
Let's not go over that again.
Yeah. He was doing something with his dingus.
I thought it was a schnoz.
That he ought not, as I recall. All right, 615-737-9986 if you'd like to be a part of the show. Mike keeps calling RJ and hanging up and calling RJ and hanging up, which I think is very funny.
I think Mike's doing that on purpose.
Yeah, welcome
to my world.
Yeah, welcome to
to
Jackson's world. Yeah, welcome to Jackson's world. He has to deal with that on a daily basis. Several of you responding to the comment about Donald Trump and the VA. For example, Matt writes 4952. I'm a 100% disabled veteran, and I have no issue with the VA. If they can't see me in a timely manner, they farm it out to the civilian system. They even have urgent care in Murfreesboro. 7330 writes, the VA medical system has been great for me. From ear visits to doctor visits, I give them an A+. Vicky says, I'm a caregiver for a veteran. I've been doing it for a long time. I've watched it get better through Trump's first administration. I watched it go down during Biden's. I've not seen much change since Trump has been back this time. Disabled veterans, especially the combat wounded, deserve more funding. I couldn't agree more with that. Hey, I'm a veteran. I'm a female at that. Plus, I work at the VA, and I'm telling you, I've seen improvement after improvement. We're continually getting better. I'm not only proud to be a veteran, but I'm proud to work for the VA. Well, good for you, and thank you for everything that you do for the VA. The VA is making changes to their rating system for disabilities, but that's been in the works for years. I go to the VA for health care, and I'm generally speaking satisfied. And then TB says, VA care for my father, uncle, and me has been outstanding under Donald Trump. And on it goes. VA is wonderful, at least the Tennessee system. we, the ones who were told everybody to look at the VA when they were talking about Obamacare, but nobody would listen to us. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I know that I said that, not as artfully as you did, 3618, but I said it, that, sadly, the government simply doesn't run anything as efficiently as the private sector. So if you want to see what government-run health care will look like, then you can look at Medicare, Medicaid, or the Veterans Administration as an example. Sadly, as much as individuals want to help those that gave and sacrificed so much to the United States of America, the government is just not geared to do things efficiently. It's just not proper. It's just not the proper system to ask to run things efficiently and effectively. Too bad the seminar caller doesn't just call and hang up. Well, that's true. That's a fair point. Man, we are getting we're getting some folks in here now.
There's about 1,500 people in here right now.
I feel that way. I mean, I haven't done an official count, Ken, but well over 1,000.
Yeah, well over 1,000
I
people
was thinking
in here
too.
right now.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of folks in here. Many of them not what. You know what I'm proud of, fellas?
What's that?
Nobody's asked me for a beer yet. You know,
I have something to talk to you about actually when Ken does the news.
Have you? By the way, have you checked that bag yet to see what's inside it?
I have not.
Why are you not checking that bag?
Because it's a present for all of us. I figured we'd all open it together.
Oh, well, then we can't do it during Ken Weaver's newscast, can we?
Can't do it during. Well, you can do it during the news if you want.
I suppose. Report card day for President Donald Trump ahead of his first State of the Union. Now, understand, last year presidents don't deliver. I know this sounds like it's minutia of no consequence, but it matters, I suppose. And plus, if I don't say it this way, somebody will call me out on it on the super text line and say, Murphy, you're wrong, which that's fine. The address delivered to the nation in the first, once a president has been inaugurated, in that first year, that's not a State of the Union. That is a national address, and presidents offer them. Those States of the Union don't happen until year number 2, and that's what we're doing now. So it's his first State of the Union since returning to the White House. It is said that Donald Trump will be focusing on key campaign pledges, some promises fulfilled, others still pending, some tied up with legal challenges. His 2024 campaign centered on immigration, the economy, tariffs, and ending our involvement in foreign conflict. And more than a year into his second term, the results have been largely positive, but in some ways mixed. So I would run it down this way, and you're welcome to offer your thoughts on it at 615-737-9986. So Donald Trump gets an A+ on border security. I don't know of anyone, regardless of your political affiliation, that would suggest otherwise. Joe Biden consistently during the last 2 years of his presidency, when he was able to stand up and actually speak to the American people, which was not that often, frankly, he would say, I can't do it. Hey, whoa, hey, Jack. What?
Gotta have Congress.
Gotta have Congress. What is Congress? You know, so he's constantly telling us he needed Congress to. We need Congress to. And they would use the excuse that the Republicans in Congress are stymieing any deportation stoppage. Well, Donald Trump has had none of that. And Donald Trump's president as our presence as our 47th president of the United States demonstrates that Joe Biden was lying the whole time. Joe Biden could have stopped the border, the insecurity of the southern border. He chose not to, and that's fine. But, you know, that is a perfectly acceptable policy position, but don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining, right? Department of Homeland Security data since Trump took office shows an extreme decrease in border crossings between ports of entry, an achievement Trump is obviously going to highlight tonight, and rightly so. It's gone to virtually zero, and not just because border security is more engaged in the process. I mean, obviously, border security wants to do the best they can. Frankly, it's messaging. It's all about Donald Trump standing before the world stage and saying, you know what, the border's closed. You ain't got to go home, but you can't come here. You know, you're not going to get in. If you travel, however long you're traveling, you're not getting in when you get here. It's as simple as that. Trump made the promise, and he has carried it out. Now, securing our nation's border has turned out to be a hell of a lot simpler than getting people out of here. And we'll talk about that next. And Nincompoops in the news coming up. And Dan Mandis and Chad Benson and Chris Hand. The entire gang's here. And we're live at the Steak of the Union event from Legend Steakhouse. It's time for the news, boys, on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. A smash and grab burglary at a Nashville armory has police looking for several suspects today, and guns. Officers say a stolen Kia Soul was driven into the front of the Outpost Armory, allowing thieves to get inside. Surveillance video shows the suspects grabbing at least 6 AR-15s from the store. They later abandoned the stolen car and left in another vehicle. Just outside of Seattle, Washington today, authorities in Pierce County say 4 people were stabbed to death. Deputies were on their way to serve a no-contact order when witnesses called 911 to report a man attacking people outside the home. Deputies arrived to find the man actively stabbing people. They shot and killed the 32-year-old attacker. Investigators still working to identify the victim and determine the motive. Rutherford County Schools here in Middle Tennessee say a weapons detection system stopped a gun from entering Riverdale High School today. The device alerted administrators who searched a 17-year-old student, say they found a gun in the student's coat. The student was detained, taken to juvenile detention with charges still pending. District officials say the system is doing what it's designed to do, and that's keep weapons out of schools. And a South Nashville man facing serious charges after police say he opened fire on people on Murfreesboro Pike, randomly shooting at cars driving by. Officers say 56-year-old Terry Williams was found with a handgun and had to be disarmed after a brief struggle. Investigators say multiple shell casings were discovered where he was lying. His bond is set at $123,000. And checking in on the Nancy Guthrie case, Savannah Guthrie saying today her family's now offering a $1 million reward for credible information that leads to the return of her mother, Nancy, who has now been missing 4 weeks. It comes as sources tell ABC News the masked suspect seen on video at Guthrie's front door appeared to visit Nancy Guthrie's house a day prior to her abduction. Here's ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katursky. This image is of the vehicle or of the individual they think abducted her on February 1st. But sources told ABC News there's one image that the FBI released of him earlier this month, but there's a different image of him without the backpack. That was taken on Nancy Guthrie's doorbell camera on a day prior to February 1st, so it suggests that it's possible this was planned in advance and that perhaps the individual may have cased the home. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, well, the good news is it looks like the construction on westbound 24, they've wrapped that up for the day, so things should be getting back up to speed. But we still have some issues out there. Right now in the Blackman area of Rutherford County, got a crash, 840 eastbound, right there at I-24. And then in Murfreesboro, a stalled vehicle off on the right shoulder. That's 840 eastbound, right before Bill France Boulevard, that is. I'm Ken Weaver.
Friends, Matt Murphy for Accurate Mortgage. When it came time to get my new home in Mount Pleasant, there was only one mortgage company that I would call, only one that I've been recommending for years, for my entire time in Middle Tennessee, and that is Accurate Mortgage. Mike and his team are great at what they do now. We're hearing and we see that mortgage rates have come down recently. Donald Trump will be speaking about that tonight. But you know what else has gone up? Interest rates on credit cards. And here's the deal. If your interest rate has, or the interest rates that you can currently get on a refinance have gone down, and if your interest rate is at a certain level, even if it's not quite where interest rates are now, if you have high interest rate credit card debt, follow me now. You roll that debt into your mortgage, you eliminate all of that debt, and you save money monthly in the process. Now listen, Accurate Mortgage is never going to tell you to do something that you should not do. They're only going to advise you to a loan that makes sense for you financially, and they will describe every aspect of that loan process to you so you can easily understand it. So if you're looking to purchase a home, do a cash-out refi, or renovate your current house, or pay down high-interest rate credit card debt, let Accurate Mortgage help you. Accurate Mortgage is the right situation for you. Accurate Mortgage. Visit them today at AccurateMTG.com. AccurateMTG.com. Accurate Mortgage. NMLS 129944. Rates and terms subject to change. Equal housing lender.
Don't take your headphones off. We got Genesis here in a couple of minutes, maybe. Are you cheating? Weaver, I'll make sure you go before him so he doesn't steal your story.
What's that, brother?
I'll make sure you go before him so he doesn't steal your story.
Nobody better steal my nincompoop today. Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy to talk to you for a moment about Genesis Diamonds. They have become the largest dealer in the Southeast of luxury pre-owned Rolexes and almost the largest dealer in the United States of America, if not the largest. I don't know. Maybe they've accomplished that task. And they're having a huge Rolex event. I know this, Friday and Saturday, March 6th and 7th. If you've wanted a Rolex, if you're looking to add to your collection, or if you just have always wanted to have one and you don't currently, featuring a stunning new selection of these hard-to-find Rolex watches like Submariners, Daytonas, Pepsis, Batmans. They've got them all at Genesis Diamonds. They have the most popular models in pristine condition, models, some still in the box, never worn before. And during this event, you can take advantage of special financing up to 5 years. And with the purchase of any luxury pre-owned Rolex at the event, Genesis will give you a pair of 4-carat lab-grown diamond stud earrings absolutely free. That's pretty good, huh? Don't miss this chance to get a luxury timepiece that you've always wanted, a free pair of lab-grown diamond studs next Friday and Saturday, March 6th and 7th. See store for details while supplies last and on approved credit. Green Hills and Cool Springs, it's Genesis Diamonds. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Jackson, can you hear me?
Loud and clear per
that's
usual.
Good. I can hear me now. Thank you, Mike. Thank you all for being a part of this fun and frivolity, whether you're here on location at our big event at Legend Steakhouse, the Steak of the Union event. Man, oh man, the house is getting packed, and we're not even officially started yet. It's going to be a fun night, Ken Weaver.
There's about 2,120 people here.
Weaver walked the floor and did a count. 2,000, how many?
Well, now 121.
And not a single one of them has anything but a smile on their faces.
Yes, sir.
Dan Mandis looks like he's drinking a Long Island iced tea. I hope that's true.
Brother Dan,
What do you
no,
think?
he's got to go on the air. So,
Not yet.
Brother Dan, he stays with the rules.
He keeps he keeps it on the DL, as they say.
Yes.
Well, I do not.
Isn't Dan a margarita fella?
I know he's a Dangria.
Dangria fella.
Dangria, that's what it's called.
That would be a sangria, but only when Dan drinks it, it's a Dan.
He will make you one heck of a Dangria.
I would just have I'm not one to complain. You know me.
I know you, Brother Murphy.
I'm not one to complain.
No, sir.
But I would really like it if next year we could squeeze in a little closer.
Oh, yeah? Oh, like this? Like we're not close enough?
This booth was made for little fellas.
Well, I'm a little fella.
No, you're not. Hey, let me tell you something. Y'all watch it on Super Talk TV. You see this. Weaver has lost. You're walking every day, right?
I walk every day that it's not 20 degrees.
So you haven't been walking lately then?
No, sir. I have not.
I feel that. I hear you. I feel that. You're looking great.
Well, thank you.
And you slid out of that booth like a champ.
I know.
Like a champ. You know what I noticed when you're sliding out of that booth?
What's that?
You've been taking your no acetol. You know why I know that, Jackson?
Why?
Weaver's got no acetol.
Good one.
That turned Mandis around. That one did.
Well, that's why I have to tighten my belt.
Good for you. That's awesome. All right. I failed to ask RJ if he's aware of what we're about to do.
I think he's aware. He's done your show before, hasn't
You think so? RJ, if you know what time it is at 42 after the hour, it is time for a little bit of a little segment that we like to call
Nincompoops in the News.
What are you taking my... What are you... No, that's my line.
Nincompoops.
My line now.
My line. All righty then, it's time for Nincompoops in the News, one of the favorite segments of the Matt Murphy Radio Show, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's an opportunity for Jackson Williams, Ken Weaver, and Matt Murphy to look all across the state of Tennessee, all across these United States of America, nay,
the world.
The world. Where we find the Nincompoops, we bring them to you, 3 stories per day, and you get to vote on who you believe the Nincompoop of the day is. I have the results from yesterday, gentlemen. All right, but first a complaint.
All right.
I complain all the time.
I don't like the way that Jackson Williams is taking over this segment. He makes all these demands, and now he's demanding the vote stay open until 10 minutes after 6 o'clock.
6:10 is a fair and reasonable time to keep the votes open. If you don't like it, take it up with the International Nincompoops Commission, the INC.
It is a nice even number.
The INC.
He's got the acronym for it, too.
You know it's official when you get the acronym.
When the INC gets involved, there's a lot of commissions and studies and blue ribbon panels, and it might take years to get a judgment out of those fellas, so I'll stick with 6:10.
6:10. That's
Fair
when you got to
enough.
get your votes in.
Ken, I've got some unfortunate news to deliver.
What?
We tallied up. My deer story did not perform as well as I thought it would.
Okay.
And I think we've figured something out about the voting process.
All right.
That we decided pretty early on, if somebody dies, we're not doing that story.
Right.
Because this is supposed to be fun.
Right.
I've now discovered that the grodier the story, the less inclined people are to vote for it.
Yeah.
And that story yesterday
Both of yours.
was, as they used to say, you'll get this reference, Ken. That story yesterday was grody to the max.
It was grody to the max, indeed. But mine wasn't as bad as your story.
I don't know, Ken.
Nobody died in mine.
No.
You just had a weird mayor.
Very weird mayor.
But I'm sad to report that I tallied the votes 3 separate occasions.
Yeah.
After 7 o'clock last night, and Jackson won.
Way to go, Brother Jackson.
Way to go, Jackson. Look, the crowd has roared in its approval.
Yes.
Not so much. All right, Jackson, that means you get to go, you get to go anywhere you want. You get to pick the batting order. What is the order, sir?
We are going Weaver, Murphy, then Williams.
Oh, wow. Oh, confident that no one else has his story. I like it.
Yes, sir.
I like it. All right.
You go ahead, Brother Weaver.
Man sentenced to 4 years in prison for attempting to rob Taco Bell with a rock in Ocala, Florida. 40-year-old Kawarren Anderson received the sentence on Thursday. Court records show he was credited for 6 months and 19 days of time already served.
19 days.
The incident happened in July of 2025. It was recorded on body camera video, later shared by Ocala police on social media. The footage shows a canine unit tracking Anderson from the Taco Bell to a nearby trash bin. When the dog located him behind the bin, it bit Anderson.
Oh, no.
According to the arrest affidavit, Anderson told police he was homeless and needed money.
No quiero
He
Taco
admitted,
Bell.
No quiero Taco Bell.
Yep, sorry.
He admitted he tried to rob Taco Bell by climbing through a drive-through window while holding a rock and demanding cash from employees. Well, police arrested Anderson shortly after the attempted robbery. The body camera video of the effort to rob Taco Bell was included in a video player at the top end of this story, but I was not able to look at it. However, 40-year-old Kawarren Anderson is no longer homeless. He is in prison.
And he is
a nincompoop.
Correct. Here we go. An assistant principal at a Queens public elementary school lived a double life as a pimp, offering clients sex with a Los Angeles-based woman for $2,000 an hour. Ken, you're the official name pronouncer of this radio show.
All right.
Bond, how do you, NG?
That's Bondin.
Bond-in?
Banya. Banya.
See, Bond-in. Well, this fella, who's a nincompoop, 47 years of age, was a top administrator at PS 16 in Corona, was arrested Sunday on charges of coercing interstate prostitution for allegedly setting up a paid sexual encounter between a woman and Johns as far back as 2011 and as recently as December inside of a luxury Long Island City high-rise. The assistant principal who made – now, this is the most nincompoop part of the story. You know how much he made as an assistant principal in New York?
How much?
$80,000.
$173,000 as an assistant principal. We're in the wrong business, boys.
We are, boys.
He posed as the woman in flirty texts that he sent. So not only was he this woman's pimp, he would act as her in text messages that he would send to potential clients. And according to the text messages obtained by the Federal Human Trafficking Investigation, they were flirty indeed. My rate is $2K, love, he wrote to one John. He also told, I'm saying he because I can't pronounce his last name.
You got it. Ung.
Ung?
Yeah, Ung.
Ung told a client to deposit money in a Zelle account bearing his name. The accused principal turned pimp was released on a $150,000 bond after appearing in a Brooklyn federal court where prosecutors alleged that he groomed the women who had been inexperienced at prostitution before they met.
How much was he making as a pimp?
Ung was more coercive than we originally thought, according to the U.S. District Attorney. Prosecutors believe that he was part of a larger prostitution ring that went from coast to coast and as far away as Cartagena and Colombia. I guess that's a place in
Cartagena.
Cartagena in Colombia. The government also has evidence that he had conversations with 3 different women who worked at unidentified massage parlors. Well, that's where you find your potential prostitutes, at those massage parlors. Happy ending.
Well, they have a little issue with that around here from time to time.
Well, let me tell you something. For Ung, there is no happy ending. There's only nincompoopery, and you can expect to be in a jail cell engaged in it. Jackson?
I have one question for you before I start my nincompoop. Have you watched your movie yet?
Bad Santa?
Yes.
I have not.
Okay, so you are nincompoop A.
I should just say yes, shouldn't I? I mean, just read the Wikipedia. I mean, I want to do that.
Right.
Oh, just they were no. I did watch it.
No, you didn't.
There were
All
2
right.
guys in a robbery ring, and one of them was a midget. Can I say midget?
Well, you just did twice, so let's move on.
I just do the news, boys. Yes.
Oh, speaking of midgets, there's Dan.
All right. Former New Haven police chief accused of stealing more than $80,000 from confidential informant fund for online gambling.
What?
Former New Haven police chief Carl Jacobson has been arrested. Jacobson turned himself into the state police in Montville this morning, according to the New Haven mayor's office. Last month, Jacobson suddenly retired after 3 assistant police chiefs confronted him about missing money from the confidential informant fund. While Jacobson initially admitted to stealing $10,000, an investigation revealed that $81,500 was unaccounted for or misappropriated from the New Haven's confidential informant fund. According to court documents, Jacobson stole $81,500 from the Narcotic Enforcement Program Fund between January 2024 and January 2026, and $4,000 from the Police Activity League Fund in December of 2025. The investigation began after Acting Chief David Zanelli received concerns from Sergeant Sanchez about Jacobson's behavior in late December. Sanchez reported that Jacobson had not provided money to pay informants for November and December 2025, which was unusual. On January 5th, 3 assistant chiefs confronted Jacobson about the missing funds. Zanelli secretly recorded the conversation on his department's cell phone. During the recorded meeting, Jacobson admitted to spending too much money on online gambling sites such as DraftKings and FanDuel, and that he was seeking help. When asked how long the theft had been going on, he said, "Not long, just this month." He was, in fact, lying.
Is that it?
I mean, it goes on for pages
Well,
and
let's
pages.
just we don't have to get into
It's 5:52.
the down and dirty details.
So he abruptly resigned before he was charged.
Yeah, so what was he betting on? He must have been betting on the Titans.
What was he the head of a prostitution ring charging $2,000 an hour?
No, but if I win,
in that case,
win, you get to hear Freebird again. RJ's ready to go.
What?
Yeah.
That's That's nastiness, collusion, and unfair practice. That's an unfair business practice. That's how we play Nincompoops in the News. Hit that sounder there, RJ. Yeah, it's what we like to do. That's the way we play it. So, I don't know if we can take a live and in-person vote, but I know this. You can vote early, vote often. There we go. That's what I like to hear. Vote early, vote often on the super text line, 615-737-9986, 615-737-9986. That says Murphy.
Ken Weaver!
I think that says Matt Murphy over there on that napkin. Oh, what? That does not say Weaver. Oh, it does not. That's awful. Well, Ken Weaver already has an in-person vote. We'll see how the vote turns out. We'll be back momentarily live from Legend Steakhouse. It's the Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Vote for me!
Hello, friends. It's Matt Murphy, and I want to talk to you for a moment about the Tennessee Men's Clinic. Now, obviously, these are very personal issues that we talk about from time to time on the Matt Murphy Show. One of those personal issues is your intimate romantic relationships with your significant other. If you have found yourself lacking, if you are wanting more out of that, if you've reached a certain age where you want to perform and you're finding more difficulty in doing so. Friends, there's no shame in this game. Let's get off the bench and back into the game with the Tennessee Men's Clinic. They have 3 locations to serve you, and one coming in Murfreesboro is what I hear very, very soon. But Clarksville, Nashville, Tennessee, and Cool Springs available for you. Tennessee Men's Clinic is urology-based. Everything they do is based on medical science and their personal relationship with you. So they're going to give you an examination for less than $100 and find out what's going on in your world at the Tennessee Men's Clinic. And then right there at your initial visit, they will do blood work. They will figure out the results of that blood work and then develop an action plan specific for you. Call them today at 615-208-9090, 208-9090 online at TennesseeMen'sClinic.com.
Metro Police investigating a smash and grab burglary, and some AR-15s are missing. Details coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yeah, that's coming up in mere seconds on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Votes coming in hot and heavy for nincompoops in the news. Hand coming in pretty hot as well, saying that he's very frustrated that we did not give him an opportunity.
Well, that's because he would have won.
To score a victory in nincompoops in the news.
Didn't even get an invite, boys. You knew I was in the area. You knew I was going to be down here tonight. And you didn't think that I could come up with a nincompoop, and I'm personally offended.
In our defense, we know where you live, and we saw the red on the. I'm surprised you're here now, based on what 24 looked like about an hour ago.
I would have been here 15 minutes sooner if it wasn't for that traffic.
Murfreesboro, we like to say they're 15 minutes behind everything.
Well, that's because you're behind about 2,000 people at every intersection.
Well,
true. Murfreesboro is the only city in Tennessee where it takes 45 minutes to get to Murfreesboro.
Yes.
That's exactly it. All right, hail, hail, the gang's all here, and we're going to crank up the Stake of the Union event official coming up in mere seconds on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Metro Police investigating after thieves crashed a vehicle through the Outpost Armory overnight. The break-in happening around 3 a.m. when a stolen Kia Soul went slamming into the business on Old Harding Pike. Detectives say the suspects took at least 6 AR-15 rifles before running to a waiting getaway car. No arrests have been made. 4 people are dead just outside of Seattle. A bloody, bloody scene. Violent stabbing outside a home there. Deputies say they had been dispatched to serve the suspect with a no-contact order, but arrived to find he was already attacking people. A single deputy opened fire, killing the 32-year-old attacker. Authorities have not released the identities of those killed or the attacker, or what may have been the motive and how they were all connected. But there was a no-contact order that was in the process of being served. Back here in Middle Tennessee, a Murfreesboro-based flight encountered trouble, made an emergency landing in Williamson County earlier today. The Williamson County Sheriff's Office says the aircraft landed close to McKee-Padilla Road. The pilot, who was flying alone, was not injured. Authorities say no damage or injuries were reported, and federal officials are being updated. A 17-year-old student at Riverdale High School is facing expulsion after authorities say they found a gun on campus this morning. A weapons detection system alerted school staff, who quickly searched the student. The gun was found in the teen's jacket pocket. The student is now in the Rutherford County Juvenile Detention Center as charges are expected. And Lewis County Schools stepped up security today after a reported threat made toward an elementary school student. Officials say law enforcement notified right away. Extra officers sent to multiple campuses as a precaution there in Lewis County. The threat reportedly came through a phone call from just outside of Santa Cruz, California. The FBI is investigating. And then back here in Nashville, Metro Police arrested a man accused of firing shots toward vehicles randomly in South Nashville. Officers located Terry Williams lying near the roadway and recovered 9 shell casings. Witnesses reported he aimed at their cars as well as others passing by. Williams is being held on charges including aggravated assault and reckless endangerment. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, got a couple of problems on 840 going eastbound. The first one's in Murfreesboro. Got a stalled vehicle on the right shoulder there, right before Bill France Boulevard. And then in Almaville, you've got, there it is, 840 eastbound before Almaville Road. Elsewhere, Briley Parkway eastbound at 24 North. Metro Center just picked up a crash 65 northbound before Rosa Parks Boulevard. And in Hermitage now, Lebanon Pike, both east and westbound lanes are affected there at Andrew Jackson Parkway by a crash. I'm Ken Weaver.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN, 6 minutes after 6 o'clock, and hail, hail, the party has officially begun from Legends Steakhouse. It is our Steak of the Union event, and it is a packed house tonight in Smyrna, Tennessee, everybody. Thank you all for being out, and hail, hail, number 2. The gang is all here. I'm going to introduce them from my right to my left. Chris Hand is in the house. What is up, brother?
Hello, what's up, guys? How we doing?
Oh, great. There's Chris Hand. Of course, you know Ken Weaver is here. He's been here all afternoon long. There's Chad Benson. Love him. Love on him.
Or hate on him. It doesn't matter. I'm here. Red pants. Deal with it.
Speaking of lovers, Dan Mandis is in the house. Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis.
Is there a way that we can get a shot of Chad's pajama pants?
100%.
Because, I mean,
they're looking good.
They are looking good.
Those are his superhero pants.
Yeah.
He can run real fast.
Very good. Very good. You look great, Chad.
Thank you very much. I like your hat, by the way. I heard that big discussion there between you and Chris about the hat.
It's a formal scally cap.
It's a formal scally cap.
I
like
always
my
forget
cap.
the scally word. I don't. Where, do we know where that comes from? The scally.
I believe it has its roots in the wags, scally wags.
Yeah, the ne'er-do-wells.
Yes.
And you know, when you think
like
of
the
me,
trolley dodgers.
When you think of me, you think scallywag.
Well,
I don't think that.
I do. Well, it looks good. It looks great. Is it leather?
This one is. I don't know if it's. Chad, is that leather?
No.
No, it's not leather.
Now,
Naga?
you ordered how many of those? Because you said that Amy was like, how many hats are you going to order?
Well, I've ordered now 4 since this morning. So, yeah.
I think you have a problem.
You know what?
I think it's a bit.
This morning.
I've got a lot of outfits, and I need the proper coordination.
It's about accessorizing.
All I'm saying is
Thank you, Chad.
if someone called the radio station and said that they had smoked 4 joints since this morning, we would tell them to go get a program.
We would say, Bell, stop it.
That's true.
Hell, this is the radio station.
You have a problem.
So I want to try to actually find a customizable one where I could put a WTN logo on it.
Yes, sir.
How cool would that be?
That'd be great.
I wonder if there's a place you could do that, somewhere you could look on a machine that would be able to help you with something like that.
There might be.
Wow.
Like how to find someone to embroider something on a piece of clothing.
Yeah.
Where would you ever be able to find
I
something?
don't even know.
I don't
The
think they
library, you gotta
exist.
go to the library.
I don't think they exist.
No, you can't get that around here, Dan.
Okay.
Sorry
That's all
about
fine, well
that.
and good.
No, you look great. No, and I'm in all sincerity, we pick on you. Those you found your style. I mean that sincerely.
It looks good on you.
It looks good on you. It would not look good on a single other soul in this room, but it looks great on you.
I'm being serious. He doesn't even need a hat. He's got a great head.
Yeah, you got a good dome, bro.
Well, thank you.
It's not as lumpy as Chad's.
No.
It's much smoother.
No, wait. The reason I have to wear these at work is because the shine on my head just shines onto the camera.
Did you try? I think I remember you talking about this public. Did you try powder? You tried powder, didn't you?
So this is the funny thing. You were in the room, Matt.
I think I was.
When the official advice from the higher ups was, "Oh, just powder your head." That's what she told me. Powder your head.
It's a fact.
And I said, no, I will not be powdering my head. Thank you, though. And so.
Why wouldn't you powder your head?
Why would I?
Do you powder your head?
I don't have to. My head's not shiny like his.
So what is creating the shine then? 'Cause
Well,
we
he
have
has
two
all
bald
the
guys
lights.
here.
He has all the lights on.
Natural
We bring it down.
effervescent oils that come from his pores.
He's greasy, is what he's saying.
I did not say that.
You kinda
I said
did.
natural effervescent pores.
Keep my natural effervescent pores out of your mouth.
Plus, it's how
I'm going to do my best.
the seating.
I can't make any promises.
We're taller than you, so we don't really. Those lights right there are hitting you in the dome.
Okay.
So
No, you look great.
You two big time hair people wouldn't understand. You just wouldn't understand.
Look, I'm not. I mean, everybody knows that there's one good-looking fella on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and it ain't Matt Murphy. It's Chris
It's
Hand.
Ken Weaver.
His brother Chris Hand.
It's Chris Hand. He is the playboy, the GQ model of the
Okay,
radio station.
all
Let's
right.
be
He's
honest.
handsome.
I am evidence that there is a God, and God is a fair and friendly God, because he gave me an insanely lumpy head. But he was like, you know what? We're going to give him the lumpy head. Let him keep his hair. Just let him keep the hair.
That
Lumpy
shows,
head, let him keep the hair.
that shows God has a
That
sense of
shows
humor.
God has a sense of humor, and he's nice.
He took away the personality, though, Matt.
Yeah,
That's
true.
what God did.
True that.
Totally kidding.
No personality. No I thought he said rain when he said brains. I ran the other way. Ran for cover. All right, we're here to talk about, speaking of covering, we're covering the State of the Union at the Steak of the Union at Legend Steakhouse, and it's a huge crowd, and I'm proud to see it. Dan Mandis worried for the last month that we would not sell. You do this every time. You know, you do.
Every single event.
Every
You know,
event.
I walked up to the sales manager and the program director. I said, "Guys, I told you we'll never sell this out."
You did that today.
I did. As
Good for
you
you.
do it every day. It's like, oh, we only sold one today. So we started 10 minutes ago. It's pretty much over.
But you were responsible for the sellout.
I was.
You finalized the last three.
Okay, sort of. Because when it sold out, it was when we were talking about you offering to allow people to draw on my head.
Yeah, I mean, I remember. We might remember the conversation differently, but I remember the conversation as Dan saying, "Well, of course, Matt, I'll do anything for the radio station, and I would be happy to have someone sign my head." That's the way that I remember that.
Yeah, you've got the old timers. That's not
do
how
I?
it went.
Okay.
You've got the old timers.
Maybe I misheard.
Now what you did hear correctly was, if for charity, and I'll say this for the sales folks, for charity, if somebody wanted to draw pictures on my head, they could. If they gave a donation to, say, for example, the Nashville Rescue Mission.
I'll give $250 to the Nashville Rescue Mission.
So
For you to draw it?
Wait a minute.
No.
Wait a minute.
I'll allow someone else to do it, but I'll donate
okay.
$250 right now to the Nashville Rescue
Jackson
Mission.
said he'll do the drawing.
now I need.
Quite a few listeners showed up with their own Sharpies.
They
I
did.
just hope you
Everybody's
guys know
got
that.
markers for my head.
Yep.
You've got people approaching you from the. Oh, look, Dan, you better watch out.
Now, I probably should have mended my earlier statements. I do need to be able to approve whatever is drawn. Of course, I'm not going to know what somebody's drawing because I can't see what you're drawing on my head.
But you know what? It's going to take the shine off on the camera.
Yes, there is that.
Even though it's probably.
Maybe we should just draw Dan some hair.
Oh my God, that'd be
That
so
would be
nice.
sweet. So
you
we
should
could
totally get plugs.
Oh.
Wouldn't that be funny?
It'd be funny for us.
Oh well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about. It's like it would be hilarious, right?
We got to do some things for us.
Yeah. This is not about you, Dan. This is about our humor.
Clearly.
Well,
I'm sorry.
You know,
Have I been hearing humor?
Yeah.
I didn't,
Oh, he
Let's
stunned
let it go,
me.
brother Dan Mandis.
you know what? The one thing better than picking on Dan is the clapback. I love it. Absolutely love the Dan clapback.
He's good at it.
He is. All right. Speaking of good at it, Donald Trump's pretty good at giving a speech. I mean, he's good at giving a lengthy speech. I'm a little nervous because I remember Trump on the campaign trail, and I remember some of those campaign rallies. And some of those rallies went 2.5 hours.
He said this was going to be long.
He said it was going to be his longest speech. I'm hoping he means just the State of the Union addresses.
What is the record for the longest State of the Union?
He delivered
ever?
it.
Look
He
that up,
delivered
brother
it.
Chris.
I think he delivered it last year.
Well, no, for
I
the
think it was
State of
Trump.
the Union, for the actual.
yeah,
I think it
that's
was
true.
Clinton. Clinton was the
Because last
original.
year's wasn't an official
Yeah,
State
it
of the
was
Union.
Well,
It
then
was
I
just-
hope he goes the distance because we can't have a Clinton at the top of any record.
Or he could just come out and go, "Hey, things are great, guys. Good luck. God bless you."
Deuces.
I would-
Shortest State of the Union ever.
I would be behind that. I would be. I mean, I love the man. I love our president of the United States. But I want to go around the room and get the temperature of the room on the event that is the State of the Union. Now, the stake of the Union, let's not confuse the two, is the place to be.
100%.
This is the event in the city on this night. The State of the Union, guys, I've been doing it a long time. I'm a little over it.
Yeah.
I mean, as an event.
It's a collective meh.
It's become so performative, and how many times can you stand up and clap for something?
That gets old very
Yes.
quickly. Now, Matt, you and I have both been to a State of the Union.
We have.
I went to Biden, I don't know what year it was, but a few years ago.
We both hit Democrats. Isn't that weird?
Sad, actually.
It's sad.
By the way, I wanted to. I don't know if you know
It's
this,
sad.
but
It's the only time conservatives don't want to go, so there's free tickets laying around.
No, it's exactly.
That's 100%.
No.
Like,
Hand nailed it. That's
Who took you
exactly
guys?
right. Mine was Congressman Mo Brooks. I was still in Alabama. It was 2016. It was the final year of Barack Obama. And Mo's like, nobody. Mo basically said what Chris just said. Nobody wants to go. Do you? And I'm like, well, yeah. I mean,
It's
obviously,
cool. It's
I mean,
cool.
yeah. Well, to go to the. I mean, Dan, you.
Oh, it's amazing.
Have you been? Chad, have you been
No,
able
I've
to
been
go?
offered, and I'm like, you know what? No. If it's in my house, maybe, but if not,
So a couple of things. Number one, I don't know if you know this, Matt, but with the length of this State of the Union going to be a couple of hours, you know that you've been tasked with doing the post-speech analysis, right?
Yes.
So
that was the first forward-facing event that I did with Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Is that we were at another event space.
Yep.
It was a State of the Union address, and we were the four assembled folks were there, and everybody said, "Hey, Matt, you can do wrap-up." Everyone left, and I spent an hour wrapping up on my own. Had a great time.
you did
Had a great
great,
time.
too.
Thank you.
By the way,
Thank
I'm
you.
going to say this about the State of the Union. You can avoid all the applause and the walk from the hallway to the podium and all that. Watch the clips on YouTube or Twitter, whatever. X. But that's really the way to do it these days, because you can avoid all of the clapping and all that other stuff. These days you have people that'll just put together a montage for you.
and if you like the clapping, you can find a clapping montage as well.
You can.
Just the
Oh, yeah.
clapping.
Yeah, you can.
Just
You
the
can find
standing
anything you
ovation.
And the clapping montage is typically longer than the actual speech.
Well, the biggest takeaway, and I've mentioned this a couple of times today, the biggest takeaway for me actually being in the room, if you've ever been in that room it's a big room, don't get me wrong. It's a large space, but it is much smaller than it looks like on television.
It's like you're on a school bus kind of a
Yeah.
thing. You know what I mean? It's
it
very
was built
crowded.
for people way back when.
Yes. Yeah, back in the day.
We smaller folk.
Smaller human beings, and it just looks smaller than it appears on television. I mean, it's not a long journey from where they say, Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States. It's not that far. It takes him 20 minutes.
Now, Matt, I got to ask this question, and then we'll get to the actual content. Did you regulate your liquid intake so that you wouldn't have to go to the bathroom? Because they don't let you out, and it's a long speech.
Well, they'll let you out. I mean, so a couple of people discovered that you can go out.
Oh, okay.
get back in.
You don't come back in.
Oh,
I mean,
got it.
If you
Okay.
go out, you are done. And yes, you have to get in like 2.5 hours in advance of when the speech comes. You have to be in your seat. They have to lock it down, and they lock it down for the Congress people, and then they lock it down for the senators, and then they lock it down for the justices, and then they lock it down for the Pentagon and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and then finally, the President of the United States gets there.
Yeah, but so for me,
yes, I did.
I'm going to go home, and not home. I got a room, but I'm gonna. Too much information. I'm sorry.
You've got a room?
Yeah, I'm not going to drive all the way home.
He rented a room.
Because why?
Wait.
Because
Brother Dan starts doing his show at midnight.
Chad.
I like Chad. Why? Because if I go all the way home,
okay,
and then I wake up early and I go to work, that is like an hour and 45 minutes that I could be sleeping.
Okay.
So
Why don't you just sleep at the office?
It's actually. Egads, man.
I've done
There's
that.
all kinds of. Have you been to the office? There's all kinds of germs at the office.
Well, there's spiders.
A lot of sofas. A lot
There
of
is
sofas.
spiders. A lot of sofas, though.
You can wake
That's
up
okay.
and get some of Wally's Bean Machine right away.
Oh, that stuff is so good.
Can we
Wally's
spend
here.
the
You
next?
know Wally's here.
Wally's here.
Wally's
Wally's
here.
here. He's
And
right there.
I will hug his neck.
That's-
I will kiss Wally on the cheek
With
for
the
what he
bean
has done for this
machine, the
radio
bean
station.
machine.
Oh,
Yeah, we could all do a
we're going to
wave
screw
for
this
Wally.
up, guys. We're going to
Grab
screw it up.
grab him by the beans.
Y'all know radio people. We're going to screw this nice thing that we have up.
Yeah,
Oh,
we are.
absolutely.
Oh yeah,
I mean, I give it a month.
Who's making the call? Say, hey, is this thing supposed to catch fire?
No, look at Wally. No, y'all, look at Wally over there. Wally's happy. He's like, this is great. Y'all are talking about it on the radio. I'm providing a wonderful service to the station that I love. I'm getting some calls. A month from now, Wally's going to be making it. Guys, you got to stop drinking so much coffee. I don't know what you're doing over there. You're injecting it in your veins, but you got to help me out here.
All right, so the thing is too long.
Yes.
Not the bean machine, but the State of the Union
speech
is too long. And I'm saying that we can all watch clips so that we don't have to sit through the whole thing. Although I will say that when you watch clips, you lose the entirety of the context.
I like listening to it better than watching it at times because I think it gives you a better sense of, rather than people trying to be performative and clapping, you're like, okay, I get that.
Will we get tonight? Well, Ken, before I get to that, I'm curious your thoughts on just the event that it is. I mean, obviously, it's newsworthy. It's news-making.
You could be covering it.
The president of the United States, is supposed to tell us, hey, this is what happened last year, and this is what we plan on doing in the next year, and I need Congress to help me out with that. But as an event, you've been covering this for a long time.
Yeah, I have, but from afar. I mean, I've never covered it in Washington, D.C., like you and Dan have been able to do. So, yeah, I mean, his speech last year went 1 hour and 39 minutes and 22 seconds, which is longer than Bill Clinton's, but Trump's speech was not an official State of the Union.
Joint
so
session.
Bill Clinton still has, the record on that. But he says he's going to... It's going to be a long one tonight.
Well, he's going to break the record.
I think he's going to hit hard on affordability. I really do. He's already announced that he's cut a deal with tech companies to start paying more of the share for the electricity that it takes to power all these AI centers that they're putting in. So that's one thing, but I really think he's going to go hard on affordability. I think he's going to go very hard on foreign policy with Iran, especially right now. But I think the number one issue right now is the affordability. I'm really interested to see what President Trump has to say, how he's going to attack that issue.
Donald Trump managed to raise the bar to a certain degree, and I think Biden during his term attempted to get to that level, and I don't think he quite achieved it with regard to some of the special events happening during the speech. The young man last year, remember the
E.J. Daniel?
The young man who they awarded. I mean, there were a lot of them, and the jaded part of me says, there comes a point where there's too much of that going on.
Yes.
I get it. I understand how it started. I understand that Reagan started the process with was it Sputnik? Not Sputnik. Skolnick.
I like
Larry,
Sputnik, though. That was pretty good.
Not Sputnik. It was something like Sputnik, though.
So last year we saw the Democrats wouldn't stand and applaud for a boy with cancer. Do you think that this year the Democrats will stand and applaud for the gold medal winning hockey team?
What Democrats?
Oh, yeah. They're not even showing.
Good seats are still available is what we're saying, guys.
Well, those seats are going to be filled by the men's hockey team.
Yeah, sure.
That's what's going to happen.
I would love it. Just let them fill the seats on the floor where the Democrats are supposed to be. Just put them in their uniforms.
Hakeem Jeffries literally told the Democrats, sit down and shut up. That's what he said. We don't want another Al Green issue. And so that's one of the big things behind the scenes has been Hakeem Jeffries saying, we want Trump's speech to be the focal point because the Democrats believe that Trump is going to be up there telling lies and obfuscations and all that, so they don't want to distract from Donald Trump's speech.
Do you
Basically,
think
let him do his own thing, and that way you can come back and say, he said this, this, and this, rather than Al Green standing up going, rah!
Yeah. They can't. I don't think they can help themselves. I do believe that there will be an outburst tonight.
But there's
I'm really only here for more Al Green moments.
Yeah.
That's why I'm here to watch it.
Shaking that cane.
He's not even the good Al Green either.
No, he's not.
Second best Al Green.
Together. I mean, if he started singing, I'm down for that. All right, we've got to take a short time out. It's 25 minutes after the hour. Matt Murphy, Chris Hand, Dan Mandis, Chad Benson, Ken Weaver. The gang is all here. We'd love to see you as well. If you are ticketed, understand, you can't just pop in at this point because we're at the ticketed portion of the event. If you're ticketed, come on over and say hello to us 25 minutes after the hour. It's our State of the Union on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Aaron Stokes, we lost him far too soon, but he spent his entire working life based on a simple premise that if you tell people the truth, if you treat them like family, if you treat your employees, your mechanics like family, the people that walk through your doors like family, your business is going to grow as a result because people are going to love what you do. And if you provide quality repair below dealer pricing, they'll come back time and again. That's what they've done at Eurofix, and they are continuing the tradition that Aaron started so many years ago. Eurofix simply does things differently. Every visit starts with a free 15-minute no-wrench inspection. You know what's going on before they start the work. At Eurofix, they pay their techs more than anyone else. They attract the brightest talent in Middle Tennessee, and you get a 36,000 3-year nationwide warranty on all the work that they perform. Rental cars always available. Locally owned and family run, and it will continue to be family run even without Aaron. 5 separate locations. Call or book online today at myeurofix.com. That's myeurofix.com.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes.
It'll be on me.
All right, Murfreesboro got a crash on the right shoulder. That's going to be 840 eastbound before Bill France Boulevard. They've been working that one for a while this afternoon. Woodbine, we've got an injury crash. This is Nolensville Pike, just north of I-440. And now on the northwest loop, we've got a crash. It is the on-ramp right shoulder block, 65 northbound from 40. And Almaville now, we've got a wreck, 840 eastbound right before Almaville Road. I'm Ken Weaver.
Friends, it's Matt Murphy for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. If you have pain anywhere on your person, and trust me, if you don't, if you're a certain age, you're like, what are you talking about pain, Murphy? Trust me. At some point down the road, you're going to feel it. You're going to feel that back pain, neck pain, knee pain, hip pain, elbow pain. It's going to hurt somewhere. And when it does, you want to try to treat that naturally whenever possible. Look, Dr. Mitchell, Dr. Ashley, and the rest of the team at the Wellness Institute, they're under no illusions, and they'll tell you at some point, surgery is your only option, but it should be the last option after you explore natural remedies that can help alleviate the pain on your body without having to resort to popping pills, shooting needles in your body to block the pain, or that surgery that should be the last resort. Call the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Ask them about this incredible HydroWave technology, which is pretty cool. They're the only place in the state of Tennessee to have the HydroWave. It stimulates your own stem cells in your body, regenerating tissues to grow new blood vessels, and heals through a process called angiogenesis. 615-246-5009, 246-5009, or painisbad.com, painisbad.com for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Yes, indeed. Super Talk 99.7 WTN, the Stake of the Union event is in progress. And
I don't see any
folks,
steak.
you know, people would be yelling right now, but they have their mouths full of food. I mean, because the salad bar is apparently wide open. Hey, guys! How are y'all? We are in the midst of a packed house anticipating a State of the Union a little bit later on. I'm Matt Murphy. There's Chad Benson.
Hello.
There's Chris Hand. There's Dan Mandis. Ken Weaver's around here somewhere. Jackson's controlling the experience along with Mike. And we appreciate all of you for listening and participating if you are live and in person. Dan, we just had a lovely lady by the name of Lola come up. And she
Lola.
Mm-hmm, yes.
Oh, yeah.
And
you're going to love this
draw
one.
on your head, Lola. She had some Sharpies, Lola.
Oh, did she?
She wants to see your head, Dan. So, yes, Lola came up. She had multiple Sharpies, and she claims, now, I don't know how we fact-check this, but she claims that she was the last person to buy tickets. So
I don't know how we fact-check that. You know what? I would ask LOLA at the time. What time did she do it?
I don't think we need to fact check. I think we need to do it like California does voting registration. It's honor system, baby.
Take her on her
It's
honor.
got to be honor system.
There you go.
Okay.
Oh, there's an
I agree.
applause for that.
There
People
was
want
an
to see your head get
there was an
colored.
applause
And she
line.
came prepared. She has every color you can dream of. Let's do it. Let's get you done. Right now, let's get you inked up, baby.
I like how we've worked this bit into the corner where Dan just has to look at us and go, no, we're not. We're not.
I'm not
like
somebody
it
that
was
says-
all funny and it's
Yeah.
great, but no, nobody's drawing on my head with a Sharpie. Thank you.
Multiple people have brought their own markers.
I know they have. I've seen like at
amazing.
least 4.
That's amazing.
Yes.
I would feel bad, but I feel like you doubled down on the bit when you announced that for charity this morning on your radio show that for charity you would allow for it.
And you said you'd pay for it.
And I would pay for it.
Well, I didn't mean tonight.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Okay.
Eventually, sometime in the future, maybe I'll think about it if it's we got the right markers.
I feel like, and
Washable.
I was listening this morning, washable, and I feel like you said chalk. Did you say chalk at some point this morning?
I did, but I was tired.
Okay, chalk. I didn't understand the chalk.
No, okay. Here, in all seriousness, like when kids, like Riker has chalk that he used to draw on the ground.
Sidewalk chalk.
Sidewalk chalk. That's right. And when you see my forehead, you think sidewalk.
Oh, yeah. It's not the eating kind.
No.
Oh,
You're
look,
right.
hold on. Mr. Bill from Hendersonville is
whoa.
offering a $50 bill. See, I don't.
We will not be drawing
If
on my
I
head
was
tonight.
yeah, see,
Although I'll take that. Thank you.
I would just like to say I started this and I feel bad for Dan now, and I've got to put an end to it because it's to the point where Dan's like, "What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to be a good sport and let people put Sharpie on my head? No, I'm not doing that. I don't believe it."
Thank you.
Oh well, that's fair. Oh, that's so good of you. Well, I'm a man of valor, and so I will take that, put it in my pocket. No, I won't. I'll put it. I'll leave it.
We'll
on the
make sure
table.
they get it.
We'll make
Thank
sure
you.
that they. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Bill.
Mr.
Awesome.
Bill.
Love him.
Such a good guy. All right, back to Donald Trump. So we are told that the economy is the focus.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
That Donald Trump plans on focusing on the economy. Is Chad? I'll start with you. You are known on the station as being probably more critical than some.
Yes.
And as is your right from noon until 3. And do you think he deserves to take a victory lap on improvements over the last year?
I think some places you take a victory lap, and in some places I think he's got to be honest that, maybe it's not the greatest of all time, and people are feeling it. Remember, at the end of the day, it's about what do the people feel and what do they, not only what they feel, what do they see when they go to their bank account. I think that's the issue, because you can go look at all the polls across the board. People still feel like things are a little bit more expensive. They feel like that maybe there's, that things aren't as great as he thinks. And whether, we said the same thing about Biden, didn't we? But Biden kept saying things are great. Everybody's like, no, you got to go with what the people are telling you.
But there were some differences. With Biden, they came out and said, what inflation?
Yeah, well, it was transitory. It was always transitory.
It's transitory. And then Janet Yellen went and ate some mushrooms in China, and she's like, we love inflation.
Yeah.
It's awesome. With Trump, we saw, what was it, $4,000 of purchasing power under Joe Biden vanished from the average American's buying power. So when Trump comes in, and in less than a year, he returns $1,500 of that purchasing power. That is a huge improvement, and I think it's naive to say it's not.
No,
Are
it's
we
a good
there
improvement.
yet?
Are we there yet? See, that's the big thing. If you're telling everybody we're there and they're not feeling it, that's the issue right there.
What do you think, Mandis?
I think you're both right. because one of the things that did tick us off about Biden was, it's a lot worse in other countries. Remember that whole thing?
Right.
So,
have you seen Somalia? Yeah,
you could live in Mboo.
We have seen Somalia. It's called Minnesota.
Yep.
So, but there's a lot of things that Trump can brag about. You've got the lower gas prices. Rent is going down in some places across the country, including Nashville. So there's a number of things that Trump can brag about. Inflation has slowed down. It's not where it needs to be yet. But when you compare it to Biden, and that's, I think, what people need to remember. When you compare where Trump is right now to Biden's worse, then, we're doing pretty good.
Well, and I think all three of you are in some ways correct. For me, it is all a matter of perspective. Economic issues are more a matter of individual perspective than any other issue on the national scene. In other words, I heard it said, and I don't know who said it first, but I heard it years ago, that if you just lost your job, your unemployment rate's 100%.
Yeah.
Right? So when you're speaking to America, and Trump is going to do it in his own way, and he's going to talk about the positives. He's not going to talk about any of the negatives that still exist. And when it lands in the laps of the people watching, if they're not feeling it, if it's not in their wallet, if they're not genuinely feeling it, they're not going to buy it. Yep. If they are genuinely feeling it, they're going to buy into it and say, thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate you. And it's all a matter of where their personal economy is.
Here's the thing. Normally, at a night like tonight, and it's been shown through history, it's a lot of preaching to the choir. People who are excited to see whatever somebody has to say. Sometimes you'll get some crossover. The people it needs to reach, though, and I tell everybody, don't look at the right or the left. Look at the independents. The independents are the things that are going to get you across the line when it comes to midterms. Does he have the independents watching tonight, or they're just like, the ship has sailed. I'm going to do what I do?
Yeah, the independents, they watch, right? I don't expect the political. So who watches? I don't expect the political left is going to watch Donald Trump tonight. Do you? People that follow politics that are left of center, I don't feel. I know it was difficult. I did it because of my job. But when Joe Biden was president of the United States of America, if I didn't feel like I had to talk about it the next day on the radio,
I didn't watch it either.
There's no way I'm watching that.
No, I didn't. No.
No, so I feel like those on the left. But you're right, Chad, that the right is with you.
Yes.
Obviously, you got 40. It's the old. You got 45% of America over here. You got 45% of America over here. It's the 10% in the middle. But I don't know that any of this matters for the midterms, because I think we live in such an instantaneous society now that today on, February 24th, it is 1,000 years away from November.
Well, I think it goes back to what Dan said. You'll have 30 million people watching the speech tonight, but it's going to be the clips on social media that really catch fire. And is there big wins in that for Trump, or is there big wins in that for the left? And that's going to determine whether or not this was a good speech.
Depends how your algorithms are, right? If you want there to be big losses for Trump, you'll find them. If you want there to be big wins, you'll find them. And it's how it's who gets to see those that maybe are a little, maybe yes, maybe no. Because again, right or left, they've already bought their tickets.
Outlaw algorithms.
Well, no, I kind of like my algorithms.
No, get back to chronological posting. That's what the people need.
You were doing something today on your show that I absolutely loved, and maybe Chad and you and Dan talked about it too. I wasn't able to listen all day, but I heard Chris talking about some of the poly markets.
Yeah.
And some of the bets that you can actually make based on things that Donald Trump might bring up in the speech.
So, you can bet on how many times he's going to mention America or American. Is it going to be 50 or more times? And there's some good value in there. Like, I don't bet personally. I don't make bets. I don't gamble.
Maybe I did tonight. Maybe I didn't. You guys don't know.
But there are some things in there that if you had $10,000 that you could tie up for an evening, you're going to win. You're going to win $1,000, $2,000 on the poly market.
So I'm fascinated with the fact that there are people that are doing this, and they're going to parse the language to the point that it's all about whether he said it as an adjective or a noun, whether or not it counts toward the poly market betting market. But I'm hoping that draws more eyeballs at least to the process.
Well, it's like fantasy football. People watch football so much because even though neither of their teams are playing, they're watching the game because they got players.
Yeah, I got a running back in the game, so I'm going to watch the game. I have no clue nor interest in who actually wins. I just want my running back to do well. Sure. I mean, yeah, and if that draws eyeballs to the screen, so be it. On the super text line, we got a lot of folks asking questions. If you have any questions of the panel, get them in here at 615-737-9986, 615-737-9986. 4618 says, hey, Hand, that's a pretty snazzy Wild Wild West beard you have there. How long's that thing going to grow out?
I mean, I think
you're looking good.
I think we're full grown.
And then love ya at the end. So I feel like this person knew they were asking you a little bit of a tricky question.
Love you back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah?
Yeah.
You gave a little head nod. I didn't know if you wanted to say something over
Was it Dan that was texting?
It might have been Mandis. Mandis was sitting over there quietly going, man, Chris's beard is awesome.
I've often said, actually, that I want my lawn to be as manicured as Chris's beard.
That is pretty sharp.
Mm-hmm.
He's got it down.
So you're saying that Chris has critters in his beard?
Probably some moles in there somewhere.
Grubworms or whatnot?
Grubworms, sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so 47 after the hour, another hour to go before we welcome the President of the United States to deliver the State of the Union address. Obviously, lots of folks out and about at Legends Steakhouse, and we'd love to hear from you. If you have any questions on the super text side of things, by all means, give us a shout, 615-737-9986. Take a quick time out. Back in a moment. Who's taller, Dan or Chad? I'm going to get the answer to that question, and I think I already know it.
Let's go back to back live on YouTube during the commercial break.
We'll do that. Watch Super Talk TV, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble. Back in a moment on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
past the hour. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, how are you? My name is Chris Hand, and we are live at Legend Steakhouse in the beautiful city of Smyrna, Tennessee. We are surrounded by the best-looking audience that you can find anywhere. And you got to take my word for it because we're on the radio and we're not turning the cameras around on YouTube. But trust me, this is an attractive group. Thank you guys for coming out. We appreciate you being here. We got Matt Murphy, Dan Mandis, Chad Benson. My name is Chris Hand. I think I said that. Guys, what are you expecting this evening at the State of the Union, grade-wise, from Donald Trump? Is he going to knock it out of the park? Is it going to be meh? Where are we at?
I mean, I'm going to go B. I'm going to go B minus, and here's why it's a B minus. I think he'll focusing on economy. Great. I think I think the Epstein files hangs over the room. Yeah. I think for most people that have been paying attention, they want to hear something. I don't think you're going to hear anything about the Epstein files tonight.
Oh, God, no.
And I think that's why it's a B minus.
Yeah.
Because I would prefer that he address it. He get it out of the way. He talk about it at some point during the speech. I know you want to see more. That's not in the man's nature, so I don't think you'll see that. But B minus.
I feel about the same, B minus. I think he's going to have some high points. I think he's going to be his usual. He's going to riff, he's going to do some stuff that'll be funny. I think he'll be great with the people that are there. But I think there's going to be, I think that Epstein stuff is still hanging out there. More stuff came out today. So I think there's going to be that. But I think it'll be good. And again, how long is it going to be? Because I think that also goes into it. Could be an A, could be a C. Depends on the length.
Is the length going to be a negative or a positive?
Oh, it's a negative. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a negative.
Yeah, if he goes long and then he just starts riffing, some people will say he's rambling. Some people will say that, and that could turn an A+ speech into a B or B minus.
He does so well, oftentimes in formal settings when he stays on script. I love him on script, and I get nervy for him
when he does crowd work.
When he starts veering off a little bit, I'm like, no, man, you're doing so great. I think he does, and Chad brought it up. Those gallery shout-outs that he did during his first term, he upped the game. I mean, I got chills. I think and this is red meat to his base, no doubt. But every conservative American that watched, I got tears in my eyes watching him give the Congressional Medal of Honor to Rush Limbaugh.
Yes.
When not only did he announce they were doing it, he's like, hey, we're announcing. And this is where you up the bar, right? You up the game. And I don't know what you do tonight to trump that, no pun intended. But when he says, hey, we're giving the Congressional Medal of Honor to Rush Limbaugh. And, oh, by the way, we're doing it right now. And they bring it to him and they put it on him. And, like, do you
remember Rush's face when that happened?
Yes.
It was clear he had no idea it was coming. Melania, if I'm not mistaken, came down and put it over Rush's neck or whatever.
Yeah, he had no idea it was going to happen that night.
Yeah, it was amazing.
And last year with the young man with cancer,
DJ Daniel,
all he wanted to be was a police officer in his life, and he does those moments so well. I like those moments. I think they're good. I think they humanize Trump in a way that we need to see more of. But I don't think the time's in his favor if his plan is to do the longest speech in American history.
If you're looking at this tomorrow, what are the leftists going to be saying about this speech?
I mean, they're going to say the typical things, that the economy's not good, that Donald Trump has failed us, that he hates brown people, he hates black people,
white supremacists.
That yes,
he drinks whole milk.
The whole milk, Professor Kaplan.
Have you had to buy whole milk yet tonight?
I will.
You promised it. That's exactly the difference between Chris Hand and myself. He promised whole milk. I promised beer. Yeah,
there is that.
That tracks, actually.
That tracks.
And neither one of us have bought either for the audience. Also, that tracks.
That's true.
Also tracks.
What do you think it's going to? You give it a grade. What do you think it's going to be?
I mean, if I'm looking at this, I think we're looking at B+ territory. I do think that it might become a yawn fest. I think it depends on which way the tone and the presentation is. Are we going to get jovial Trump? Are we going to get fiery Trump? I think that's going to play big into it because I think that plays into the spin that we're going to see after the fact. It really, I think we're going to know what kind of tone we're going to get from the speech as we see him walk in. Is he all business, just eyes forward, locked in? or is he shaking hands and joking with people? And I think from there we're going to kind of know what to expect from the speech, and that'll kind of that's my temperature taker right there. Does he get in? Does he get in quick? Quick in relative terms, but.
Well, he's not been in a good mood lately. I mean, the Supreme Court, we all know what happened with the Supreme Court and tariffs. He, of course, has other avenues that he's going to try.
He's tariff maxing now, where tariffs don't stop, tariffs just change.
That's right. And the Supreme Court, will he?
I think he should thank the United States
will
Supreme
he talk
Court.
to the Supreme Court?
I mean, I think this is going to turn out to be one of the better things to happen because the tariffs, he can still manage the tariffs.
Yes.
And people smarter than me on the economic cycle have said there are ways that he can accomplish this without doing it. I don't know how you guys, I think the Supreme Court rightly decided that issue.
Yeah.
I understand the argument by Clarence Thomas. I get it. But I think he should actually thank the Supreme Court.
I think
he's going to say, I had some great Supreme Court picks. Not you, Amy. Not you.
Stand up if you're a great pick.
Get them all
Amy,
right.
might as well sit right back there.
Hey, we're down at Legend Steakhouse in the beautiful city of Smyrna, Tennessee, getting ready for the State of the Union on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome in. It is 7:05 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. I can do some Mark Levin yelling if you're looking for Mark Levin, but we're going for another hour here this evening on Super Talk as we get ready for the State of the Union speech. We are live in the beautiful city of Smyrna, Tennessee, down here at Legend Steakhouse for the Steak of the Union. Dan Mandis is somewhere looking for a well-done steak and some ketchup. I think Matt Murphy, he's making the rounds. We got Chad Benson in the building as well. And this is going to be a great night, my friends, and we are excited to be down here in Smyrna, Tennessee with the gang here in the best audience in America. We have a lot to look forward to. There are going to be a bunch of special guests tonight. We know that the men's hockey team is coming. We know that the women's hockey team was invited because Donald Trump didn't want to get impeached for not inviting them. And then they declined the invite. But what other guests are we expecting at the State of the Union this evening? Some of the people are predicting
El Chapo.
Erica Kirk.
El Chapo.
You
think El Chapo will show up? No, I know El Mecho's dead.
El Mecho's dead.
I think El Chapo is still alive.
Do you think he brings up Mexico? You got me. He
absolutely
squirreling.
should, because I think him taking out El whatever the hell his name is.
Mecho.
All right, so I had it right. I think that is actually a really good. Well, it was Mexico that did it, but I think that helping Mexico take out one of the leaders of the drug cartels, that's good.
Well, and the U.S.'s fingerprints are all on it. It was a Navy SEALs team that helped train those Mexican military officials. They put them under lock and key, no phones, so that way no leaks happened in the planning. And now Mexico's a bit on fire.
Yeah.
But I think that Mexico has to get worse before it gets better. And I think that the American people, we can disagree about a lot of things. I don't think many Americans would disagree about going after the drug cartels or how Donald Trump has made life harder for them.
Okay, so do you think this is going to be a great litmus test for the Democrats? Do you think that if Donald Trump talks about taking out El Mencho, then do you think that the Republicans will stand and applaud and the Democrats will sit in solemn silence at the death of El Mencho?
Yeah, I mean, I think they would be pissed. El Mencho would have voted Democrat and probably still will.
What Democrats are we talking about? Who's going to be there?
There's going to be some Democrats.
There's going to be some Democrats.
I think. I doubt they'll stand for that.
I mean, I think
they may clap.
They won't stand for anything. The Democrats will not applaud Donald Trump.
Listen, if they wouldn't stand for that,
tonight.
if they wouldn't stand for that kid last year,
right,
or for police officers, they will stand for nothing. The question is, because they were even criticized on CNN for not standing for the little boy with cancer.
Yeah.
So,
but do you think that they learned their lesson a little bit?
See, that's what I'm thinking. Did they learn the lesson where they have to show a little bit more humility and think, okay, we can clap for certain things?
I think if the Democrats are learning anything, it's that they do have to come back a little bit more to the middle. And clapping for a young boy with cancer, that's a little bit more in the middle there. That's about as middle as it gets. Taking out drug cartel leaders, a little bit more in the middle.
Yeah, Chad, you use the term humility. I would call it just be human.
Yeah.
Just be human.
Well, that's a hard thing to do for them.
Speaking of humans, I was thinking about, with y'all's permission, maybe walking around the room and getting some reaction from the.
Sure, absolutely.
Go for it.
Absolutely.
All right, so y'all talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to find people that maybe want to comment or willing to comment.
You got to run like Donahue.
Just boop, 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 boop.
That's exactly right.
Is that how Donahue used to do it?
But you're going the wrong way.
I have no idea. All right, so if anybody's got any, all right, so who wants some? I'm going to find. Oh, this is. I found my Huckleberryus. What is your name, ma'am?
Jen.
Jen?
She's got her name.
Give my YouTube name.
What's your YouTube name?
Cosmo Kramer.
Cosmo Kramer on the YouTubes, y'all.
Okay, so Matt, just so you know, she spends an abundance of time in the YouTube chat. She's a genuine YouTube chatter.
And it gets a little crazy over there in the YouTube chat, does it not?
Not us.
Oh no.
What are you? What are your biggest hopes for tonight? Do you have any hopes?
Green gets kicked out.
You want Al Green booted? Do you think a Democrat will get the boot tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't help themselves. Does any Democrat applaud? Well, let me put it this way: does any Democrat not named Senator John Fetterman applaud the president?
No. Just John.
You think John will do it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So all right, there's Cosmo Kramer who says.
I think she's got a great point. I think that the only
Fetterman.
Democrat, especially in the Senate, that will clap would be John Fetterman.
Who had it on their bingo card 2 years ago that John Fetterman would be the most rational sounding Democrat.
You mean the guy that opened up his debate in the evening with "Good morning"?
Yes.
Yes.
That guy.
I don't think any of us did.
I don't think anybody had that on the bingo card. But apparently he is the guy. All right, anyone else? Anybody in the room? Mr. Bill from Hendersonville, what are your greatest hopes for this evening? Oh, how's that strawberry cake, by the way?
Oh, it's so good that you need to have a piece before you leave here tonight. By the way, I think the best thing about the State of the Union speech tonight is how many Democrats have refused to attend, and that means there's that many more vacant seats so the USA hockey team can sit there.
There you go.
See, I think it would be a master stroke to place the U.S. hockey team on the floor. Yeah, I don't think they're allowed to do that, but I think it would be awesome if they put them all in those empty seats there.
Do we know how many are coming tonight?
The hockey team?
Yeah.
I thought the whole team, right?
I didn't know how many, or were coming or not.
How many people on a hockey team?
They had 22, I believe, on this one.
Okay. Well, there's about 30 Democrats not going. So there's 8 seats left.
Good seats still available.
There you go.
30 Democrats sounds like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, that's not that many. Right?
No, not really.
Yeah.
There's going to be knows whether 200 or so. Thereabouts in the House of Representatives.
70 Democrats are skipping now.
70 Democrats.
70?
Yeah.
They're up to 70. I hope all of them skip.
Yeah,
I think that would be that's the worst case scenario for the Democrats if all of them chose not to attend. Let's say you are such children.
The look is so
right,
even amongst people
It'd be
who
a
may be
huge
Democrats
victory.
going, come on.
Yeah, you can say you were elected to Congress. Yeah, we want a different guy in the White House. We don't like Trump. We hate his policies, yada, yada, yada. But you're paid to sit there and listen to it.
And I used to like to watch Nancy Pelosi do that sucking on a lemon look whenever Donald Trump would say something.
Oh,
remember when she tore up the speech?
And
Oh, my
tearing up
God.
the
How
speech.
childish was that?
The ripping up of the speech. Oh, no. All right, so I'm continuing to walk through the room. This lady looks like she wants to make a comment. What is your name? No, she says no. She says
Really?
no.
Nobody
She
can
said-
see you. It's radio, hon.
She said she's afraid. Are you afraid of Dan Mandis, ma'am?
No.
I think she's the only person in the building I'm taller than. Thank you, ma'am, for coming.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
What is your name?
My name is Joe.
Where are you from, Joe?
I'm from Murfreesboro.
Yeah. And what do you think? What are your expectations for the speech tonight?
I wish I could say something really intelligent here.
Well, we don't, so why start,
I don't know. Just wait and see. I'm here for the food mostly.
What was your favorite part? Have you had the meal?
Not yet. I'm still waiting.
You're waiting on your food?
Still waiting on my food.
Well, you're going to love it. It's going to be really good. Well, that's why they're standing here. They're like, hey, where's our steak? We're ready to go. So we're going to get you fed, I promise.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to continue walking through the room. Y'all talk amongst yourselves.
Has it ever been so hard to predict what will happen in a State of the Union? Is this a Trump phenomenon where we don't know if there's going to be outbursts? We don't know if the Democrats are going to attend?
Well, this is Donald Trump's greatest asset and perhaps a liability. I don't know. It's actually an interesting conversation. Donald Trump's unpredictability, I think it helps him in foreign policy, but when he's giving a speech or something like this, you don't know what he's going to do.
I mean, the unpredictability is, you nailed it, because there are people online who are saying he's probably going to announce that we're bombing Iran in the middle of the speech.
I know. I kept waiting for him to go.
That's a possibility.
Like he's got a button. Guess what? I just gave him the launch.
My! Can you imagine?
Could you imagine that? Balloons falling down. This is what it's going to be like tonight in Tehran.
A little "that was easy" button, right there on the podium or the dais, whatever they call it. That would be fun.
Remember what was it? The Hillary when she gave the reset button.
Oh yeah, but it said
I took it and I just put bomb.
Hey, guys, I'm over here in the corner of the room. I know that you can't see me, but I have found the most low-key dressed individual at the event tonight. He's got his Christian, white, straight, Republican, unvaxxed, gun owner, meat eater, male shirt on, and it says, "How else can I piss you off today?" There you go. And he's got his Trump hat on. What's your name, sir?
Dano Warner.
Dano, where you live?
I live right here in Smyrna.
Yeah, and what was your favorite part of the meal, Dano?
Baked potato.
I see that. I see that the steak's gone. A little bit of the baked potato is still there. What do you hope from the speech tonight?
I'm hoping that he will talk more about the economy and how he's done well in it, and then what's going on in the future.
Dano just brought up an excellent point, man, that I am curious your thoughts on. The speech is supposed to be in part looking back, but most of the speech should be looking forward, right? What do we think Trump's going to? I mean, I remember when I was a kid, most of the speech was, hey, this is what we want to do now. What, if anything, do you expect that Donald Trump will propose?
Well, number one, I think that it is important, though, for him to look back so that we remember where we were when Biden was president. Because, you look at the 9.7% inflation, whatever it was, at the highest. But moving forward, I think there's a lot of things that he needs to talk about. Healthcare is obviously still a big one. Obviously, we've been talking about affordability as well. With affordability, I think one of the questions that he needs to consider is, do you admit that there's still work to be done? Because there is still work to be done. You don't want to go and say, that affordability is finished and this is great, that I won. He's got to recognize that there's still some people that are unhappy with where they are from an affordability standpoint.
Yeah, you can't get up there and go full George Bush with a mission accomplished banner behind you when it comes to the economy. And, to an earlier point, you guys were talking about, does it impact you right now? He can talk about rent prices going down, but if I signed a lease 4 months ago, my rent is stationary.
And it depends where you live.
So these things do matter, but the reshoring of manufacturing, the bring back factories, the fact that he's planted a lot of seeds over the last year with the $18 trillion in investments coming in that we have yet to see fruit from. I think that there needs to be the reminding of that, and then there needs to be the planning for the future and laying out exactly what his vision is. Because I do think that there is a coherent vision at the end of the day.
I would like to think so. I mean, but again, you've got to 50-50. Look, this is where we came from. We've come from so far. Now, let me tell you where we're going and how we're going to get there and how a year from now we're going to look back and go, oh, my God, how amazing has this ride been? You got to stick with me. And I think the thing is, when you're honest with people and you tell them, look, it's not as great as I want it to be right now. We've got road bumps. We knew there was going to be. We threw a lot of stuff against the wall. Supreme Court has come out against us a couple times, but we've got some opportunities. When you're there, people are willing to give you that. If you come out, though, and like you say, the mission accomplished, it got nothing to worry about. It's the greatest of all time. It's never been better, or the hottest economy, and you don't feel it, that's a tough sell.
Han said something earlier, and I want to circle back to that, and he's dead on. It all depends on what mood he's in as to how he approaches some of these things. And I can see ways, like you mentioned the Supreme Court. He's had many more victories than he's had defeats.
Very true.
And so I would love it if he's got, Supreme Court, you were with me on this, I love you. You were with me on this, I love you. You were with me on this, I love you. Tariffs, not so much. I don't love you so much.
Kind of joking.
Joke about it. Use a little bit of humor, but address it in that way. I think the biggest contrast between boos and applause tonight will be about the SAVE Act. And I think he's got to talk about the SAVE Act and talk about getting some reliability in voting. I don't want to see just me. We get it on 2020. I know where he's at on 2020. I think his base knows where he's at on 2020. I don't think we need to harp on 2020. I think he's going to bring that up to address SAVE. But focus on the future. Talk about midterms. Talk about the importance of making sure that only American citizens are voting in federal.
Well, I think you bring up a good point. There's some gold in looking back, but we can't go too far back.
Yeah,
anything pre-January 2025, I think that we just need to put to rest for this evening.
I agree.
And we
agree.
But you do need to remind people that he shut down the border within like a week and a half.
Right.
And that's the point, is you've got to remind people, because this is about what you've accomplished, but also where we're going. We've hit the ground running. Now, perhaps, is the theme of this speech, the best is yet to come?
Well, one of the things that I think has gone against him is I'm going to stop, Ukraine. This is all going to be done before I even get in the office, potentially. It's going to be done quickly. Today, they celebrate the 4th year, if you will. It's a horrible celebration. Inflation's going to be all of the stuff he said he was going to do day one. Well, here they are a year in, and people are going to go, wasn't quite what we expected. And again, that's what he does. He goes big. He goes hard. It's hyperbolic at times. And I think some people, you've got to be able to, you've got to sell that vision to a certain extent, but you've got to also ground it in. We're not quite there. We got 7 out of the 10, but we didn't get all 10, but there's still work to be done.
If you want me to support regime change, let's talk about Ukraine, because I think there's one guy standing in the way for peace between Ukraine and Russia, and I think it's Zelensky.
Well, and, clearly Zelensky sadly doesn't read the room or the country or the world in as much as he won't concede. And, you either win the war and then you get everything you want, or you negotiate a peace and you have to give up some of the things, and he refuses to do so.
He won't do any of that. He was on TV today. I saw him. He said, "Don't forget about me. Don't leave
And
Ukraine."
none of us are suggesting that Vladimir Putin is not the bad guy. He was the aggressor. He was the guy that started all this. But what do you want? Do you want to see your people stop dying? Then you might have to give up a few things.
You're in a meat grinder. But
Right,
yeah, he was
that's
on
right.
CNN doing an interview. They're like, "What would you like to see from the State of Union?" He's like, "I want Donald to still have our back." It's like,
Yeah, he doesn't got your back.
yeah, I don't think we should. Why are we?
You know,
We're just throwing good money after bad.
Yeah. How about no more wars?
Yeah, well, I mean,
or wars that we can support, like blowing up the cartels.
Yeah.
So,
well, and I think, there's a reason why we remember these key lines in political history. And I think you utilize are you better? I mean, when you address the economy, are you better off than you were 2 years ago? I mean, let's talk about 2 years ago. Let's talk about today. And to Chad's point, don't claim victory, but say, if you feel better off, then you know that we're moving in the right direction. Let's stay the course. And if the Democrats would get on board and concede just a little bit of this good economic policy, we could move even faster and move even better in the right direction.
We're about 40 minutes away from the State of the Union address. We're going to be carrying that whole speech live on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. In the meantime, we are down here at Legend Steakhouse in the wonderful city of Smyrna, Tennessee. You can listen to the broadcast anywhere, iHeartRadio, tune in, the FM dial. You can watch us as well, YouTube and Rumble. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe if you're in the chat. We appreciate you guys. We're also looking at the text line as well. We'll answer some of those questions on the way. 721 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 28 minutes past the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, how are you? It's Chris Ann, and we are live at Legend Steakhouse in Smyrna, Tennessee for the State of the Union as we gear up for President Trump's State of the Union. It's his first State of the Union of the second term, not to be confused with the joint session of Congress. We went over that ad nauseum last year.
Yes.
Matt Murphy was very upset that people were referencing it as the State of the Union. It wasn't. It was a joint session of Congress. This is a State of the Union.
Hand needs to do beard for Vance. Don't shave till JD is president. You want to go? You want to go full on ZZ Top?
I don't know.
Come on, man.
I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can pull off a long one like the Weaves. I think there's enough room.
The Weaves has a long beard. The first time I hired him, I thought, oh my Lord, what in the world have I hired?
Ken's beard is so long that if he went to the Caribbean, he's going to come back with braids and beads.
Absolutely.
That's exactly right.
Very much like Pantera. Very rocker. It was Matt, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey! 30 minutes, almost 30
So we got 30 minutes left.
We're 30 minutes and counting.
So the president's probably in a back room somewhere, reading his speech, having a Big Mac and a Diet Coke.
He's not there yet. No. He's not there yet.
He's talking to whatever hockey players are there, trying to figure out how he could have one of the gold medals.
So they already gave him one. Did you see that today? They gave him one.
They gave Trump a gold medal?
Yeah, he was wearing it in the picture.
No
Sweet.
kidding. That's awesome.
That's nice.
If there's one thing Donald Trump likes, it's gold.
Did y'all hear this? I don't know if y'all were already here when the guy with the silver medal was on the show. So a gentleman showed up by the name of Greg, and he said, I heard you guys talking about the Olympics, and I don't know if you've ever seen one of these. And he holds up this little medal, and he hands it to me. His father won a silver medal in bobsled in 1928.
Oh my God!
Oh, is he still here?
And I don't know.
His father died.
Don't know if he's still here or no. That's good. No, his father's passed away, Dan. It was 1928.
That was really rude of Dan.
I was asking about the guy with the medal.
I don't know if Mr. Greg's still here or not, but he had a lot of photos of his dad. But the great thing was, America did not have an official Olympic team. They did it sport by sport in 1928. And he said his father was in boarding school in Europe, and he saw there was a number one team, but they wanted to put together a second team. It was a 5-man bobsled team at the time. And he said that he saw an advertisement for any Americans in Europe that wanted an opportunity. He trained for like a month, and they won silver. Right behind the Americans who also won gold in the 5-man bobsled.
It just sounds like the story for Cool Runnings.
It sounds almost fake, yes, but yeah, it does sound like Cool
With
Runnings.
less Jamaicans and no John Candy.
And the 5-man bobsled was so dangerous that they shifted to a 4-man bobsled 4 years later, and then considered eliminating the sport altogether. I learned all of this today.
Oh, that's crazy.
I've been down on bobsledding since they wussified it.
But
we need 5-man teams.
These guys were. It was more. They were forward facing. Unlike what is basically a big toboggan. It was not encapsulated, and they were head first.
It was like Cousin Eddie.
It was like Cousin Eddie.
But with five of them heading down a hill.
Heading down, and he was the brakeman. So
that's sick.
That's one of our loyal listeners, Mr. Greg, who says he loves the show and loves everybody on it. So that is
awesome.
Very nice.
Do you know what I've wondered? So Trump has installed all of this gold all over the place. Do you think that the next president will actually remove all the gold?
Yes,
I do.
I do too.
Really?
I do too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
I don't.
It looks great.
Look, I'm not a fan of it.
I'm not a fan of gold.
Really?
No. It's a Persian palace.
Dan.
I love gold, and if anybody has some to give, I'd love to have it. However, I wouldn't want it all over the office.
No, it's like it's
You don't
a bit
think
much.
you don't think the Oval Office looks better now than it ever has?
I don't mind the Oval Office. I don't like all of the little gold flake, like little accoutrement that he's putting over doorways and stuff like that. I just don't. I just don't care for it. I mean, it's aesthetic. I mean, I love the guy, but I just don't care for it.
It's a personal choice, man. Some people like gold. Some people don't.
And here's the thing: the political left wants to freak out about it, but every president in the history of the presidency has done their own thing with the White House. I mean, and presidents have done this since the beginning of time, since the beginning of the White House.
That's
so it's
part
not
of the
that big
thing.
of a
You
deal.
ran to get it yourself.
That's
For our
exactly.
host, Trump has officially departed the White House.
Trump has officially departed the White House.
Thank you, RJ, for that breaking news.
So I'm a brushed nickel guy.
Yeah.
So if I
you
I
know.
was gonna do the Oval Office, I would, with all due respect to all the opulent gold, I would put in a little brushed nickel.
Okay.
It's a man of the people, and I think brushed
Well, you're
nickel is more
mid-century
people.
modern.
I'm more of a mid-century modern antique brass kind of guy. Antique brass, that
the
brush,
shiny.
No, not the shiny. The antique. It's got a little. The
Okay.
shine's been taken off of it.
Jokes aside, though, has anybody done more to upgrade the White House than President Trump in this first year of his second term?
He most certainly. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the ballroom. I mean, and the weird. It's so weird how the media decides to be all shocked and dismayed and disturbed. Presidents, since we were children, men, have talked about the necessity that we had for a ballroom.
We got so big, and there is nowhere that you can do a lot of the dining and the hosting for what they want to do.
They put up tents.
They put up tents
Well,
out
that's
there.
probably why the Democrats are mad. It's somebody's cousin's tent company, and they've been able to charge 3 times the amount. 17 times a year.
Bunter Hyden's tents.
Honestly, the new ballroom makes sense. I mean,
I just don't want it to be. I don't want it to. I mean, this is just me. I understand it has to be large. I just don't want it to be bigger than the house itself.
It's going to dwarf the house.
That's just from an aesthetic standpoint.
It's going to dwarf the house.
Well, I don't know that it. I mean, I don't know that, but I mean, if it does, then that's no good. But
find donors and make the house bigger. Then
yeah, let's go.
Yeah, is anybody going to touch that?
I hope they do.
Will the Democrats knock it down if they get into the White House?
No, they're just going to change the name of it.
Somebody said that.
I hope that's
who
true.
said it? Was it Swalwell that said that he wouldn't vote for a Democrat nominee that didn't commit to destroying
That's so
the
ridiculous.
ballroom? That's so stupid.
That's so
They're-
stupid.
It's children is what some of these
Well,
folks
I mean,
are.
and now
And it's the
70.
litmus test, right? We got to make sure that you're on board on my team, that you'll destroy this because any remnants of Trump will be evil.
All right, we're going to stop down. We're going to take a quick break. We are live at Legend Steakhouse in Smyrna, Tennessee. We are awaiting Donald Trump in the State of the Union speech.
Here it comes.
Just a programming reminder, in about 25 minutes when this speech kicks off, you will be able to hear the whole thing in its entirety right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yes.
39 minutes past the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, how are you? I'm Chris Hand. We are live at Legend Steakhouse in Smyrna, Tennessee. The whole squad is out here. Mandis, Murphy, Benson, and myself. We are getting ready for Donald Trump to take the main stage at the State of the Union address. 21 minutes and counting. I saw J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance rolled in. He's showing up. Is he going to be the guy that does it in 2028?
No.
You don't think so?
Marco.
It was a quick
You
no.
think it's Marco?
Quick no.
Absolutely.
I feel like it's going to be Vance. They keep siloing him away from some of the awkward conversations.
How old is Marco?
What,
He's-
45?
I mean, who's old?
He's-
Vance is younger, right?
Vance is younger, but Marco's young enough where if there was 8 years of Vance,
Well, let's be real.
then you could
I think
have.
I would say that I don't know that I would agree that it's Marco, but I will say this. In the last year, Marco Rubio's stock, because clearly there has been a schism between the old school establishment Republicans and MAGA Republicans. And Marco was squarely in that establishment Republican camp.
Yep.
And some questioned Donald Trump when he selected him as his Secretary of State. Chris Hand raises his hand. I liked it. I thought it was a nice bridge, but I had no idea that Marco Rubio would turn into like the jack of all trades. There's memes about the man.
But
for
let's be honest. There's still a lot of time left.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Vance on the campaign trail, I think, is a different animal than Marco Rubio on the campaign trail. And we still get a lot of problems to solve. Marco Rubio has been a great Secretary of State, but...
And director of this and the director of that. And
I think he manages the
head of
Waffle House.
president of Venezuela
Right.
and Cuba. And
He was actually he was a forward on the U.S. men's hockey team.
But let's
I don't
not-
know, most people don't know that.
let's not kid ourselves. When you campaign on no new wars, and we're now looking at bombing Iran for a second time, that can go south really quickly.
Absolutely.
So
100%.
are we still of the position that is kind of a fait accompli, that's going to happen?
Yeah,
that there
we've seen-
has to be some sort of military action. I'm not necessarily convinced that has to happen.
I think that if Trump can get out of there with some sort of a victory, because it's complicated. I know we've all talked about it. Iran is very complicated, not even close to Venezuela as far as trying to regime change and all that. So
Well,
I don't know if Trump actually wants to go
I
in
don't think
because
he
he
does.
knows how deeply rooted the radical Islamists are.
Venezuela is a different animal. You had the current power structure essentially taking a knee, and now their vice
Well, they
president
didn't
is
care.
taking orders from Rubio.
Yeah.
But my point is that you're not going to get the same kind of reaction from the Iranian
But
regime.
you have a vast majority of their population is under the age of 35. They don't know who the Shah is. They don't remember all of the stuff prior to that. They want freedoms and opportunities, but the hardliners have the guns. And the reality is they've got stuff that can do damage. I think if we do attack, it'll be one of those situations where they'll fight around us. They'll attack Oman. They'll attack Qatar. They'll go after Israel. They're not going to come straight at us because the repercussions is it's going to become harder and harder. And Raising Cain, right? You know what he said? He said, hey, look, this could be a much bigger quagmire than we realize. This is not Venezuela. This is not a snatch and grab.
Trump called that fake news, though, and he said that Raising Cain said to him he doesn't want war, but they'd win it decisively.
So
he
well,
posted that on True Social.
Well, I think
look like?
military versus military. If we straight up sent troops over there, we would kick anybody's ass, right? Absent perhaps China, I don't think that there's a nation that could stand up to us and fight mano a mano. That said, we all know that the American people, if you start putting boots on the ground in Iran,
there's no appetite.
No.
80%.
And people would turn against you like that. And Trump base would turn against him if we thought that we were getting into another Afghanistan or another Iraq.
Another Iraq. That's the big thing. They're worried about another Afghanistan. We look and we go, we were attacked. They were there. This is it. Iraq. If we get into another one of those situations because we're great at the start, bad at sticking the landing.
Well, and it's because they don't. In the Middle East, and I'm not judging it. I'm just observing it. They don't think the way we do. They just don't. They don't think of their borders the way that we do. They don't think of the tribals. They have tribalistic attitudes about who they associate with, and so whatever regime comes about as a result of quote unquote regime change, they're not going to recognize those individuals or those groups.
And that's the problem, though, right? So you can bomb, but ultimately, what's the next step? And nobody seems to know.
How do you walk away while saying we did what we came to do?
Well, so we go in there, right, and it's like it's not going to be the Shah's son who hasn't been there since he was 17, like 40-some years. He hasn't even seen that place.
No, that's a pipe dream.
That is a pipe dream. On top of that, you've got the young that want to pick their path. You've got Israel, whose dream realistically is it becomes Libya and it becomes kind of, or Syria and kind of devolves into chaos. And you've got us. If we go in and do a regime change, we're going to want to put somebody in there we think we can control comparatively to allowing them to pick their own. And we've already done that once before with the Shah.
And it didn't work.
It didn't work.
Long term.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't think that from a foreign policy perspective that's a winner. But back to the original point that got us talking about Iran is Rubio versus Vance. These are clearly the two front runners. I mean, I think we all agree on that.
Is there a Trump in there?
I mean, but is there, that Chad's going to where I'm going. I mean, but 2 or 3 years out, is there someone else out there that can swing around those two and challenge them for supremacy? I don't see them. I don't know them, but
number one, I've actually talked about this on my show, where I think that Marco Rubio is the more qualified presidential candidate. However, I think J.D. Vance is the better communicator, and he's got more charisma. So
he's got Riz.
He's got Riz.
He's got aura.
So then what do you do with Marco Rubio? Do you make him a running mate? And in my opinion, if you make him a running mate, you've got to expand what a vice president does. Otherwise, leave him in the Secretary of State role.
Is it a demotion to go from Secretary of State to Vice President for Rubio?
Yes. Absolutely.
I mean, from a perception standpoint, it's not.
No, but the reality of doing the day-to-day job, I think the Secretary of State has much more on his plate than because Vice President back in the day, we just you go open up supermarkets. That's what it kind of looked like.
All right. You break ties in the Senate, you hang around to make sure the president's healthy, and you do what he tells you to do.
Yeah.
But I think Trump has used J.D. Vance more strategically, and J.D. Vance has been a really good message defender and a message spreader for the Trump administration. I've noticed that they do use him very strategically, like on the Sunday morning shows and everything. When Trump has to get a message out, he does send J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance is he's really good at spreading the word.
Plus, Marco's always working.
Well, and Marco, I will say Marco is good in those settings against the liberal media. I love watching him on the Sunday morning shows when he's pushing back on their narratives regarding whether it's Venezuela or whatever foreign policy initiative it might be. I love watching him push back on that. He does not. I think Marco is good at that pushback. He's not as good at connecting with people the way that J.D. Vance has that. He has that certain je ne sais quoi, as they say.
Rubio's a little bit more autistic than Vance.
He's a little bit more Ted Cruz-y, but polished, right? Because Cruz comes across, I'm the smartest person in the room. Look at me, I'm better than all of you guys. And it's very kind of thing for a lot of people with the Cruz. It's the way it comes off. Here's something. What happens if Trump, they lose the midterms? Next thing you know, he's a lame duck. And everybody's going to start jockeying because Ted Cruz is already putting his feelers out there. He's got people working on his presidential, kind of feelers and putting together a group to go and look. There's going to be some people that are they going to start to turn if they think this thing goes sideways, and you'll start to see a fracture in the next year and a half or so.
You'll absolutely see that.
I mean there'll be there's a power vacuum, right?
There was a time when people were like, well, let's wait and see if Trump is even the nominee, and it was written on the wall that Trump was going to be the nominee. Yeah. And I think the same will happen to Vance. I think that you'll see the splintering in the division, but it's going to be Vance.
I liked Ron DeSantis before Ron DeSantis ran for president in 2020.
Yeah, I did too.
2024.
Screwed himself.
He was awful.
He should have stayed patient. If Trump wins the election or loses the election, it's his in 4 years.
Yeah. And he's a part. You don't challenge the dude, and you're sitting there for the picking for a cabinet position.
Yep.
And you could be a part of the administration and a part of the process for 4. No, I agree. I mean, I love this guy. I'm thinking this is a great guy. He's done great things for Florida. And then he just came out as I mean, I hate to say it this way in mixed company, but pissy on the campaign trail to the point that you're like, I don't know that I can not only support you now, obviously, I don't know that I can support you again.
And he wore high heels.
Too.
He wore high heels.
A little autistic too. Comes across as that.
Did he really wear high heels?
Yeah.
He had lifts.
He wore lifts in his boots.
His
Well,
calves
I
look
know.
great.
Yes.
He wore lifts in his boots. I don't know that I would call those high heels.
Well, one of these two did.
They
so I was
both
just-
did, I think.
Okay.
Well, he wasn't wearing 6-inch stilettos.
I'd call them high heels again, and I'll do it after the break. We got about 11 minutes to go until the State of the Union with President Trump, not President DeSantis, if you're keeping score at home. And we'll talk about DeSantis' high heels and his chances at a presidency on the way. It's 7:50 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. past the hour on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, how are you? It's Chris Hand down here with Dan Mandis, Chad Benson, Matt Murphy, and the most beautiful audience in all of America. We're at Legends Steakhouse in Smyrna, Tennessee. As we get ready for the State of the Union address, we are 5.5 minutes away, anxiously awaiting the president to walk in. Last-minute thoughts before we get into this speech, fellas.
I'm excited. I can't wait to hear what the president has to say. This is a State of the Union speech, much anticipated. I think the president has a lot to be proud of, and I think that I think it's going to be a great year moving forward, especially heading into the midterms.
I'm equally excited about what the president has to say. I'm more excited about, obviously, you and I, all four of us, we talk about this every day. So I think we are well-versed, more so than many, many Americans, as to what has been. I'm very curious what the focus is on what is to be.
Absolutely.
Because, every president, and, Trump does it in his own way, but every president has that pivot in the State of the Union, right? Where you're talking about, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened. Now, here's what I want to see happen over the next several months into the next year. And I'm very curious what his priorities are there for the economy, whether it's SAVE Act, whether it's foreign policy, Iran. Where does he go?
Absolutely.
Where does he go?
And he's got to be able to reach those people that were with him when they helped him get across the line, when he won the presidency for the second time, and to get them back on board with what's been happening, because I think people are frustrated. They want to feel that they're a part of this and that he's with them, and that he just doesn't come out and tell them, hey, everything's great, you should just kind of deal with it.
So the Supreme Court has walked in. I noticed quite a few side eyes for Amy Coney Barrett. But I'm also noticing a lack of Ketanji Brown Jackson. Is she not in attendance?
Well, there was a Broadway show tonight, apparently, that she wanted to be a part
Isn't
of.
it funny they wear their uniforms?
Or is she just going to show up late? Is that what's going to happen?
I don't think she's showing. I think she's she's too concerned with being on The View or whatever television program.
That's a pretty strong rebuke. Not showing up when you're healthy. It's
she
one
better,
thing.
She better have diarrhea.
I've actually noticed, Dan, over the last 10 years or so. When we were kids, every single one of them was there.
Yeah.
When Ruth Bader Ginsburg needed a nap, she was always ready to go.
She was always ready to be there. But we've noticed over time where,
some of them just kind of,
Really?
And some of them, let's be real, some a little longer in the tooth, right? This is past their bedtime by several hours.
Well, I did not see Clarence Thomas.
No, I didn't see him. I didn't know if he was going to come tonight. I didn't think he was.
There's Brett Kavanaugh. That was one of the Polymarket bets. Does Brett Kavanaugh get a personal shout-out tonight by the President of the United States? Certainly gave him a shout-out after that dissent opinion regarding tariffs. So who knows if he gets the old shout-out.
His dissent was essentially, man, tariffs didn't work out this way, but it'd be a shame if he did it this way or this way or this way because there's legal precedent for doing it.
Be hard-pressed to do anything about it as a court if you did it this way, Mr. President. Not telling you what to do, but, here it goes.
Oh, by the way, Congress, you should also probably try to do something.
Yeah, do anything.
Anything.
John Thune is awful. Does everybody agree? Does everybody in the audience agree that John Thune has been a terrible majority leader?
There's a lot of terribles coming out of the audience. Because it's the Mr. Miyagi principle. If you ever watch Karate Kid, go all the way on the filibuster, one way or the other, but you're stuck in the middle, squished just like grape.
Yep, on the fence. So we are awaiting the president to enter in for the State of the Union address. You'll be able to hear it in its entirety right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And we are going to be kicking our feet up and enjoying this live at Legends Steakhouse in Smyrna, Tennessee. Enjoy the speech. Thanks for listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This is live coverage from ABC News, the State of the Union. From Washington, D.C., Here is ABC News correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
Well, good evening and welcome to our ABC News radio coverage of the President's address to a joint session of Congress, and we thank you for being with us for this annual national civic ritual. With me here in Washington tonight is ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers, along with our political analyst Steve Roberts. But we're going to start inside the chamber of the House of Representatives at the U.S. Capitol. ABC's John Parkinson is there with hundreds of others awaiting the arrival of President Trump. John?
Well, the bright lights are turned on. Hundreds of members of Congress are packing into the chamber. Some, like Congressman Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna, they reserved their seats along the aisle earlier today. And the galleries are packed too. Any minute now, the Sergeant-at-Arms will open the chamber doors and announce the president. But of course, everyone is wondering whether the Democratic side of the chamber will be empty, with dozens of Democrats boycotting the event tonight.
ABC's John Parkinson, a veteran of coverage of Congress. Tell us more about those boycotts. How many empty seats do you see?
Well, I see dozens of empty seats right now, Stephen. At least 58 House Democrats and 14 Senate Democrats say they're skipping the event tonight, including House Minority Whip Katherine Clark, and dozens of lawmakers who are attending counter-programming events instead. Stephen, last year, just a handful of Democrats skipped the event, although several walked out of the chamber in the middle of the speech in an act of protest. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be in the chamber tonight. She is not boycotting this event. She says that she wants to be here in solidarity with the Epstein victims that are going to be in the chamber to show a force for the president.
Many victim survivors of Jeffrey Epstein are guests of congressional Democrats tonight, seated along with John Parkinson and other reporters in the galleries above the House chamber. This is Donald Trump's sixth speech to a joint session of Congress, his fourth formal address on the State of the Union. ABC's Karen Travers is with us. Karen, what do we expect to hear from the president tonight?
Stephen, good evening. The president gave us a little preview yesterday of tonight's State of the Union address, and he said it's going to be a long speech because we have so much to talk about. So buckle up. This could be a lengthy one. He might be setting records tonight. The theme of the president's speech, Stephen, is America at 250, strong, prosperous, and respected. It's a reference, of course, to the upcoming 250th anniversary of the founding of the nation. We're told he spent time over the weekend and yesterday preparing for this speech. He went over drafts of it and made edits himself. We got some excerpts of the speech, and he's going to talk about the economy, talking about tackling affordability and bringing down prices for Americans. He's also going to demand the full and immediate restoration of funding for border security in the Department of Homeland Security, because remember, Stephen, we're still, of course, in that partial government shutdown right now, and there is no budging at this point from Democrats on their demands to then fund the Department of Homeland Security. But you know, we're also expected tonight to really hear a focus on the economy from the president. The White House says he's going to outline an ambitious agenda on the economy and lay out a case for why he and Republicans are better suited, in their view, to tackle the affordability crisis. Stephen, of course, this is a president who just recently was dismissing the concept of affordability, calling it a hoax, saying Democrats created this. But he's almost now embraced this issue a bit. Last week he declared he has won affordability because they're recognizing that this is a problem, that voters are concerned about this, that Americans are worried. You look at our latest poll with the Washington Post, 60% of Americans right now, Stephen, disapprove of the job he's doing. That's the highest since he was reelected to this second term. And the majority of Americans say they disapprove of how he's handling inflation, tariffs, and the economy. He is entering this House chamber tonight, Stephen, to make a sales pitch to skeptical Americans, but it's a really tough sales pitch for him to make.
ABC's Karen Travers, our White House correspondent, as members of the president's cabinet enter the House chamber. The First Lady also now in the First Lady's box up in the gallery with the president's children, including Melania Trump's son, Barron. Karen Travers mentioned the ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll this week that found 6 in 10 Americans disapproving of the way the president handling his job, 39% approval. Let's turn to ABC News political analyst Steve Roberts. Makes for some tough headwinds for the party the president leads going into this midterm election cycle.
Well, exactly. And Karen put her finger on it. It's going to be a tough sell for the president tonight for one very simple reason. He keeps saying, I've solved the affordability crisis. I've won, words he used when he traveled to Georgia last week. But around their kitchen tables, when they calculate their own budgets and their own family situations, a lot of Americans, including a lot of people who voted for Trump, just simply do not believe him. He's asking them to believe him, but not their own lives. And you know, Stephen, voters are expert on one thing, and that's themselves. And Donald Trump can tell them a lot of things that they'll believe, that the election of 2020 was stolen, that Greenland is part of America. But when he tries to tell them that their economic situation is good and they don't feel it, that's a much tougher sell. There's a Pew poll out this morning as well. 72% of Americans have a negative view of the economy, and only 28% view it as good. In our own poll, only 22% of Americans say they are better off today than when Donald Trump took office. So the president is going to try to tell people, don't believe your own lives. Don't believe your own budgets. Don't believe the prices you're paying at the grocery store. Don't believe the problems your kids are having finding a job, but believe me. And that's very difficult. And it also undermines, to some extent, his larger sense of credibility. In our ADC poll, only 29%.
All right, there's William McFarland, the House Sergeant at Arms, with the call as the President, Donald Trump, enters wearing a red tie, a dark suit. He begins immediately shaking hands, turning to the left side of the aisle where the Democrats sit, and now to the right side of the aisle where the Republicans sit. Of course, Republicans are on both sides of the aisle. Members of Congress camped out hours ago to stake out these positions, and now the president continues working his way down the center aisle in this grand American, majestic spectacle of the American government. All three branches represented in the House chamber, including the Supreme Court. We see 4 members of the court, including Chief Justice John Roberts, who has never skipped a State of the Union address in his 25 years as chief. Let's turn to ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers. Karen, the president was very angry over the Supreme Court's ruling last week on tariffs. He's not willing to change course with respect to his policy, even if the court says he can't do it the way that he had been doing it.
He's not reversing course. Let's take that first. There was that 6-3 ruling last week by the Supreme Court that most of his tariffs are unconstitutional. The president is now trying to revive these tariffs using a different authority, and he said immediately he would put a 10% tariff in place. Stephen, over the weekend, he said he was going to raise that to 15%, but hasn't actually taken the proper steps to do that. There's also the congressional aspect here that, without congressional approval, these new tariffs can only last 150 days. So we'll hear tonight potentially a message from the president to take action on this, but Congress has been hesitant, and we've heard in the last several days some lawmakers almost relieved that these tariffs were struck down last week by the Supreme Court because they believe it has been hurting American consumers and people in their districts. Now, on the Supreme Court justice side of this, 3 conservative justices joined the liberals on the court to strike down those tariffs. Chief Justice John Roberts and 2 justices appointed by the president himself, Neil Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett. The president was furious on Friday. I was in the briefing room when he came in and was railing on those justices, saying he was ashamed of certain members of the court. He said that their families should be embarrassed by what they did. We will see tonight the president just standing steps away from the Chief Justice and Justice Coney Barrett. We'll see if there's an acknowledgement of them, and if he goes off script or if it's in even his prepared remarks. But last week, Stephen, the president said he couldn't care less if they attended the State of the Union, but he is still quite angry about this and has continued to post about it on social media.
The president did just shake the hand of Chief Justice John Roberts and paid his regards to the other Supreme Court justices, including Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett. Coney Barrett being the justice who ruled with Gorsuch against the president's tariff policy. The president now also greeting the top brass of the military, the Joint Chiefs. Let's turn to ABC's Shannon Kingston, who covers foreign affairs. Shannon, big story in the last week has been what's going on with respect to the possibility of an attack on Iran. Today, the Secretary of State briefed the congressional leadership. What do we know about the possibility of a U.S. strike on Iran?
Well, that's right, Stephen. There is an air of uncertainty in the chamber tonight because as the president makes his way through the crowd, we're witnessing an unprecedented buildup of firepower in the Middle East. We're learning tonight that roughly a dozen American stealth fighter jets have now touched down in Israel. It marks the first time that U.S. combat aircraft have been deployed to that country. So all the pieces necessary for major kinetic attacks against Iran are now coming into place. The question, Stephen, is will the commander-in-chief make that call? Now, negotiations aimed at securing a nuclear deal with Iran are still scheduled to take place later this week in Geneva, but there are signs in Washington that this administration is already on war footing. Now, you mentioned that briefing with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. It happened just hours ago at the White House. He was joined by CIA Director John Ratcliffe, and they spoke to senior lawmakers from both parties, the group known as the Gang of Eight. And we did hear from two of the Democratic senators in that closed-door meeting. They said that they were very concerned about the situation in the Middle East. They stressed how serious it is, and they urged the president to make his case for military action in Iran if that's what he's going to do, to lay out his goals to the American people, and we very well may hear him do that tonight.
ABC's Shannon Kingston with us as the president has made his way to the speaker's rostrum. And he's standing now, basking in the applause
Members
in front
of Congress
the
have the
Vice
high
President
privilege
and the
and
Speaker.
distinct
Here's Mike
honor
Johnson.
of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Another opportunity for the members of Congress to applaud the president as he now prepares to deliver his State of the Union address. Last year, he went roughly an hour and 40 minutes, which basically tied the record set by Bill Clinton in the year 2000. How long will he go tonight? Well, ABC's Karen Travers, he says he's got a lot to talk about.
He did. He promised us it was going to be a long speech. He said that he has many things to get to. And like I said, the White House says it will be a significant focus on the economy, an ambitious agenda.
Let's listen to the president. This is live coverage from ABC News.
Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages. And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today our border is secure. Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. And our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked. And America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem well, at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses are forming in factories, plants, and laboratories are being built, we have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today, and 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point, here with us tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
The doors of the galleries above the chamber have just opened, and now members of the men's hockey team, Team USA, are entering wearing Team USA sweatshirts and their gold medals. They're actually coming in now. I see it through the Daily Press Gallery where print reporters are. Now, this is in the front of the chamber, just above the president, so all of the people who are in the chamber can now look up above the president and see the gold medalists basically being flanked by reporters, kissing their gold medals and waving to the crowd. Republicans and Democrats now on their feet, cheering and applauding. Lots of smiles and waves as the winning team holds up their gold medals. Jack Hughes there.
Go ahead.
With a couple missing teeth, but a big smile. Now posing for selfies. Waving their hands in the air to get the crowd to cheer even more. And there's the bipartisan chant, USA.
That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House. They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuyck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both, I got him in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place, and now I've got him because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday. So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClymont closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. When I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over 100,000, could be much more than that. To make this investment in our children's future, go to TrumpAccounts.gov. TrumpAccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word they just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary, thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while, we're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, Should be my third term. But strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500. A reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody
the
that
president
comes along
did a
after
launch
me
with
to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community, and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Racel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records, Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year, as we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market. Let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance. We'll get it done. And if we're able to find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA. And it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Colvin was only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, Homeland Security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice, we'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental principle. If you agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act. To stop illegal aliens and others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. The cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote. And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things. You almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy and hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody was up here and said that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about this? We must ban it, and we must ban it immediately. Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy. Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh? No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot. Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on her. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's memory, we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind. We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zarutska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman, Irina, fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget. There were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal set free to kill in America. Came in through open borders. Mrs. Zarutska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of the sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eva Lee. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her that never see anything like her. So sorry. Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying, and after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. My first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people said the Prime Minister of Pakistan would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People don't like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. That was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the 9th war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protests. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue, starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 4. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for $1 more we can have $1,776. It's going to... I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more, I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also... We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very impressive. They couldn't believe, they all watched, they saw what happened. This is a different fighting force than we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby is becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved Uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro. Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine guns stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission, we probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs, of the bullets, and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy, Eric, and Amy. Come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg. We have it back. We brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back, too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening, Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor. Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Hailing what he called a turnaround for the ages since he took office last year, President Trump tonight laid out his accomplishments, including a secure border, a decline in crime, a rise in stock prices, and tax cuts that will see Americans receiving larger refunds when they file their returns this year. Over a speech that broke records for State of the Union addresses, an hour and roughly 50 minutes, the president taunted his Democratic opponents, saying they caused increased prices. He repeatedly chided them for not standing along with Republicans at various points in the speech, and he even called them sick and crazy. There was